Oh, Lord. Hey, guys, what's up? Sorry. Ooh, time flies. Time really flies when you're having fun. Happy Easter. Hope you guys enjoyed your Easter job. Brown Sugar Fumi, what's up? I was going to come out yesterday. I was so tired. I had to sleep. Today, I had to do my hair. Then I had to cook. Then I had to clean. So much to do. But hey, guys, so today, let's get into it. I want to talk about Tim Pool. Because people are so fake. Okay. Maybe I should start with this video. Hold on. Maybe I should start with this video, actually. So you can kind of see how it all started. Hold on. Okay, let's start right here with this video. Okay. Let me start with this video first. Okay. Oh, thank you. Did my hair. Getting my hair cut on Saturday. Oh, I've been cutting my hair nonstop, back to back. That's crazy. But it's okay. Delayed gratification. So, hey, Mark. Sac passé. Comment vas-tu? You guys, today's show is so interesting. It's gonna be, hopefully it's interesting. I think it'll be interesting. It's me. I mean, come on, like it's me. I have so many videos to do, you guys. I'm like, I can't even keep up with these people. They're faster than me. The back? Yeah, sure. Hold on. What the back of my hair look like? How does it look? I just have, like, this part is a little shorter. I don't know, somewhere, yeah, this side, but yeah, here's the back. So Saturday is going to be my 6th haircut. That's a lot. I'll cut my hair a lot. Then I have one more haircut in July, and then that's it. I'm going to cut my hair after that. I'm like, I need to let my hair grow. This is getting ridiculous. Okay. Oh, thank you, Gina. I appreciate that. Yeah. Like, I do my hair on Sundays and Mondays. So if you don't see me Sunday and Monday, I'm doing my hair, okay? So forgive me. But that's a weekly thing. I do my hair. I gotta take care of my hair, right? So if you guys remember, so welcome back, you guys. Happy Easter. Hopefully you enjoyed your time with your family. You know, we thank God for Jesus. We really, really do. We thank God for the Lord, y'all. All right? So thanks. Thank you. So today, we're going to talk about Tim Pool and this one grifting behind of a lawyer who I think is racist. But some people, I don't even know if they're really racist or they have struggling channels. Their channels are not growing. They don't have views. So they're trying to create content to rage bait white people they know are mentally unstable. You know what I'm saying? Because are you really a racist or you just greedy? Okay, so this video here is with Tim Pool. So when the whole thing happened with Austin, Karmelo, right? Tim Pool came out and he was on the side of Karmelo, right? But you know, the white mob, honey, okay? The white mob, they can't take the truth, y'all. So they went and attacked Tim Pool. So then he pulled back what he said. Then he started tweaking. He had another live and he started tweaking on his live because he was scared. You know what I mean? And I think this is what I will always say. I'm going to keep saying this, right? When you make money, you have to learn to live below your means, right? If you live below your means, you will get to a point that no matter what, if your audience, people want to threaten you, I'm going to unsubscribe. I'm going to stop supporting you. I'm going to stop sending you super chat. I'm going to cancel my membership. You're going to be okay. Why? Because you live below your means, right? When you make money also, you should try to save a lot of your money. Why is that? Because one day you'll have to say something that the vast majority of your audience do not agree with, right? So if somebody says, oh, I'm going to follow you. I'm going to cancel my subscription. I'm going to cancel my Patreon membership. Ooh, you'll be fine. Because not only are you living below your means, but you are also saving a lot of money. You understand me? Another thing, integrity is everything. This life, you were born naked, you're going to die naked. Okay? I repeat, you were born naked. Okay? Who is this lady? Okay, sure. I can fix it later. Right? You were born naked, right? You're going to also die naked. Oh, I should put the F. Thank you for letting me know. You understand? So fear nothing. You understand? If you have to lose things, hey, Lacey, if you have to lose things because you are speaking your mind, most likely you're doing the right thing. unless you're like Nick Fuentes, right? But if it doesn't cost you anything, is it even worth having? I repeat, right? If it doesn't cost you anything, is it worth having? Let me tell you something, right? Do you know why, for example, Muhammad Ali, okay? Do you know why Muhammad Ali will always be the GOAT? Right? Do you know why he will always be the GOAT? It's not because he was the best to ever do it. Oh, he was almost an Aquarius. By 2 days. He was almost an Aquarius, y'all. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. He missed it by 2 days. All right. But my point is, do you know why Muhammad Ali will always be the GOAT? It's not because he's the best to ever do it, because he stood for something. You understand? In a time of a racist America, where white people out here calling black people the N-word, they're lynching black people, abusing black people, barely paying black people, doing KKK foolishness on white people and black people. He said, why am I going to go to Vietnam and kill the poor Vietnamese who hasn't done anything to me when him and I have the same oppressor, the white American man and his white American woman, right? Muhammad Ali made a choice not to go to Vietnam because he's not about to go do some dirty work for the same whites who oppress him here in America. And they punished him for three years. The white people took everything from him. They took his boxing license. They took his titles. You know how they do. You know how they do. You know the white mob. You know how white people operate, right? If you don't do what they want you to do, they do everything in their power to destroy your name, destroy your life, destroy your finances, destroy how you make a livelihood, right? They will do everything because what the devil gives, the devil take it, okay? Right? And the only way a white person can take something from you is if the white man gave it to you. So if any time in your life, a white person wants to come to you and oh, give me this, give me back this, you can take it. I repeat, what the devil gives, the devil takes. What the white man gives, the white man take it. Let him have it. You understand? They might walk around like the rulers of this world, like they rule the earth and everybody has to submit to them. But white people are not God. They can deceive themselves, okay? And they sure do. They believe that a man can be a woman can be a man can compete with a woman. They're mentally ill. These people they're not well, right? But because they have so many weapons of mass destruction, the vast majority of people submit to their foolishness, but they're not gods. White people are not God. It's a desolate, like hollow people. I was watching a video about all these white girls and how much they spend on bags and shoes. 40,000, 20,000, 7,000. Like you see, because white people inherently do not have a relationship with God. And as long as you don't have God, you will do everything out here, all kinds of addiction, shopping addiction, sex addiction, food addiction, you name it, trying to fill this hole inside of you. But no one can fill this hollowness that you feel but God. You understand? Don't you ever fear losing anything that white people can take from you. You understand? Because the most important thing for you, especially as a black person, right, is your relationship with God. Because you're nothing without God. You are nothing without your salvation. You are nothing. You understand? Like God is invisible. The white man is visible. So is his mediocrity. Ha! Okay? There's nothing the white man does that is not predictable. Mediocrity is predictable. White mediocrity is excessively predictable. You hear me? But God, you don't know where he is. The north, the south, the east, the west. You have no idea how he can run upon you and lay you asunder. Fear the one you can't see. For the white man, you can't see. And with the white man, there's nothing new under the sun. What hasn't he done? Who hasn't he cheated? Who hasn't he lied to? Who hasn't he abused, enslaved? And then turn around and say, well, the only reason why I enslaved you because you let me do it. The only reason why I cheated you in your wages because you let me do it, right? They'll abuse the people. Then they'll say to you, well, I had to abuse you because, well, it seemed like you wanted it. They are insane. They are totally insane. And I think this earth, I don't know if like the earth is like a purgatory or if it's like baby hell. I don't know. But there's a reason why on this earth, everything evil prospers, including white people. Right? So fear nothing. If they come after you, they malign you, they lie on you, you're doing something right. God is with you because you know their favorite flavor is the liar a la mode. Okay? A liar a la mode, a cheater a la mode, a 34-time convict a la mode, all kinds of abusers a la mode, right? This is what they like. They like violence. They love to lie. They love to mislead. And therefore, they have more money than anybody else. And even when they have the money, they're still miserable. They still need drugs. They still need shopping addiction. They still need food. They still need fillers. They are never happy. Because what they have done, the big mistake they've made is to trust in the devil. Because he told them, if you do all these evil things, you will be happy. You will be powerful. But you cannot be, you will never be happy doing things the wrong way. You will never, ever be happy doing things the wrong way. And not just that, right? Anytime you hurt somebody, you cheat somebody, you lie on somebody, you enslave somebody, you slaughter somebody, because you know they love to kill children. They love to murder children. Look at Palestine. Even here, look at Black America. How many Black children were fed to alligators by white people? They're insane. They kill children, y'all. They kill children, even their own white children. They have their small white children working in the mines. These people are crazy. They are really, really crazy. They are really, really crazy. Hold on. They are really crazy. Okay? They made their own children work in the mines for the love of money. For the love of little people like this. Put the little people in those dark ass mines. So deep under the earth. Hey, Kevin. Great Depression. Every white family threw their child outside in the streets to fend for themselves. 6 years old, 7, 8, 9, 10. You name it. This country is not just built off of slavery. People think sometimes like, oh, it's just about the Native Americans. It's about the Black people. No. Even poor white people, even white children were abused. Greed. Greed is going to be the end of white people. I kid you not. Greed. Little children like this. If you studied American history and you remember American history, especially if you took AP US history, you should remember Horace Mann. He's the one who created the Salvation Army because he got sick and tired of seeing even white children being treated worse than animals. You understand me? Greed. Greed is going to be the end of these people. I kid you not. So consider yourself lucky. Consider yourself lucky when your ways are not the ways of white people. Consider yourself lucky when the vast majority of whites can't stand you. You're doing something right. Consider yourself lucky when they weaponize their media to malign you. You are doing something right. White people only love Black people who harm Black people. Okay? All right? They only love Black people who harm Black people. If you're a Black person and you sing about killing, shooting, murdering, you name it. Hey, Emily. Okay. DM me, but write me a message on the community page so I don't forget. Thank you, Emily. Love you. Okay. They only love Black people who harm Black people, who sell a message of foolishness to Black people. If you kill Black people, if you murder other Black people, you sell drugs to other Black people, white people will give you Grammys. They will fly you out to fashion shows in Paris. They will have you live in the most expensive houses, like houses y'all haven't even seen. They'll let a killer live in there, right? But if you're Black and you have any kind of dignity, huh? If you're Black and you have any kind of dignity, they will find ways to kill you. They will kill you. They will bomb your house, kill you, slaughter you. They will make sure your children are like living in the streets with nothing. Okay? They only love wicked Blacks. They love ignorant Blacks. If you're dumb, you're stupid, you're Black, and you're an idiot, they're going to make you rich. They're going to make you rich because they know, even like the Bible says, a fool and his money are what? Are easily departed. Okay? A fool and his money are soon departed. There you go. Which Bible verse is that? Hold on. So too many verses to remember. Okay? All right. You're gonna lose your money. You're gonna lose it all. You're gonna lose it all. And that's why they don't mind making basketball players super rich. Look at Zion. A whole idiot. Okay? Look at Zion. Hold on. Pelicans. Right? Look at Zion. This dude got a $200 million contract. Why would white people give this idiot, this big Black dummy, $200 million? A whole idiot. All he does is spend his money on being fat. He's so damn fat. Prostitutes, sex workers. He does nothing meaningful with his money. You think he's gonna go to Xavier and pay somebody and pay for some black people to go to med school, pharmacy school? Hell no, he ain't never gonna do that. Right? You think he's gonna go to Tulane or LSU and give black students like, oh, let me pay for your school real quick? No, he's not. No, he's not. Okay. You think he's gonna go to a black not-for-profit or any black not-for-profit shelters, you name it, all around New Orleans, even around Kenner? No, he's not. He's gonna use his money at the strip club. He's gonna use this money getting all kinds of people pregnant. America is an apartheid state. This ain't no joke. America is an evil state. America is a racist country. And that's why in America, the only blacks who really make money are the idiots, the useful idiots, right? The ones who are going to lose all the money, get arrested. Even Uncle Shannon, he's in some foolishness. Like he's involved in some foolishness, some sexual foolishness. Are you surprised? Are you surprised though? Look at how big Club Shay Shay is, right? When you see Shannon Sharp, hold on, wait a minute. Okay. When you see Shannon Sharp, have you ever sat there and be like, wow, that is so profound. That is so deeply insightful? No. Stupid, big, black, and dumb from the country. You're from Georgia, right? You probably Gula Geechee. Big, black, and dumb. All he's good for is for his muscles. That's it. There's no wisdom because if you're a rich black man, you should be married. That right there makes you smart. That right there makes you wise. Because if you have a wife to come home to, it will keep you away from so much foolishness. So now he's getting sued. He's getting sued for sexual assault. I'm like, well, there you go. Right? But this is who America makes rich. Oh, thank you, Queen. Big, black, and dumb. The bigger the head, the bigger the muscle, the smaller the brain. This is what they like. But when it comes to Indian people, they will promote the likes of Vivek, right? There you go, right? When it comes to Indians, they will promote the likes of Vivek. You'll see a Vivek. You'll see, what's his name? I heard Oprah also got sued. You'll see Vivek, even Kamala Harris, right? Because she probably like takes on her Indian heritage, right? Right? Right, there you go. You'll see Kamala Harris, right? You know what I'm saying? When it's anybody else, Indians, what's the CEO of Alphabet? What's his name? CEO of Alphabet. What's his name? I know his face. There you go. Sundar, right? There you go. You got the Sundar. You got Sundar. What about the CEO of YouTube? Huh? The CEO of YouTube. There you go. But they're going to tell you they're not racist. No. New CEO of YouTube, child. New CEO of YouTube. There you go. Neil Mohan, another Indian. Okay? Right? It's about time that black people grow up. It's about time that black people find their way back to God and actually ask for and repent, ask God for forgiveness. Because it's a shameful thing to allow your image to be ran by a bunch of low IQs degenerate. And we wonder why today, even Karmelo's sitting here suffering prejudices for older black people who have done foolishness. A young man that people don't even know. They don't even know Karmelo. They've never even met this boy. But he's being punished because some goofy blacks have decided to make money selling a very, very negative, disgusting stereotype of young black boys. And even so, without even knowing him, people assume the worst out of him. That's why I say every day, I'm like, your cultural image is everything. Your cultural image is everything. If you don't take care of your cultural image, because that's your brain. If you don't take care of your cultural image, you have nothing. If you allow anybody to bastardize your cultural image, you have nothing. Because to you, it's just entertainment. To these white people, it's a documentary. You understand? When they listen to rap or drill, whatever kind of show they watch, white people think they're consuming a documentary. When you're black, white people don't say to themselves, oh, that's entertainment, that's fiction, that's rap. They're like, no, this is how they live. This is how they live. Let me take a picture. They think every time they consume your content, your media, it's a documentary. You understand me? So that's why when you're people, you cannot allow anybody to play with your image. Okay? You cannot allow anybody to just be out here play with your image. Okay? Right? We went from black men looking like this on TV. Right? You went from black American men looking like this on TV with Motown and Berry Gordy. Let me put a picture of Berry Gordy real quick. Okay? Right? Right? Here's the father of Motown, Berry Gordy, who made sure that black people looked a certain way on TV because he understood it's a cultural image. And when you're a black person and you're a black entertainer, be it singer, athlete, I don't care, you are representing your people because you're going to be seen more. We see it. We call it impression, right? A famous black person gets way more impressions than a regular black person, right? And Berry Gordy said, if you're going to sign to Motown, you're going to go through these classes. You're going to learn how to talk. You're going to learn how to speak. You're going to learn how to conduct yourself because you are an ambassador of your people. And it's shame on you if you don't represent your people well. But today, so many black people have the greed infection. They have the cancer of greed. For the money, they will do anything. They will say anything. They will rap anything. They will even rap about chlamydia. They're so disgusting. Bunch of reprobates. For some money, for some gold chains, for some white trinkets. There is nothing they won't do. They will even start twerking on children. They will start twerking on children for some money. Right? Because, I'm not trying to be offensive, though, but it is what it is, right? It's what it is. Right? Bunch of monkeys. Bunch of monkeys. Always acting a monkey fool for some money. Anything for some money. Anything for some money. Because people do not have integrity. People don't have character. And most importantly, people don't fear God. People do not fear God. People truly do not have the fear of God. And a lot of people also do not understand that after this right here, this earth, hell is real. Judgment Day is real. And as you're sitting here selling your soul for some goofy ass white trinkets, one day you will have to answer to God. Because this money, all this bull crap you're buying, all this bull crap that you're willing to exchange in order to sell your people for cheap, you can't take it with you. When you come into this earth, you come in your mother's womb. That's coffin number 1. When you leave this place, they're going to put you in a one box. That's coffin number 2. You're born naked, empty-handed. You're going to die naked, empty-handed in a box, in a one box. They're going to put your behind in the sand, and the termites will eventually get to your flesh. No more shall you be. But in front of God, not only will you have to answer for what you did, but once the Lord decides your fate, you will have to live the consequences for eternity. And some of these people, they're going to burn. They're going to burn so bad. They're going to burn so badly. Because when you are a traitor to your own people, you deserve to be in the inferno. So many people deserve to be in that inferno for what they have done to black people and the image of black people. God will punish you. And not just you, he going to punish your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren. 4 generations will be punished because of what you did. They don't fear God, y'all. That's why I say stay away from people who don't fear God. Stay away from people who will do and say anything for money. And the Bible is clear, for the love of money is the root of all evil. So when a person is more in love with money than the truth, you already know they're consumed by evil. And they belong to Satan. As they say in Islam, they belong to the shaitan. And they've made their choice. Stay away from people like that. I don't care that they have your complexion or your vajayjay. I don't give a damn. Because just because you look human doesn't mean that you and I are brother or sister. I don't care. Because my brothers and sisters are those who confess that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior. And they are baptized in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Anything else, I don't really care for. Okay? Because you belong to Satan. You belong to the Shaitan. You don't have integrity. What else do you have? If your word can't even be trusted, what else do you have? Today you go here. Tomorrow you go over here. Tomorrow you're here. Where are you? Who are you? Nobody even knows. Because you're always willing to sell yourself to the highest bidder. It's a shameful thing, y'all. It's very, very shameful. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. Hold on. Maybe he goes, I feel like he needs to say himself. Let's see what he said. Let's come over here. Let's come over here. Oh, Lord, I'm so hot.
Either go to jail or go to the army. But I would like to say that there is another alternative.
Okay, why they put the sound? Why they put music behind stuff? I gotta stop putting music on everything.
My conscience won't let me go shoot my brother or some darker people or some poor, hungry people in the mud for big power.
That's it again.
My conscience won't let me go shoot.
He said his conscience, y'all. And that's how you know he has God with him. Because when you're not connected to God, and it's not just a Christian thing. Because just because you're a Christian doesn't mean that you're connected to God, okay? There's a lot of KKK people, y'all, who claim to be Christian. So that means nothing, right? Having a conscience is a strong indication that a person has God in them. You hear me? Right? He said, my conscience won't let me go shoot these innocent people. Okay? And good for him.
My brother or some darker people or some poor, hungry people in the mud for big, powerful America and shoot them for what? They never called me nigger. They never lynched me. They never put no dogs on me. They never robbed me of my nationality, raped and killed my mother and father. Well, I'm going to shoot them for what? How am I going to shoot them? Them little poor little black people, little babies and children and women.
You see that? You see what he said? You want me to go, hey, Lane, you want me to go somewhere, shoot black people, shoot poor Asian people who have never stole from me? They have never lynched me. They never raped my mama. They never killed my daddy, right? They don't try to rob me of my nationality. But you want me to go over there for big, powerful America and go murder babies. I told y'all, you see, everybody knows they murder children. Everybody knows America is a place that murders children. Look at Palestine. It's mostly children. From Joe Biden to Donald Trump. They're all giving all kinds of money to Netanyahu to kill as many Palestinian children as he sees fit. If you ain't scared of white folks, who you gonna be scared of? They're crazy. They are truly crazy. They are truly wretched. They are truly, truly wretched. Well, and they sit here and they shop, they consume, they drive through fast food and Starbucks, while so many children who are good children, respectful, they pick up their stuff, they pick up behind them, they respect their parents. They're getting bombed by these sloppy ass white American children who are disrespectful to their parents. Their rooms are filthy as hell. Their grade is horrible. Their cars are nasty, right? They get to live a privileged, spoiled life, but they add nothing to the GDP. They add nothing to the cultural, the cultural weight of this nation. But then they want other kids who are nothing like him and actually a lot better, who can do all kinds of math with no calculator. They want those children to be slaughtered just because they're Muslim, just because they look different, just because they speak a different language, just because they have a different religion or they believe in a different system of politics. They deserve to die. That is the mindset of white people. Anybody who is not like us needs to die. And this is why these white boys, Hunter and Austin Metcalf, took an issue with a black boy sitting under the tent while it was raining just because he goes to a different school. But we're not stupid. We know that's dog whistle language for he's black. We ain't stupid. Because in the rain, who's going to make an issue out of a non-issue? A white person, per usual. Because they can't help themselves but bully people to and fro. They go over here, they bully. They go over here, they bully. They wake up in the morning seeking whose life to ruin. And who they gonna lie on? I need to lie on somebody. I need to ruin somebody's life. I need to go hurt somebody. I need to go defame somebody, malign somebody. If it's not Black people today, it's the Chinese people tomorrow. If it's not the Chinese, it's the Muslim. If it's not the Muslim, it's the Iranian. If it's not the Iranian, it's the El Salvadorian. If it's not the El Salvadorian, it's the Canadian. If it's not the Canadian, it's the Mexican. Every day they wake up seeking to ruin somebody's life because it is a miserable people. It is a miserable people. Have you ever woken up in the morning? Have you ever woken up of all the days you've lived? I'm 40 years old. Have you ever woken up any day you have lived and heard white people actually say thank you to somebody? Okay? Thank you to Black people for being our slaves and helping us to become a #1 economic power. Never. Have you ever heard white people say thank you to the Native Americans? Because when we came here on the Magna Carta, the Mayflower Compact, wherever them goofy-ass British ships were, and we didn't know how to feed ourselves, cook, and make food, you showed us how to grow the corn. You showed us how to get the pumpkin. You showed us how to do this, and that, right? Never. Have you ever seen white people say, thank you to all the Latinos for working in the fast food restaurant, for cleaning behind us, for cleaning our home, cleaning our restaurants, making our food, and only making $7 an hour while we make hundreds of thousands? No, absolutely not. Okay? Yeah, play with me. Play with me, child. Play with me. Absolutely not. Right? Do they thank anybody? Even the Chinese who are working for $1, for $2, for over like 50 years. China took America's trash. They will send their trash to somebody else's country. They recycle their trash. They send it to China. The Chinese working for 18 hours a day, leaving their children behind, all kinds of suffering. No, they don't. They're not going to say thank you. No, these are cheaters. They cheat us, as if they did not cheat those people. Is it okay to tell somebody to work for $1 an hour? No, they don't care. Have they ever thanked Africa for all the people and the resources, right? Right? Okay. You need to, I think I know you. Okay? Does that make sense? Have they ever thanked Africa for the people and the natural resources that they plunder every day? No, of course not. They never say thank you. They will insult you, gaslight you, lie on you, malign you. When do white people, even to their own parents, how many white children even say, thank you, Mom, for everything that you do? They will have their mom quit their jobs. These women will become all these soccer moms, drive these girls to all their games, put up with all their bad attitude, their disrespect. So many white girls are so mean to their mothers. And their mothers give them everything. Their mothers even go into debt to make them happy. Their parents don't say no to anything they want. And she will still call her mother a bitch. She will barely call her mom on her birthday. She can barely even clean the kitchen. They don't think nobody, ungrateful people like this. They're so ungrateful. Even their fathers. You have many white kids. Their fathers do everything. They pay for everything. And they will never say, thank you, Daddy. I appreciate you. I see you. Thank you for not walking away from us. Even when the father is divorced, he will pay the child support. They will never say thank you. How many fathers they filed for divorce and they never send money? They never pay child support. They will never say thank you, Dad. Thank you for being my dad. Thank you for putting up with me, even though I'm difficult. Thank you for loving me, even though I disrespect you. No. They just walk on people, treat everybody like a freaking doormat, and they think it's acceptable behavior. Like, who raised these people? Who has raised these people? There comes a time in your life where you have to understand that if you have issues with everybody, you're the problem. You are the problem. The vast majority of white people do not live a life where they practice gratitude. They never say thank you. They never, ever say thank you because everybody owes them something because they're white. Are you actually okay? Yeah, I mean, she's right. You guys, some of these Easter baskets were so ridiculous. And you see, they're still going to cuss her out. They're still going to beat her up. They're still going to slap her. And sometimes they even call their parents by their first names. And they think it's okay. They think it's okay. And then when I see a bunch of black children want to copy that behavior, I pity your soul. Because you think a life without structure, discipline, and respect for your elders is a life that's going to be prosperous. Your days will be cut short. Go ahead and copy these people. The Bible is clear. Honor your mother and your father, that the days of your life shall be prolonged. Walk around like these deranged white children and think it's acceptable to disrespect your mom, disrespect your dad. You have some of these kids, the parents will buy them stuff. They beg, they throw tantrums. The mama goes, she buys it. And then they walk on it. They throw it. They have no respect. You have no idea what your mother had to go through to buy the stuff. You know what I mean? Don't even know how many hours your mama and your daddy had to work to buy the stuff for you. And they'll walk on it. They'll leave it on the floor. They'll just like all kinds of foolishness. But you know what, though? It's not even your fault. It's your parents' fault because they've told you you're too special, right? They've made you feel way too special. And that's why you think you can walk around act like you're crazy. Make it make sense. This is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous.
How can I shoot them poor people? I would just take me to jail.
Ali more than held his own against students who had a far better formal education than he.
I'm saying you talking about me about some draft, and all of you white boys are breaking your neck to get to Switzerland and Canada and London. I'm not going to help nobody get something my Negroes don't have. If I'm going to die, I'll die now, right here fighting you. If I'm going to die, you my enemy. My enemies are white people, not Vietnams or Chinese or Japanese. You my opposer when I want freedom. You my opposer when I want justice. You my opposer when I want equality. You won't even stand up for me in America for my religious beliefs, and you want me to go somewhere and fight, but you won't even stand up for me here at home.
You guys, okay? Let me say it.
Muhammad, what do you do these days now? It seems I sometimes wonder what you're doing.
You know, it's really strange. I'm actually more busy now than I was boxing, because at the time I was boxing, I had to go in training for like 3 months before a fight. Yeah. And like immediately after a fight, I was signing for another one, and I was like on the streets for like 3 weeks, and then I was back in training. And I fought as much as 3 and 4 times a year and training 3 months each fight. I was mostly in camp. Mm-hmm. But I'm more busy now than I was, more active in the ring. For an example, I was in Pittsburgh yesterday and toured about 3 black high schools in one day, encouraging the youth. A lot of gang wars are going on. They're shooting each other and sniping at each other on the streets. And the principals mentioned that with the things that I have done and sacrifices I have made, I'm about one of the few people that they might listen to. So I went, and they did listen. And a couple of the
because when he refused to go, they took everything. He said, okay. So he became a Quranic school teacher. You guys, listen, you have to be willing to die for your conviction. If you say you're Muslim and you are not willing to die for Islam, then what's your problem? Like, what's your purpose? Okay? If you say that you are a Christian and you are not willing to die, to suffer, to lose for Jesus Christ, what are you? What are you? Imagine this is why I, Marlene, I don't even mess with a lot of so-called Christians. You understand? Bunch of cowards, because they want to follow a Jesus who died for his conviction, and they want to be comfortable. Make it make sense. And that's why they love Bishop Jakes. They love Sarah Jakes. They love all kinds of people who preach a comfortable type of Christianity. How are you going to be comfortable? How are you going to be comfortable as a Christian when your Savior Jesus got killed for what he believed? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Bunch of frauds. Bunch of frauds. And that's why today the world is full of perversion, where men think it's okay to be in a woman's bathroom because the Christians are afraid to take a stand. That's why today we got all kinds of teachers who go to the school to abuse the children because the Christians are afraid to take a stand. Bunch of scared, coward people. And they're going to fix their lips to talk about Christ, to talk about God, and to talk about the Holy Spirit. You don't even deserve. You do not even deserve to mention the name of God. You don't even deserve to mention the name of Jesus because you are afraid of everything. Okay? Because if you're really a Christian and you truly believe in Jesus Christ of Nazareth, you will fear nothing, because dying for you would actually be a reward. Because if my Jesus died and he got to be resurrected, it is my pleasure to follow him. Okay? Nobody promised us that we're going to live for an eternity. We're all called to die. So as you live, tick-tock, and the clock is running down, make your life count for something. Make your voice count for something. No, shopping, consumerism, weaves, lashes, makeup, sex, pornography, masturbation, all kinds of foolishness, food addiction. But if you committed yourself to following the ways of the Lord, your life will be so much better. And that's why we live in a world today, even a country today, that is rampant with sin. That when you even correct people, I saw a picture of Thames. Thames is walking out here with her nipples just flapping like that. I'm like, girl, little sis, you need to wear a bra. You have to wear a bra. When you go outside, you have to think of other people. If you want to walk around your house with your nipples, all kinds of places, that's your house. Do as you see fit. But when you go outside, it's not just you, it's all of us. And you got to think about other people. You think people wake up in the morning to see your nipples? Just because you like your nipples, don't mean I like your nipples. Because to me, that's gross. That is utterly gross. That these goofy ass girls want to start like double women on me in the comment section. I say, you fool. You fool. You foolish, you fool, you're a fool, you're a fool, and your mama's a fool because your mothers have failed you. Imagine being triggered by somebody saying, as a young woman, when you step outside, carry yourself like you mean something. Carry yourself like you're worth something. No, my nipples, my boob, my butt, my belly fat, everything just flapping all over the place. Because we are so comfortable with being uncouth. We are so comfortable with being classless. Welcome to America. Everybody are ratchet. Because like to even ask people to have some measure of modesty, you would think you asked somebody to go and jump in some hot oil. Modesty. Have some type of modesty. When I say wear a freaking garb or whatever, but damn, wear a bra. Wear a bra. Ain't gonna cost you nothing. If you sign up for Victoria's Secret, they'll send you a coupon. You can buy 5 bras for $25. Wear a damn bra. I am tired of these nipples. I don't want to see your nipples. It's disgusting. It is seriously disgusting. Wear a damn bra. Like, this is crazy. People are just so comfortable. They walk around, like their pennies are showing, their thumbs are showing. People are too comfortable being filthy. Bunch of pigs, because their parents didn't say there's a way that you carry yourself out in public. Because over here in America, people have taken this, I'm free, without understanding that with freedoms come responsibilities. Because you didn't give yourself these freedoms, there are people who died for you to have these freedoms. So when you exercise these freedoms, exercise them with responsibility. Think about the people who died for you to have these freedoms. You didn't give yourself shit. Okay? Anybody born past 1960s, 70s, you didn't fight for shit. You were born and everything was laid out for you. So miss me with the foolishness. You go outside, you wear a bra. Matter of fact, you wear deodorant and you wear some kind of perfume or something. You brush your teeth and you make sure your mouth don't stink. Okay, he's good. He's downstairs. You make sure your mouth don't stink. It's not that hard. Because all of that is about having hygiene. But today, people are so comfortable being ratchet. People are so comfortable being so low class. You'll see a bunch of young girls out here don't even wash their hair. They go months without washing their hair. People just being so filthy. So filthy. Why are you so nasty like this? Why are so many women today so nasty? In a country where you can buy everything. They have robots for everything. They have cleaning products for everything. They have like organizational bins for everything. Why are you so nasty? Why are you so disgusting? Why are you so disgusting? And then, a man should give me this. A man should, girl, you barely give yourself the kind of hygiene routine you deserve. Go sit down somewhere. Like, seriously, go sit down somewhere. I'm so disgusted. So when I tell you, every single one of them that tagged me, they had it. Oh, they had it coming. They hate to see me coming because they think you're scared. I'm not scared. Let me tell you something. Me, Marlene, I'm not the type of person. I don't look to be famous. I don't give 2 shits because I have recognized that fame is a golden prison. When they put your ass in there, you can't come out. And that's why people are suffering. Have you seen Justin Bieber recently? Huh? Have you seen Justin Bieber recently, y'all? Have you seen what they have done to Justin Bieber? Have you seen him? they've done to that man? Have you seen what they have done to him? Like, it's unbelievable. Where is he? Y'all look at Justin. Look at what these people have done to Justin Bieber. Jesus Christ. I mean, like, you know, what the freak is this? What the freak? It's like the more money they have, the less they eat food. The more money they have, the less they sleep. The more money they have, they don't even have anybody they can trust. This whole fame stuff, they have ruined Justin Bieber. But I'm like, they ruined Justin Bieber. They destroyed Aaron Carter. They're just out here just destroying people. They are destroying people's children. It's not just the drugs. They do stuff to these people. So then the people have to take the drugs so they don't remember. They abuse these people. Hey, Janet, they abuse these people. They make these young people do all kinds of demonic stuff. And then the people have to take the drugs to keep their mind busy. This is what they do. This is what they've done. They're going to destroy this boy. I'm like, what are you doing? So you get to a point, you understand all this fame stuff. It is a golden prison. Hey, Sonia, it is a golden prison. They want to lie to you, but once they put you in there, they're going to lock that thing, y'all, and you will never come out. Like, I swear, I see pictures of Justin Bieber, and I said, what have they done to this child? What have they done to this? These people are so diabolical. Like, it's just, oh my God. They will take a child and they will destroy that child. I said, how can you look like this? Justin Bieber has more money than all of us on this live stream. But does it even look like he enjoys his money? Does he even look like he enjoys his money? Does it even look like he enjoys life? What's the point of having all this money and all this fame to end up looking like this? These people are diabolical. They are truly diabolical. And there comes a time you have to be okay with walking away. The money, the fame, oh, please leave me the hell alone. Leave me alone. There comes a time you got to be brave to walk away. They're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. They are truly going to kill you. All this fame, oh, be famous. They make you feel like that's the way to go. That is not the way to go. What you want in this life, you want a peaceful life with friends and family who truly love you. You want to stay away from these demons. You want to stay away from these demons. You like the, yeah, money. Greed, y'all. Greed. They destroy everybody. And to this day, you still have parents who want to send their children to Hollywood. For what reason? These people are diabolical. How many more children do they have to abuse? Do they have to drug up for people to say that we're not going to take our kids there? Protect your children. No, the love of money. The love of money. I'm like, you guys, there are pictures that are worth, like, he actually looks good in this one. I have seen pictures of Justin Bieber that are completely horrendous. I'm like, but these people are evil. They are seriously evil. And you continue to have parents who want to send their children to diabolical ass, demonic ass Hollywood. That place right there, Hollywood, is an altar. It's an altar of Baal. It's an altar of evil business. Hey, Elena, they want to destroy this boy. I'm like, what have you done? You leave that child with Usher. You leave that child with P. Diddy. How can y'all leave a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old with these crazy people like this? No protection. No guardianship. Nobody. Just leave the children. Leave the children with these crazy adults. This is like, oh my God. So you get to a point in your life, you start to realize, I don't want fame. Leave me alone. You're some demons. You are some demon. It's a trap. This fame stuff is a trap. I'm telling you, he looks good in this picture. Justin looks good in this picture. There are pictures that are even worse than this. My sister sent me some pictures. I said, oh my gosh, what have they done to him? They take these young people, they're full of life, and in a matter of years, you don't recognize. It's like in their eyes, it's like they're dead. Their eyes are so like empty. You're like, what the fuck have they done? Where is your soul? The soul is gone, fam. They will snatch the living life out of you. Only the grace of God can save you, like for real. Like only the grace of the Lord, it can truly save you. These people are sick. They are truly sick. And so if they want to take something, let them take it. Oh, please leave me alone. I want my peace. I want my freedom. You see? So for me, it's like social media is not even a thing I do. Oh, I want fame and money. I don't care. You know, like years ago when I was in New Orleans, I made a promise to myself. Hear me well. I made a promise to myself that I would want for nothing. Because like, the only way to have real freedom in this world is to want for nothing, you guys. Like, seriously, it's like you live a life and it's like, oh, my daily bread. Like, you know what I mean? Like, manna from heaven. If God gives, cool. If he doesn't, it's still cool. Because either way, God don't have to give me stuff for me to feel like he loves me. God has done too much for me. Everything is a bonus. Everything is extra. Because I am fully aware that no matter how much I think I'm suffering, there is somebody out there that suffers more than me. Huh? What are we talking about? Okay? No matter how much I think I'm suffering, right? There is somebody out there that is suffering more than me. So I'm not even, I cannot even fix my lips, right? I cannot even fix my lips to talk about anything or ask for anything or complain about anything. Because just when you think you don't have, there are babies like this baby who don't even have food to eat. They don't even have food to eat. You know what I'm saying? There are people who are looking for $50. There are mothers out there who are looking for just $10 to feed their babies. And when you live in America, all they want you to believe, you, spend your money, me, my ego, consumption. These people are demented. They are sold out for the devil, because when you have God, there is no way that you can see all the suffering in the world and waste $7,000, $20,000, $50,000 on a purse, or even $6,000 on Easter baskets. Like, are you insane? Are you insane? So many children do not have access to food. So many children are born emaciated. This girl, she's white, Mendolin, right? I say to her, I tell her every time, I said, Mendolin, I don't know how you do it. Because me, Marlene, if these babies were coming in like this, I would just die. I'm like, how? You know? And every time, every month, I make sure I give them something. I don't have a lot, but it's, for me, it's okay. You understand me, right? And like, to me, that is so important, because just when you think that you're suffering, that you're lacking, there's somebody out there that has it way worse than you. And if you're not aware, because you're wicked, because if you're not wicked, you will make it your business to know what's going on in the world. The world is suffering. People are suffering. Good people are suffering. People that are even better than me, they are suffering. Me, I have a baby. My baby Maverick, he's not better than any other child. He's not more, no. He was lucky to be born in America and to be born to me and his daddy. But I could have been on the other side. He could have been on the other side. And you come to America and all they want to teach you is spend money, buy, spend, credit, debt. People are so irresponsible here. People are so immature out here, y'all. They are crazy. They are truly crazy. But when you know God, when you understand who God is, you say it's not about me. Being a Christian is not about asking for cars, for shoes, for this, for that. No, you wake up and you say, God, with the little bit that I have, God, with the little bit that you gave me, how do I serve other people? You know what I'm saying? A child of God wakes up and says, how do I serve other people? How do I serve other people? How do I learn to live a life that does not revolve around me and eating food and shopping and this, and that? You know what I'm saying? You wake up and you ask God, how do I serve? How do I help other people? You don't wake up and say, oh, it's just me, me, food, this, and that. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? And this is why, once again, the Bible says that you shall recognize them by their fruits. A child of God cares for the needy. A child of God cares for the least fortunate. They don't say, oh, what can I have? What do I need? Me. And this is how they raise people in America. That's the American mindset. Me, my tent, my this, my school tent, my school, my this. Bunch of foolishness. American mindset. Everything is mine, me, mine, me, share. It's okay to share, you know. It's okay to share. The vast majority of Americans, they are overwhelmed with stuff. The house is full of stuff. The garage is full of stuff. The attic is full of stuff. Then they have extra storage. It's full of stuff. And they are still not satisfied. You know what, you guys? I will tell you something, right? America is on the decline. Trump can try. It doesn't matter. What's said is already said. America is on the decline. And I will say this to you, right? America deserves to decline. This morning, I heard this man speak. Okay? This morning, I heard this white man speak. And I didn't agree with everything, but then again, that's life. You don't have to agree with everything. But the brother said some things. The brother said some things that really touched me. And I'm like, you know what? It's nice to see a white person have this level of self-awareness. Okay? It is really nice to see a white person that has a level of awareness. Let's hear
it. Which is a place I've spent a lot of time in my life, near of what America was, the idea, the perception, right? The grandness, the power, the white Romanesque architecture, these great and grand temples to our forlorn past. And it's a lie. It's a lie to keep these things standing, because that's not what it is now. And it does bring about kind of a sense of romanticism, what the truth of America should be. And perhaps that is true in the argument and in vying for power of who's going to run this country, whether it's left or right. We've honestly lost our idea of what this country should be. And yes, it may be romantic, but at the same time, America could be an amazing place. It could be a beautiful place. And it is a beautiful place. But at the same time, this country could be so much more. And I think it was meant to be so much more. And anyone who lives here knows that. We feel like we're stuck in a time of rot. We feel like we're stuck in the fall. We can see things declining around us, but at the same time, there's this idea that America is the greatest country on the planet. But why? Why do we think that? Because we have let the possibility of fulfilling the dream of America, we have let it slip through our fingers. Yes, America is a beautiful place, but its people aren't. And its people don't even deserve it anymore, if we're being honest.
I was like, yo, when he said that, I was like, it is a beautiful thing to see a white person, or especially a white man, right, to have this level of awareness. He was like, the people don't even deserve it anymore. I said, brother, you better preach this word. You better preach the word. I was doing my hair this morning, and I was like, wow. You see? That's why I say you got to be some kind of low IQ racist to walk around here and act like you don't see it. Because if he sees it and you're white, you see it too. But people like to act stupid. People really love to act dumb. Hold on.
Quality of the people around. Yes, we have hard workers, but at the same time, we become nothing but a consumer base who believes in nothing. We stand for nothing. We are changeable people without any real standing moral code. We go about life in a very selfish way, just trying to provide for ourselves, to the point now where we've even turned away from the idea of having family. And that's beyond the moral issue, but because in cowardice to confront and address political and corporate corruption, we've allowed our country to descend into the place where people can barely afford to have families. And take that back.
That's why I didn't really agree. I understand what he's trying to say, like, because if you have to work the daycare and stuff like that, but I will say people have had children with way less money than what we have access to, okay? We want to have certain luxuries when we have children, all right? But there was people having kids in the Great Depression, and the people is called baby boomers. I know that's right, okay? There were people having children in the Great Depression, and these people are called the boomers. So if you really want to have children, you can. It's just not going to be as easy, but it's not impossible, right? Because people want everything to be convenient. Life ain't convenient. Like, it's not convenient. And people have to understand that it requires a sacrifice. You see, even with this whole Karmelo and Austin situation, right? That's why I see where he's coming from. Because if you really love your country, if you truly want a better nation, a better America, a more beautiful America with good people in it, you wouldn't even take sides. You're okay, let's go to court. And at the court, we'll see what happens. Right? But even the people who claim to care about Karmelo and who claim to care about Austin, no, these goofy ass racists, even they themselves don't love America. Because when you love your nation, you put your nation first before your pride, your racism, your bigotry. Because once I start seeing it, if I say this, then other people will start saying that. Then it starts this whole thing all over again. You understand? But the whole goal should be, and whatever I have to do to make sure my country does not get polluted or toxified or radicalized or, just cut in half. You are mindful of the things that come out of your mouth. Everybody has stereotypes. I don't want to think it'd be funny, right? Everybody has biases. Everybody has prejudice. But it's not about, the issue sometimes is not even about having the bias or the prejudice, because a white person can have prejudice against a black person. That's not a problem. Because even Marlene, I have prejudice against white people. Duh. We all do. We all judge. We have stereotypes. We have biases. We all do. However, when you think about what truly matters to you, you say to yourself, right? What's the end goal? If I speak my prejudice out loud, right? Is everything going to go quietly? Of course not. Because then somebody else is going to start saying their prejudice. And it never stops. And then we're all back in this race war all over again. And how does that create a better country? It really doesn't. So a wise person says, it's not that I don't have biases. I'm not perfect. Nobody is perfect. However, if you love your country, you got to be mindful of the stuff that comes out of your mouth. And let's go to court. You might be proven to be correct, but you could also be proven wrong. So that's why you don't jump to conclusions, right? You allow the country, institution, and the documents of this nation to do their job. You don't know more than anybody else. Like, sit down somewhere. My God. Oh, Lord.
Not afford to have families. One of the worst financial decisions you can possibly make as an American now is to have a family. Unless you go somewhere else. That's the only way. In my adult life, we saw over 20 years of war. And that's because we'd let that happen. Well, at the same time, knowing that the reason we were going to these wars was because of lies.
Yeah.
Where were those weapons of mass destruction?
Nowhere. You see? The level of self-awareness. Shout out to this man. Shout out to this man. He said we went to war behind some lies. So when is it that white people, especially white conservatives, are going to wake up and say, you know what? I have usually been lied to. And they lied to me. They trigger me. They bamboozle me. They scam me. They even have me put my son in the army. My son goes there, gets killed, come back. There's barely even like prosthetics of Walter Reed. I remember Iraq. I remember all kinds of white boys coming back from Iraq and Walter Reed on the floor. They didn't even have prosthetics. Meanwhile, Dick Cheney was out here living his best life like he was Ricky Martin. Okay? Meanwhile, he was Ricky Martin. People lie. The media lies. There are people out here who just make money grifting. So when are you also going to say, you know what, though? Let me fall back a little bit and let me see how this plays out, because I've been lied to before. I fell for it before, and I was responsible for cautioning foolishness. Let me fall back. No, they can never fall back, because there's like this demonic commitment by white people to always make a fool out of themselves. What's wrong with me? Okay? To always make a fool out of themselves. You have to stop. You truly, truly have to stop. Even me, Marlene, once upon a time, I used to believe everything I saw in the media. I used to believe everything I saw in the media. And that's also a reason why I supported Trump. Because I'm like, man, these people are always lying. The man said it's going to be a bloodshed. The media said, oh, he's going to kill people. I'm like, no, he was talking about the cars. How many times have we sat here and we saw mainstream media, fake news, take Trump out of context to scare people? They told people that Trump was going to take black people on a plantation. I'm like, what plantation? What are we even talking about? Right? Always taking this man out of context. We have seen so many things with the media. But I'm like, so when is it going to be that white people say, you know what, though, this media of ours, they do love to lie to us. They do love to divide us. They do love to confuse us, right? So the best thing to do is to wait to go to court when everything is exposed at the courthouse. Then you can read the transcripts for yourself and know exactly what happened, who did what, what's the evidence, da-da-da-da. You have to wait. But when it's Trump, they understand the fake news. When it comes to this thing right here, they understand the fake news, right? They understand fake news when it comes to everything. But yet, when it comes to Black people, everything said about Black people, no matter the source, is always true. Oh, the Mellows, they took 900,000. They went and bought a house. They bought a car. They bought security. Oh, yeah. Right? But isn't the same media who also lied on Trump? So when they like somebody, when you like someone, you see that they're lying. When you don't like somebody, you know that they're lying, but you believe the lies because they're convenient. You hate your country. You really do.
Where were they? What's the reason for 20 years of war?
It's like
20 years of sending our people out to fight, to die? And for what? Because everyone knows that those wars were not in the interest of normal American people. Everyone knows that those wars were simply to benefit the military-industrial complex. But still we went. We fought, we joined the military. This is what we did for 20 years. We said we have to bring freedom to these places, knowing at the same time that freedom wasn't on the agenda. Freedom wasn't a reason. Freedom wasn't the cause. The cause was corporate interest. The cause was oil. The cause was expanding.
Just like right now, fighting China. These gullible white people truly believe that Trump really cares about bringing factory jobs to America. Something that was lost 30 years ago. You lost it 30 years ago. You willingly went and gave it to those people for over 30 years ago. And somehow you think in less than 2 weeks, there's going to be all kinds of factories, all kinds of, and then even if he could, you think they're going to hire people because robots don't exist. Like, because automation does not, you think they're actually going to hire people and not robots. Like, it's an amazement thing to me. I'm like, this is crazy, right? I'm like, they really think he's fighting China because of that, or he's fighting Mexico because of them. No, Trump is fighting for the people who put money in his campaign and who are now holding him by the cojones, the Zionist. Okay, that's who he's fighting for. We are living in the United States of Israel. Okay, where people go to work, they pay taxes just so the government can do whatever Benjamin Netanyahu wishes to do. Okay, we are slaves for that state, that military state. That's how we're living out here. And instead of having the energy for the right things and for the right people, no, they're going to go and put their vitriol on a 17-year-old that they never met. Because people are cowards. People are cowards. It's so much easier to attack a child than to really attack the greed in this country that keeps everybody divided, poor, overworked, and exhausted, while a minority gets immensely rich, starting with Congress. Foolishness.
Our power. And nothing's changed. Nothing has changed at all. We are still these same naive people who, when the war hawks in DC say, hey, we're going to go fight this war, yes, sir, let's go. We're going to do it for freedom, for love of country, for God. I don't see how fighting wars for 20 years is to the benefit of American people when American people don't even care about the country themselves. And when I say that, I mean Americans don't care about this country.
Yeah, they do.
If they cared about this country, they would have changed it a long time ago. But instead, we just kind of go with whatever our leaders say next or whatever some kind of celebrity says. Mm-hmm. We are people who've given up the idea of being a constitutional people because we love celebrity. That's what we love. Americans love celebrity. Americans have given.
He said they love celebrities more than they love the Constitution. And that's correct. Oh, Karmelo's bail should be $1 million. It should be $1 million. As if the 8th Amendment is not specific about what bail is. Bail is not a form of punishment. Bail is to make sure that you will come to court and face whatever's going on. No, it should be $1 million. Give them a $2 million bail. Excessive bail. It's unconstitutional. Right? I'm like, that's crazy. They hate their own country. They hate their country. When you hate your Constitution, when you hate your own Bill of Rights, when you hate the law, you hate your own institution of judicial order, you hate your nation. It's some form of like dissension, I guess, right? You hate this country. You really do. So when we like someone, no bail. When we hate somebody without even proof, just because we don't like what we heard. Well, duh, that's what the media does. Have you ever heard the media report the story the way stuff actually went down? Hell no. Hell no. They need views. So they sell fear. They sell division. That's how they make their money. They ain't ish. And we saw what they did to people during the whole lockdown. They were just scaring people and scaring people and scaring people. And it worked. And you saw people give up their actual rights to the government in the name of like what? Of health, of safety, whatever. I'm like, what the freak is this? This is crazy. Thomas Jefferson be losing his mind right now. Right? You don't give up your constitutional rights because you're scared. Are you crazy? Are you actually insane? And that's why a lot of people feel as though it was all an experiment to see if you could get people to just give up their constitutional rights because they're so afraid of dying, because they believe everything they see on TV. They watch too much TV. The average American just consumes way too much TV. You're looking at a people who barely read books. They don't read. All they do is consume entertainment, TV, and therefore they can't even think for themselves. It's unbelievable. They believe everything they're told. I'm like, this is insanity. And you see why Trump is saying like we pay like on average $40,000 for a student, and look at the results we get. We get a bunch of people with no kind of critical thinking skills. They just believe everything. Like they're plain old idiots. They have no discernment. They have no critical thinking skills. They don't even know how to like, okay, maybe, I don't know, like this sounds a bit suspicious. No, they believe everything. Like that white supremacist idiot, he went to the stadium. He was like, yeah, that's Austin's blood. I'm like, you're such an idiot. It didn't happen here. It happened up the concrete steps. Had you read the police report? But you have all kinds of idiots who truly believe that that's Austin's blood right there on the ground. I'm like, it didn't happen there. It happened up higher where the blue tarmac is. See right here? Let me show you, right? Let me show you quickly. It was right here. It wasn't down here. So he goes down here and he's like, oh, that's his blood. That's his blood. I'm like, what the freak? Anybody who read the police report knows the knife is here. So it happened here. And the reason why they put the blue tarmac there, because it started to rain. So they didn't want to damage the crime scene. So they put a blue tarmac. It's in the police report. Oh my God. Oh my God. But I'm like, America creates some of the dumbest people. And you wonder why TikTok works in America? The Chinese are not the problem. The Chinese are not the problem, y'all. Okay? The Chinese understood what the American people want. Okay? They don't want to have to think. All right? American people is not a people who want to have to think. The Chinese understood there is a demand in America for brain rot content because American people are not smart. They're dumb. They're truly dumb. You understand? Good for them. So they create a business around the dumbness or the low IQ, the low intellectual level of American people. And that's why they love cat videos. They love dancing videos. They love to do all these weird things on TikTok, right? TikTok is not the problem. The real problem we have today in America is how dumbed down Americans have gotten. The American people have gotten so dumb. They've gotten so dumb that if you sell them cat videos, you sell them like, I don't know, consumerism videos, making like different kind of ice cubes, like Hello Kitty ice cube, whatever kind of ice cube, right? They consume it because they don't want to have to think. They don't want to be intelligent. It's not China. China came and they found the people like this. And the reason why TikTok resonated with so many Americans, because the average American has like a 4th, 5th grade reading level, right? So it's almost like kindergarten. These are grown adults who want to live life as if they're still in the pre-K. So what do you think is going to happen? But people here are so dumbed down. Like sometimes I have like, you know, these crazy whites in the comments. And I'm like, what the freak is this? Why are these people so damn stupid? And I'm like, damn. Like, I really see what Trump is talking about. Like, what these tests are showing, I see it in my comment section. It is so sad. And you see, and it's like, it kind of reminds you of like rich kids and their daddy died, and now there's a will. But because they were never raised to fight, they were never raised to work, they're now fighting over the inheritance. And I'm like, this is not going to end well. Because to whom much is given, much is required. And I do feel like the people that came before, they truly failed the American people. Because when you have a country that is so wealthy, you have to teach your future generations how to be responsible. and also how to be like, how to be grateful, how to be responsible, and how to be good stewards, right? The American people are not good steward of all the good things, the great things that this country has to offer. They're horrible at it. They have no respect for it. They're not grateful. You know, anybody who studies American history understands that the Bill of Rights is like these 10 amendments are those are the things that make the American, the American system, or even like the Constitution, right? Or the makeup of this country so unique compared to other people. Because whether you look at the French Constitution, the British Constitution, the German Constitution, you name it, you will never find something as unique as the Bill of Rights, right? But when you have children from this land who are so ignorant of what's even in the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, they're completely unaware. How then can you not say that those who came before them are wicked? They are truly wicked. Because how do you have all of this and you never made sure that these young people understood the basic of what makes this country a constitutional republic? They're so unaware. And you'll see, like, even during like the whole campaign, like a presidential campaign, oh, we're fighting for democracy. I'm like, America is not a democracy. What are you even talking about? They're so unaware, like they're so uneducated. They are so unread. And then they get shocked when people look down on them as like as like the obese illiterates of the world that they are. Why are you so unrefined? Why are you so unaware? Why are you so uneducated? Like you are of a voting age and you don't know that your very country is not a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. Yet when we have the election, you see that there's an electoral college and then you have the popular vote. That is, nobody else does that. So therefore it's not a democracy, because then it'll just be the popular vote. What is wrong with these people? They don't know how to connect the dots. And then they go around, oh, we're fighting for democracy. We're trying to save democracy. It is not a democracy. In America, you can become president without even winning the popular votes, as long as you have the right number of electoral college votes. Woo, Jesus. That is crazy. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is crazy, y'all. And then when Vivek says that we should have a voting, like people need to take a test to vote. Oh my gosh. No, you have to prove to us that you understand the basics of government, whether it's the executive branch, judicial branch, or legislative branch. These people don't even know shit. And they're allowed to vote. No, we need to have a test in America. And dumb people need not apply. If you are not even sophisticated enough to understand that your country is not a democracy, it is a constitutional republic, you do not deserve the right to vote. You have to earn it. You got to go take a test. We are tired of dumb people. Liberals, conservative, Democrats, Republicans, I don't care. We are tired of dumb people. In America, you're giving free school for almost 13 years. And in 13 years, you have not managed to leave high school understanding that your country is not a democracy. It is a constitutional republic. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. People here just get dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber. And you see, and maybe that's why they're making like money so digital, like Apple Pay and things like that, because they know an idiot who doesn't see money will quickly depart from his money. Because if people had to go to the bank, they have to go to the ATM and put money on themselves and actually have to pay for stuff by putting cash on the table, they wouldn't do it. But when you make money digital, when you make food addiction digital, when you make a corn addiction digital, well, you know they're going to kill themselves because they're dumb. Because they're dumb. They're going to kill themselves. And that's why more and more, they want everything to feel like a video game. They want everything to feel like, what's it called? Candy Crush? You waste money like you're on Candy Crush. You order food like it's Candy Crush. You date people like it's Candy Crush. They want these people to be in this game-like environment where they treat their finances, their love life, their intimacy, their body parts, you name it, as if it's some weird-ass Candy Crush session. These people need help. They truly, truly need help. They need help. And when you realize how dumbed down the American people are, you start to understand why it is extremely dangerous to want to be famous. Because the more famous you become, the more idiots you're going to attract. I repeat, right? When you start to understand how dumbed down the American people are, you will not want to be famous, because you understand the more famous I become, the more idiots will be around me. And now you have to cater to idiots. I can't live my life like this. You understand? And that's why it is a lot better to take your time and build an audience of people who want to think for themselves, people who want to be challenged, people who want to see things in a different way, right? Because the whole goal, if you're having a healthy conversation with someone, the whole goal is not to say, oh yeah, whatever you say, amen, amen, amen. My videos and my lives are not conversion therapy, okay? I'm not some freaking cult leader. No, think for yourself, right? When I do videos, my goal is to say, have you considered that this could have gone this way? Have you considered that this could be this way? Did you think about the other way? Did you think about the other possibilities? Don't be lazy now. Don't be lazy. Because if you go straight for your knee-jerk reaction, you're lazy, right? Intelligent people or people who are curious will always say to themselves, one thing I know for sure is that everything is not always as it seems, right? Because if you grew up as like me, like I was born like 85, right? So I grew up like in the 90s, right? You understand? Right? But I used to watch it dubbed in French. I grew up watching Columbo. And when you watch Columbo, because he was like always so weird, I used to love Columbo. I was watching in French, okay? But Columbo, he didn't trust shit. He looked like he was stupid. He always looked like he was stupid. But he wasn't really stupid. He just played dumb. Because when you play dumb, people don't see you coming. Boom, boom. And that's how he will catch the murderer. But when you watch Columbo, you always knew the person you thought was guilty was not the murderer. It is somebody else. You know what I'm saying? I grew up, y'all, I'm not playing. I also grew up to who? Murder, She Wrote. Oh, I used to love her. Okay? All right, remember her? Murder, She Wrote. Right? And she would also play dumb-dumb. But she wasn't stupid because she knew people are always hiding something. She's hiding something. She's hiding something. She's hiding something, right? I used to love all these like detective movies, right? Because it's never what it appears to be. So if it's too easy, it's probably not the right person, right? Remember that? Did y'all grow up watching Murder, She Wrote, right? I'm like, I used to be obsessed with these kinds of shows. I used to be so obsessed. But you understood, like, the prize, like solving the murder mystery. Yeah, I used to love watching Columbo. The prize of the murder mystery thing always came to those who were not looking for low-hanging fruits. Understand, right? Because lazy people will always be looking for low-hanging fruits. All right? Lazy people, you guys don't, like, people are coming in here acting stupid. I will ban you. Play with me if you want to. Play with me if you want to. Okay? Choose not to be intelligent and prove to the world how dumb the American people are. Okay? I will ban you. You're an idiot. You don't deserve to be here. You don't deserve to be here. I don't run democracy. This is my space. This is my space. This is my life. These are my rules. I do not want idiots around me. You're dumb, you're banned. You write stupid stuff at your biggest. Anybody who has a YouTube account who can be on this chat, you are over 18. So if you don't know how to conduct yourself as an adult and engage in a healthy conversation, even if you disagree, you will be banned. All right? Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's keep going, right? But the goal of everything, like when you watch all these murder mysteries, like the goal will always, like the reward always came or always went to those who were patient enough to question everything and to not go for what was so obvious. Because when you go for what's obvious, you are deceiving yourself. Life is never that easy, right? And you also start to realize a lot of American people, they're not wise. And that's why they approach everything with violence. Violence, aggression. Look at Trump. Tariff, 200%, 50%. 30 days of pause, 90-day pause, right? The man is not wise. He's not wise because he wants everything to happen in 100 days. Sir, you have over 1,200 days, right? Take your time. You have 4 years. What's the rush? But in 100 days, he wants it all. He wants Canada to be the 51st state. He wants the Panama Canal. He wants to close the borders with Mexico. He wants to acquire Greenland. He wants to go bomb Iran. He wants to turn Palestine into the Riviera. What else does he want? He wants to fight China. He wants to fight with Europe. He wants to fight here. Sir, it is too much. In 100 days, you are insane. But then again, Trump is a real dumbass of an American. Right? And that's why people like him. Because he's an idiot. He's a dumbed down version of an imbecile. And they find that to be entertaining. Because more and more and more, the American people are moving away from classy, intelligent, diplomatic people. Everybody wants ratchet. White people want ratchet people. They want ratchet whites. Black people want ratchet whites. Latinos want ratchet Latinos. Asians want ratchet Asians. Everybody is like moving more further and further away from classy, intelligent, and diplomatic people. Because the diplomacy is slow. It is very slow. Because when you are a wise person, it's better to go slow and calculate everything precisely than to go fast and to miss the mark. You know what I'm saying? They say slow and steady wins the race. There's no rush. Take your time doing things right. It's better to do one thing right than to mess up 50 different things and look like a whole fool. And I saw his polling numbers today. They're horrible. And I think Trump is going to cost the people the primaries. Doing too much too soon. You got to pace yourself. But Trump is not known for being wise. If he was wise, he wouldn't have had 3 wives. Okay? If he was a wise person, he wouldn't have had 3 wives. Okay? 3 wives in one lifetime. So many different children by so many different women. The number of bankruptcies off the chain. Bankruptcy, right? Because he wants to go too big, too fast. Instead of building small, build on that. Build small and keep building. You build small, you learn. You build small, you learn. No, Trump, he wants to go from 0 to 100 in 2 days. It's not possible. He has a hard time with pacing himself, and he has a hard time with his insecurities. He's very, very insecure. And he's easily to manipulate, right? Yeah. He's not a wise person. So therefore, he had 3 wives, like 6 kids by 3 different people. The man's a mess. He's a mess. Because he doesn't understand that there's power and there is strength in patience. Take your time. Take your time. Right? It's not a rush. You got 4 years. Why do you want everything to happen in 100 days when you have 1,200 plus days to do it? The people are giving you over 1,200 days. Why does everything have to happen in 100 days? It doesn't have to. But this is what the American people, I mean, white Americans especially, that's what they resonate to. They resonate with like chaos, chaos, chaos. Be a brute, be a bully, be a bully. And after all, they have nothing to show for it. 30 years, 13 wars, $14 trillion of debt, and nothing to show for it. Because they don't realize that the way they handle problems is not the best way to handle problems. They lack humility, they lack perspective, and they lack accountability. Because, oh, I'm white, I can never be wrong. I'm white, I'm always right. No, you're not. You're white, you're often wrong. You move in too fast, and you fuck shit up. And then we all end up in debt, and our mortgages, they skyrocket. So thank you. Calm your ass down. My Lord, let the man finish, y'all. Hold on, let the man finish.
Up on the idea of Americans are not Americans anymore. They are simply consumers. This country is broken. And you can say, if you don't like it, leave it. Well, I say that you're probably just one of those consumers as well. To criticize your country is to love your country, because that means that you have a standard that you hold it to. And to hold your country to a standard is a very important thing. It's something that we've lost. We sit back with an expectation that things are going to work itself out. At the same time, we're going to glorify and we're going to romanticize the ideas of the 1700s when the colonists turned on the crown. But at the same time, we won't even fight to get to the ballot box. People don't vote. People don't care. Is it going to affect me? That's the real question. And as long as I can live in some kind of illusion of comfort where people don't see me struggling at all, things are fine. This is the greatest country on earth. But the fact is, this isn't the greatest country on earth, and it could have been, but the American people failed it. Yep. You can say, this guy has disdain for the American people. And in a way, yes, I do. At least, and I think we all should.
Self-awareness.
America has become a grotesque place. The people really stand for nothing.
Yep.
They talk about the Constitution. They talk about the Declaration of Independence. They even talk about the Bible. But the fact is, Americans don't read, and I doubt very much that they've read the Bible that they said.
Did I tell you? Have I not been telling you that white people don't read the Bible? Those white Christians, I'm a Christian. Did I not tell you they don't read the Bible? Here is a white man saying, I don't even believe that y'all read the Bible. You barely read. So how can you read the Bible? Right? I told y'all this. You know, but because I'm Black, if I say it, oh, Marlene doesn't like white people. No, they don't read the Bible. Because if you read the Bible, the moment you hear that Hunter asked Karmelo to move, even though it's raining, a Christian will say, but why does he have to move? What kind of Christian will ask somebody to move under the rain? For what reason? And then what kind of Christian will be okay with a 17-year-old asking another 17-year-old to move in the rain? You would then say, was he doing something? Was he hurting y'all? Like, because why were you asking him to move? You understand? And that's why I went in on Gary, another white man who claims to be a Christian. I was like, no, Gary, you're not a Christian. Because if you're a Christian, you cannot say, oh, I'm going to side with the white boy because now he's dead. No, you look at the Genesis and you say, why are you asking him to move in the rain? Was he bothering you guys? Was he stealing? Was he playing music? Was he cursing? What exactly was he doing that you guys felt as though it was so pressing for him to leave in the rain? Especially for a school tent that you don't even own. You didn't even pay for this, right? But then they'll tell you they're Christian. They want to start quoting an eye for an eye, all kinds of foolishness, right? Well, he stabbed that boy so many times, and his bail was lowered from $1 million to $176,000. But they're not upset about that. Their issue is Karmelo because he's Black, and it's a white boy that is dead. So I'm like, oh, this, I'm a Christian. It is foolishness because any Christian who hears this would have said, why can't he sit there? And vice versa. If it's a white kid who wants to sit there and it's raining, why can't he sit there? Like, I'm still confused. Why can't a Christian give shelter to somebody in need? And so I said, white people are not Christians. They don't read the Bible. Because I'm like, either they get their Bible from Satan or they just buy the actual Bible and just let it sit there to gather dust. Hey, Egyptian, because there's no way you read the Bible. Because what would Jesus have done? What would Jesus have done? Like, would Jesus have agreed with Hunter? Would Jesus have agreed with Austin? You're 17. He's 17. He goes to a different school. Okay, but is he a bad person because he goes to a different school? No. Has he taken your stuff? No. Has he assaulted you? No. Is he being mean to y'all? No. So why can he sit there? I don't understand this. And this is how you know that these white folks are not Christians. Okay, they're not Christians. When white people say they're Christian, this is what they mean. It's the Ku Klux Klan. Because what kind of Christian will be okay with this? Even you, if you're a Christian and you're a parent and your child comes home and your child says to you, oh, mom, this kid was sitting there. It was raining, so I asked him to move. You're like, but why? Why would you ever ask another child to move in the rain? Like me, I could never take that from my own children. If Trey came to me and told me he told another child to move in the rain, I will spank his ass. You out your damn mind. That's somebody's child. Why would you shame him like this? If Stefan came here and told me, mommy, I asked this kid at school to move in the rain and he started walking in the rain, I'm like, Stefan, why are you mean? Where did you learn to be this mean? And it's mean. You are shaming him. If Maverick did that, I will also spank his ass. Because that's not my house, not my children. You see a person in need and you tell him to leave in the rain and you shame him in front of you and your friends, but you're an evil child. So therefore I say they're not Christians. When white people tell you they're Christians, they mean the KKK. They're not Christians, y'all. It is not possible. It is not possible. people, nobody can read the entire New Testament and be okay with what Hunter and Austin did. For what reason? For what reason? He took nothing from y'all. He did not disrespect y'all. He didn't spit on y'all. He was sitting there under our tent. Matter of fact, let him say it. Let that boy say it. Right? Let this boy say it. This is insanity. This is insanity.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack.
And this is perfectly fine. This is perfectly fine for white people, especially white Christians, right? They don't say, "Oh, if he needs to sit, let him sit." Matter of fact, did y'all even offer him a bottle of water? Hell no. Okay? They are not Christians. These people are crazy. They are not Christians. They belong to the KKK. Okay? They are not Christians. Because even Christ said, love your neighbor as yourself. So why didn't you walk in the rain? Why didn't Hunter walk in the rain? Why did his brother also walk in the rain? So what you don't want to do for yourself, you're making somebody else's child do it. And it's more of y'all than him. He's all by himself. It's the entire team. It's an entire team against one person. And they're telling this kid he has to leave because he can't sit there. A tent that they themselves do not own. It belongs to the county. It belongs to the school district. They didn't pay for that goofy tent. But bunch of mean people. So I'm like, you see, so when the white man says, y'all don't even read, so how in the hell are you reading the Bible? I was like, I've been saying this. I know I'm not crazy. I know I'm not crazy. They do not read the Bible. They don't know what's in the Bible. If white people actually read what was in the Bible, they will be convicted of their own sins. Have you ever heard the song Amazing Grace? Do you know what the story is for Amazing Grace? Okay. What is the backstory? Hold on. Backstory of the gospel song, Amazing Grace, okay? Okay. Y'all know the story of the song? Okay. Okay. Look at this. Because some people don't know. Amazing Grace is a Christian hymn with a compelling backstory rooted in the life of its writer, John Newton, a former slave trader who later became a minister. When you read the Bible, especially when you read the New Testament and you're a white person, you're going to be convicted. You cannot read the Bible and continue to think that, oh, I do nothing wrong. You're not reading the Bible. Now, maybe it's some book that you got from the devil. I don't know. But the Bible of Jesus, you're not reading that book. You are reading something else. The hymn lyrics express Newton's personal journey of redemption and his profound gratitude for God's grace, a concept deeply shaped by his own experience. Let me read it for the people, child. Oh, Lord Jesus. Okay? Early life. John Newton was born in 1725 and had a tumultuous childhood, including the loss of his mother and a rebellious streak that led him to sea at a young age. Slave trader. He rose to become a captain of a slave ship, actively involved in the transatlantic slave trade. Conversion, a near-death experience during a fierce storm in 1748, where he prayed to God for help, marked a turning point in his life. This event led him to renounce his former life and dedicate himself to serving God. Minister. Newton studied theology and eventually became a minister, using his experience and newfound faith to write Amazing Grace in 1772. The lyrics of Amazing Grace are deeply personal, reflecting Newton's profound gratitude of God's grace and mercy. You see, and that's another thing why you know that white Christians, especially white conservative Christians, do not read the Bible. They're a bunch of pagans who need to give themselves some religious authority. They don't read the Bible, right? Because when you read the Bible is all about grace and mercy. They don't have that. Throw Karmelo, give him $1 million bail, kill his mama, go kill his daddy. No. People who read the Bible do not behave like this. So I said, white people who call themselves Christians, especially white conservative Christians like Charlie Kirk, they either have a different kind of Bible from Vikings or Nordic people, I don't know, or they just buy the Bible and let it sit there and gather dust and never open that damn thing and never read it, because it's not possible. Everybody in that book, especially in the Old Testament, has a problem. Adam, a coward. Abraham, a liar. Okay? Can't protect his wife. Okay? They come to Isaac, another coward. Come to Jacob, a betrayer. Right? What does Jacob actually mean? Deceiver. There you go. Right? You look at the 12 sons of Jacob. Only, but I guess Benjamin was a baby. Right? But the other one, the other 10, then shit. They sold their brother into slavery. Right? Do we need to keep going? Everybody in that mug is trifling AF. Everybody in that mug, everybody you find in that book, in the Bible, especially the Old Testament, these some questionable ass people. These are some questionable patriarchs, but God works with them anyways. Right? Have you ever heard white people open their tiny ass lips and ever talk about grace and mercy? No. An eye for an eye. Murder. Come on, look at these people. Look at these weirdos. Look at these weirdos. Even after his years as a slave trader, he saw his own life as an example how God can bring redemption and change. Okay. Lord have the mercy. Okay. Lord have the mercy. Okay, what's the song again? Amazing Grace. What's the lyrics? Oh, my Lord. Okay. Right? Let me see. Can I make it bigger? There you go. Can y'all see it? Oh, that's too small. All right. Amazing Grace. How sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Okay? I was once lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. They don't even realize they're blind. Them people are crazy. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. The Lord hath promised good to me. His words my hope secure. He will my shield and portion be as long as life endures. That's beautiful. Okay? When we've been through 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. How beautiful. Okay, let the man finish, y'all. Let the man finish.
They have. Because there's nothing about this country that screams Christian. It really isn't. Not when you put a celebrity before everything else in your life. I can't take people seriously who bedeck themselves in the name of another person. You are just a cartoon character. That's what you are. You're not a serious person. So your idea.
You write all kinds of foolishness in my state. Okay? It's mostly whites. You look at the world, it's mostly whites killing everybody. I don't know, maybe you're white, so you're triggered. Do not be triggered. Have self-awareness, right? Everybody has a level of evil and pettiness in them, of course. People are crazy, but it's mostly whites. Every time you see mass killings, it's whites. Anytime you see people go to war, it's whites. They use bombs, nuclear bombs, you name it, biological bombs, you name it. They have slaughtered the planet, right? For one dead white person, they will go and kill millions of people, right? For 9/11, how many innocent Muslims, right? Well, make it make sense. They don't write anything stupid because you sound crazy, okay? For the few that died during 9/11, how many millions of Arabs have been murdered? To this day, they're still getting murdered. How many? How many? Right? They don't even play fair. Even when they ask for revenge, it's not even a fair revenge. Okay, if you kill one, I'll kill one of yours. No, it's like, oh, if you kill one of mine, I got to kill 500 of your people. You kill 2 of my people, I got to go kill 20,000 of your people. Look at Benjamin. I don't even know what his real name is. Hold on. What's his real name? That's not his real name. Benjamin. What's his name? What's his real name? Because he's European. Okay, there you go with his Russian name, right? Benjamin Netanyahu. His real name is METCALF'S, right? October 7th, allegedly, he claimed that the Hamas people killed 1,000 people, allegedly. He has yet to prove that, right? But even if they kill 1,000 people, Are you legitimate in killing 500,000 people, 600,000 people? This is what we're talking about, right? Everybody has a level of hatred in them because by themselves, people are wretched. It's not just a black or white people thing. I never said that. But what I said was, when it comes to number one murderous people in the world, it is white people, okay? So there's no way you could be West African and not understand this concept. It is not that hard. Because if you're West African too, you have seen it play out in Africa. Like for one, even with the South Africans, right? For one white that was killed by a black South African, how many blacks did these white people kill in South Africa? Make it make sense. Don't play with me. I don't like people who intentionally play dumb in my chat. Because I'm going to start deleting your comments, right? Like, I'm going to start deleting your comments. Your stuff has to make sense. Everybody in life has a level of pettiness, revenge. It's normal. It comes with us as human beings. However, there are certain people who take it way too far. They take it way too far. It's like, okay, somebody killed 2 of your people. Maybe you killed 2 or 3 or 4. It got to be proportional. No, you killed 2 white people. White people will kill 2,000 of your people, including your children. Right? You kill one white man, they will kill mothers, children, animals, elderly. This is out of order. Right? If your men are killed, then go kill other men and make it reasonable. No, they are unreasonable. I will never stop saying it. Right? Whatever happened 9/11, I don't know, maybe 1,000 people died 9/11. So for 25 years, America has been committed to killing nothing but Muslims. Millions of Muslims. How is that even proportional? So for 1,000 people, you got to go kill 5 million people? That is insanity. The war in Ukraine, over 600,000, 700,000 Ukrainians are dead. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Life means nothing to white people unless it's their life. Life means nothing to these people. Otherwise, they would say a measure for a measure. If you kill one of mine, I kill one of yours because I respect life. I just want what's fair. But it's never fair with white people. So this West African bullshit, I think you're full of shit because it's not possible that you will be West African and you don't understand what I'm saying. Don't play with me. Otherwise, you can also get banned. I don't like stupidity. I truly do not like people who play willful ignorant. I don't like that stuff. I don't like people who play willfully dumb. I don't like it. It's a waste of my time. So you either catch up, you keep up, or you be quiet. And it ain't that hard, you know? It's not that hard. We see it every single day. We see it every single day. For one dead white person, they got to go kill millions of people. Why? So the life of one white person is worth the life of like 100 Arabs. So if one white person dies in the hand of one Arab, 100 or 200 Arabs have to die. So their lives mean more than other people? No. So then you cannot say that, because if you're from Nigeria, then you know what happened in the Delta of Nigeria. You should know what happened in the Delta of Nigeria. To take the land of the Igbo people, they slaughtered all these people. The British people slaughtered the Igbo people, the Biafra people. They all got slaughtered over oil. How is that fair? How is that fair? Have you ever heard of Igbo people going to England and slaughtering the British because they wanted something, because they wanted the land, or because they wanted natural resources? If you want the oil from the Delta, just pay the damn money. You don't have to proceed to a whole genocide because you want to lie that, but nobody was there. People were there. You killed them all. So to me, it's like it's not possible. Like, how can you, how? What the freak? This is not a joke. And I'm sure there's other places in Nigeria also where people have experienced brutal genocides in the hands of the British. Because we know they don't respect human life. They do not respect human life. They do not respect. You even have books, like you have British people who went to South Africa and who wrote in their books that they will commission British soldiers to hunt down mothers and sons so that they could cut their heads and boil their heads. These bastards have boiled the heads of Africans. Are you actually okay? Will you ever find any book or any literature where any black person, especially an African person, will say, oh, yeah, these whites were so peculiar. Their skins were so pink. We had to study them. So we captured them and their children and we cut their heads off and we boiled them. Are you kidding me? And I'm sure if you go to Harvard, they still have human remains of Africans they murdered and boiled that they brought back to America to study, even Oxford, even at Cambridge. Who does that to people? Who does that? So what the heck? What are we even talking about? Like, what are we talking about? And they don't even hide that stuff. It's like it's out there. All you have to do is look it up. They're not hiding it. They're not hiding it. We watched a whole documentary about a white American doctor who was performing surgeries on black women without anesthesia, even though anesthesia was available. He didn't want to use it. He didn't want to use it. Show me anywhere in American history where a black American doctor was operating on white women with no anesthesia for the fun of it, for shits and giggles. So it's like, so you sound remedial. So take a break. You sound crazy. You take a break. What the heck? There's nothing unique about what Nigerians do to each other. Europeans have also done things to each other. So go study their history and stop being limited. Oh, Lord Jesus, people are too much. Go to timeout. Too much.
Shouldn't be contemplated. They shouldn't be internalized. They shouldn't be taken for anything except humor. Our media is filled with people that if you saw them in public, you'd be like, what a bizarre spectacle. This person is real, but these are the people that we put trust in.
Like a lot.
These are the leaders that we choose. A grotesque nation choosing grotesque leaders.
Yeah.
America has failed itself. The people have failed. And this is a reality. So maybe with the hardships that we're coming to, with the road that we're going down right now, maybe this is what we deserve. Maybe this is just kind of the justice that is coming to us. Maybe we are reaping what we have sown. Through our lack of diligence and our laziness and our softness and our unwillingness to call people to account. Because the reason we've gotten to our position right now, you can't blame it on just one person. It is an entire system. And that system would not have risen and cannot exist without the complicity of the voters, without the complicity of the American people. They've given us bread and circuses. They've given us comfort. But at the same time, the margins of those things are becoming smaller. And now people are starting to realize the dilemma that we're in. Does this feel like a golden age to you? No. Does this feel like we're stepping into a miraculous new era of American golden age? It can't be. And if you do, you're just delusional. And you've been sold a lie and a hopeful dream that has come from the same kind of shitty salesman that it always comes from. So people ask, do I have hope? Do I have hope for an America to come? And honestly, I can't. I can't have hope for an America to come because America doesn't even know what America is anymore. All we are people who are wandering into Walmart. People are hopping into a plane and going to Disneyland. We're not a real serious people anymore.
He said America's not a serious people. He said they're not a serious people. Nope.
We're a dumb country with a really nice military. And that's a scary thing because the people in charge of our country are also dumb. They're smart, dumb people, which are the worst kind of people because arrogant, dumb people are the ones who really ruin the world. But I guess that's the way that it goes. And I guess that's how empires fall. Because the countless oaths that have been made over the centuries to dying men on battlefields that we're going to carry this country into the direction that we promised it's going to have been broken. Because that's what America is now. It's a nation that breaks oaths. It's a nation that turns back on promises and allies. It's what we do. In modern times, we saw it in Iraq, we saw it in Afghanistan, and eventually we'll see it in Ukraine as well. When the benefit stops being there, or when the public sentiment changes from one party to the next, we'll move out of these things, and we'll leave the people there who allied with us, whether you agree with them or not. We'll leave them with a check, and we'll leave them in a hostile situation that will eventually lead to their death, because that's what America does now. We are a nation of oath breakers. That's what we've become. And yes, I do disdain that. Because the oaths that we've made to those before us who actually suffered so we can live these comfortable lives, we've broken those too. Because all the things that we complain about, we let that happen. This is how America falls. This is how it falls. It falls because the American people have let it fall. And barring some kind of grand revolution, it's not coming back. There's no real positive light to this video. And usually I try to end in hope. But honestly, when it comes to this, because I have lost so much faith in my people, the American people, because I see things get worse and worse every year. But at the same time, they'll parade and they'll laugh and they'll harangue and they'll laugh their way into damnation, essentially.
You said they'll laugh their way into damnation. Brother, that's a bar. That really is. I will share his page on the community tab, okay? Let's look at this one.
I will say here boldly now on television, no, I will not go 10,000 miles from here to help murder and kill another poor people simply to continue the domination of white slave masters.
Times when a man refuses because of religious beliefs to go into the service and wear a uniform, the government will assign them to work possibly in a hospital, a federal hospital or something like this as a civilian. Would you agree to this?
No, sir. I don't know, sir. I won't participate. No, sir. I'm a minister, preacher from the stand of rostrum. I'm not a marcher. But I will say here that I have in my press release that I've said it once and I will say it again. The real enemies of my people are right here, not in Vietnam. And we who follow the most honorable Elijah Muhammad take no parts in wars. As the Holy Quran teaches us, we take parts in no wars on the side of infidels or Christians or non-believers in Islam. No wars unless it's declared by Almighty God, Allah himself, or his messenger. So,
you know, when I tell you this, I know I'm gonna tell you this, and I've said this before, right? Even though I'm a Christian, I think in Black America especially, people should have been Muslim. I really do. I think especially Black American men should have stuck to Islam. Because, you know, Islam is very strict, you know. Islam is very, very strict. And Islam, you're not really a man unless you're willing to die for what you believe. And that to me is admirable. It truly is admirable because Christianity, you see Jamal Bryant, look at all these goofy ass, weak ass pastors, right? They're so weak. Or let a man smack you, let another man hit you. You know, look at MLK. Let a man put his hands on you, let a man put his dogs on you. Like, what is all of this? What's all this chaos? I'm going to do another video where this pastor said that when you are Black, you should submit to authority. Kind of like you should let white people treat you any kind of way. Like, you see, Christianity, like this weird Black, I guess it's like the Black form of Christianity. But in Islam, you don't let people touch you, mishandle you. Wait a minute. Okay? Because in Islam, you stand for what you believe. And if there are consequences, then it is what it is. Because that's what you believe. You understand? Christianity is, oh, yes, I say this, but you know, maybe because God is forgiving and the Bible says that God forgives us and God knows that we're not perfect. And they're always looking for ways to avoid having to sacrifice and to stand for something. And I'm like, you know, but I don't know, because can they even show up for Karmelo? Does that make sense? Because if they show up for Melba, oh, look at the Nation of Islam, because, you know, America, white America especially, has done such a great job. Oh, thank you, my love. Thank you. You're so cute. White America has done such a great job scaring Black Americans who are mostly Christians of Islam. But like, you have people who don't even know much about Islam. They're already scared. Have you ever read the Quran? No. You see, my only issue with Islam is that Islam says that Jesus is a prophet. I said, oh, he's a Messiah, right? But we can argue that another day. But the thing about Islam is that in Islam, you have structure. You can't just be doing kaza. No. You wake up at like 4:30 because you got to do your first prayer at 5 o'clock in the morning, right? You got to get ready because the first prayer is at 5 o'clock in the morning. You don't have time to be out here doing all kinds of foolishness. Like, no. You are really, really about the life. The problem is Minister Farrakhan is very sick. He's very, very sick. I think it was like around 2020, he got really sick during COVID. I think it was like bleeding. It was really, really bad. You understand? And also, what I will say about the Nation of Islam, especially with Minister Farrakhan, I do believe that Black America has failed Minister Farrakhan. Because when Mark Zuckerberg decided to ban Minister Farrakhan from Facebook, from Instagram, nobody stood up for him. You understand? Nobody stood up for him. And Twitter, I don't know if he can come back to Twitter, but it's like there was nobody there. Because people care more about celebrities than the elders. I'm like, you guys, I swear, you know, for as much as I will roast racist white people, that's not a problem. But a part of me also has to roast Black people. Because we have done a horrible thing before God in that we have traded our real wise elders with these goofy ass, cowardly ass celebrities who belong to the small hat people. And that to me is so wrong. And when you depart from wisdom, just like this whole thing with Charleston White, I'm like, what is this obsession with this whole character of this, he's the felonious wise man. Like, you know, they want their wisdom to come from a felon. They want their wisdom from somebody who did hard time in prison. But why seek wisdom out of somebody who had no problem taking a life and bragging about taking a life? There are a bunch of Black people who never committed crimes. And there's wisdom in that too. You don't have to take a life, go to prison for 20 years to then be some kind of clown on the internet and for people to try to market you as the wise felon. I'm like, Charleston White has turned into the wise felon for so many of these goofy ass Black men. You look crazy. Meanwhile, you have people like Minister Farrakhan. There's another brother too. I forgot his name. I can see his face. I forgot his name, right? But they do not want to be around actual intelligent people. And the real problem is, I really will say this, it's not just the love of money. It's that today we are at an impasse where many Black American men do not want to have sexual discipline. And that's another problem with Islam. Is that because you have the same concept also in Christianity that you need to die to yourself. You have to die to yourself. But you see, Islam is even more stricter. There's no alcohol. There's no pork. There's no this. It is really strict. It is even way stricter than Christianity. But today, I guess also because Black America is more of a matriarchy than a patriarchy. So too many Black American men are very, very comfortable being emasculated and being weak. And when you're a man and you lack purpose and you do not want to fight for your rightful place in not just your community, but in society, the lack of purpose, the lack of sacrificial intent, right, will turn you into a person that will engage with all kinds of perversion. You understand? It is a feeble mind that seeks to find pleasure in a life full of sexual indiscipline. You are feeble, and you are feeble because you lack purpose. And as long as you lack purpose, you're gonna go like this. Your whole life go like this, right? Because purpose says it's time to grow up. You know what I'm saying? Purpose says it's time to grow up. Purpose says it's time for me to separate this from that because I want to attain this level. Right? And that's the thing with Islam. And that's why compared to Christian, if you compare Black Muslims in America, especially, right? You compare Black Muslims to Black Christians. There are more iconic Black Muslims than there are Black Christians. The vast majority of Black male Christians are clowns. They are clowns. They're clowns. They're felons. They're criminals. They're divorced. I mean, it's a hot mess. It really is a hot mess. You understand? Even when you compare a Black Muslim, a real Black Muslim, to a real Black Christian, a Black Muslim man does not talk a lot. Have you ever seen a Muslim talk for 3 hours, 4 hours, or they go to the mosque, they're going to preach for 4 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours? No. No. Right? Because Islam also requires a lot of self-introspection. Because it's not about what I want. It's about what God wants. You find you a Black Christian man, he can talk for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 hours. Foolishness, because it's a foolish mind. And we saw the same thing with Dominique. When he did the press conference, just rambling and rambling and rambling. And that is the mind of a Black Christian. They ramble. Because it's not a people, I don't know how they read their Bible also, but it's not a people who truly have focus in their intent, right? They just ramble. And it's okay. Church can last 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. You go there, you don't even know when you will come out. And they think it's acceptable. Okay? Exactly. But they let Minister Farrakhan by himself. But if something happens to Beyonce, if Beyonce does not get a Grammy for Album of the Year, they will lose their shit. Even though she does absolutely nothing for them. You understand? And this is where also Black America will have to atone for this because it's a choice. It's an intentional choice to replace your elders with goofy ass, vapid-minded, low IQ, no high school degree having celebrities. You've made that choice. You understand? And this is why, even in this moment, like, oh, Karmelo, I was thinking about it yesterday. Yes, Karmelo raised money, and we're happy for Melo, but he's not the only one. Like today and this month alone, how many young Black boys are going to be railroaded by the criminal system, and they will have nobody raising money for them? You see, because we are way like the way Black people look at prison reform, right? Is that, oh, if I hear about it, I'll give money, as opposed to say, let's fight for a system where anytime a Black boy gets arrested, he is treated as an American citizen who does not require bail money. You get me, right? Oh, I need to wait for a GoFundMe. I have to pray for a GoFundMe. Why are we even doing this? Because if we do it, if we go GoFundMe for GoFundMe, how many young Black people, oh my gosh, my computer. Okay, how many young people are you going to help? But for Karmelo, there's probably 200 more, like even 1,000 more. You understand? And these Black celebrities, they make so much money off of Black people. How much did Beyonce make? With her goofy ass tour, encouraging these girls to go half naked to her concert, wearing freaking glitter and silver cowboy hats, right? They are happy to be frivolous with their money. They are, I don't know, you guys, it's an immature people. Very, very immature. Very immature. And you see, when you don't own yourself, you will get disrespected. And that's why white people feel comfortable continuing to be disrespectful, because they don't feel like they're looking at a mature people too, huh? Makes sense. Because who in their right mind always listens to celebrities, chases behind celebrities, people who do absolutely nothing for you? They will easily give Beyonce $100 million. But they will struggle to even realize that they can also donate to the Urban League, NAACP, or whatever's out there, right? To say we have to fight for equal justice in this country, because the fight for civil rights is not over. But a few Black people were able to live in white neighborhoods, have Mercedes, have some college degrees, go to Harvard, and then boom, okay, cool, we made it. The utter laziness, utter ingratitude. But it's also because the vast majority of Black Americans are Christians. And there's something that creates laziness with this Bible. I've been telling you, right? If the vast majority of Black Americans were Muslims, you would not see this kind of behavior. And also, celebrities would not exist. I mean, I guess they would exist, but they would not be turning to these goofy ass idols like that. Because Islam, you cannot make anybody an idol. It's haram. Like, it's serious haram. But it's like for Black Christians, especially here, you can't even tell the difference between a Black Christian and a Black heathen, because they act the same. They like the same music. They dress the same. They talk the same. They act the same. They move the same. What is the difference? Right? When you get near a Muslim, if you get near a Black Muslim, you can tell the difference. And usually Black Muslims are unapologetic about how they feel. They don't apologize for what they believe in, because that's what they believe in. Right? Black Christians are always trying to cater to everybody. Oh, I got to make her comfortable. I got to make this one comfortable. And that's why people were even shocked when Candace looked at John Lemon, because he said, what do you think about my life as a homosexual? And Candace said, you're living in sin, because he thought she was going to be afraid. I'm like, damn, look at Candace. But it's not common, because a lot of Christians, a lot of Black Christians today, they be out, because they don't want to say it. We have seen it with Bishop Jakes. We have seen it with multiple people. They don't have the courage to say this is wrong, right? Because they love money too much. But in Islam, like I said, you're not worthy unless you are willing to die. And everybody else around you puts pressure on you to have that mindset and to have that attitude, right? There are a lot of Black Christians who went to the war, who went to Vietnam to kill innocent people. But it's a Muslim who said, I'm not going to do it because God didn't tell me to do this. And his reasons for not going to Vietnam make a lot of sense. And you see, it's a good thing he didn't go to Vietnam, because had he gone to Vietnam, when they dropped Agent Orange, the napalm bomb, he would have inhaled that, and most likely he would have died of cancer. So by doing something that seems so difficult, little did he know he was saving his own life. By refusing to go to a foreign country to murder people who had never harmed him, he was also saving his own life. And after 3 years of being punished by these crazy ass white people, when it came time for him to start boxing, because he had to get his stuff back, when the time came back for him to go back into boxing, Muhammad Ali is one of the greatest to ever do it. You know, but there's so many Christians. If God says you got to pay this price for me, pay this price. Oh, what you mean? I got to lose my house. I got to lose this. They're so afraid to lose stuff because they are attached to materialism. The vast majority of Black American Christians today are attached to things, cars, shoes, you name it, a business, or whatever, right? They pray to God because they're afraid of losing their material possession. That's not the mind of a Muslim. That's not the mind of a Muslim. And that's why in the West, they do everything in their power to demonize Islam, right? Demonize Islam and demonize Muslim people because they know Muslim people are not driven by foolishness, right? But so many Christians are consumers, like they're excessive consumers. And they have these closets and they collect the Louis Vuitton bags and the Louis Vuitton box. Like their entire closet is a shrine. They worship designer stuff. They worship things. It's a bunch of idol worshipers. And nobody says to them, you are worshiping things. They are quick to turn everything into an idol. Their closet is an idol. Their obsession with celebrities is an idol. Their hair is an idol. Everything turns into an idol for these people. And this is why most whites love it when Blacks are Christians, right? Because Black Christians are easy to manipulate. They are easy to scare. Right? They're easy to subdue. So they love it. But what they don't love is people who join Islam. Because Islam says you want nothing from that. Because and also the thing about Islam will make you understand that the ways of white people are the ways of the shaitan. It's not even, you're not going to try to sit here and guess like, no. Islam makes it very clear that the ways of white people, the ways of the Westerners are ways of the shaitan. Okay? It is very clear. They don't try to, no. Don't hurt their feelings. No. The ways of the whites, because the whites are all about the love of money. And for the love of money, white people will normalize everything. And that's why they say things like, oh, I'm not religious. And of course you're not, because you need to not have a conscience because you got to make money, right? That's why they can be sex workers, killers, murderers, you name it, right? Because they do everything to deny to themselves that God exists because they worship money. White people worship money. Their religion is greed. Their religion is greed. Okay? And that's what makes them so offensive to everybody else. They're too greedy. Nobody's against making money, right? But the greed is where we have a problem. But in Islam makes it very clear that the ways of white people are the ways of the shaitan. And they're not lying. They are truly not lying. They are true. No religion is perfect. I'm not going to say, but oh my gosh, Islam is so perfect. But one thing I do love about Islam is that Islam makes you have structure in your life. Makes you have structure. And I do believe that if more Black men had been part of the Nation of Islam, all this ignorant, ratchet, goofy ass behavior we see today, it would not exist. But white people really fear Islam. Right? They fear Islam. So for that, they also demonize Islam in the eyes of Black people, Black Americans, right? Oh, no, they don't like Jesus. No, it's not that they don't like Jesus. They are saying that he was a prophet. That's it. They believe he was a prophet. They just don't believe he's the Messiah, right? That's it. That's really it. And it's okay. Everybody has the right to feel how they feel, right? But I'm like, I like Islam. I really do. I ain't gonna lie.
The thing is, what type punishment or what type persecution would I receive here in America for my religion? That's the whole point.
But Champ, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad advised you to go into the service.
He don't advise us. He don't advise us nothing of what to do. This is a test that all Muslims go through. As the Holy Quran teaches us, who is he to say that he believes and not be tried? We all must be.
See? Who are you to say you believe, but you don't want to be tried? Jesus said the same thing. For some reason, Christians don't have no energy. They're very lukewarm. Muslims are not lukewarm people.
Tested and tried by Allah to see if we are sincere in faith, even if it means face machine gun fire. So I'm ready to die.
There you go. And he became the best. And that's how he became the GOAT. Because when you are willing, and it's not to say Muhammad Ali was a perfect man. He was not a perfect man, right? But it's like, if you are not willing to die to prove to God that you believe in him, if you are not willing to lose everything to prove to God, like this right here, if you want it, you take it. Just like Job said, when Job's wife said to Job, curse God and die, He was like, woman, when God gave, we rejoice. If today God wants to take, let him take. But Job, his wife told him, curse God and die. He said no. Because when God gave me, when God made me rich, I was, oh yes, he's the best God. He's the most amazing God. Okay. You know, not that I want to be sick and poor, because it's embarrassing to go from super, super rich to super, super poor. But if this is what God wants, it's okay. And she can comprehend that. Because for Job's wife, you're only supposed to love God when everything is going well in your life. Right? And then when it gets hard, you start insulting him, you curse him, you rebuke him, you talk bad about him. You know what I'm saying? And that's how a lot of Christians are. They only love God when everything is good. When things are bad, they hate him. They want to burn the Bible, hate the Bible. They're like, well, what's the point of being good? I might as well start drinking. I might as well start taking the drugs. They're so immature. But it's not their fault. They're raised to be Christians. They're immature. They're very, very immature. Okay, hold on, you guys. Hold on.
First of all, I would like to thank the student governing body for inviting me here to speak at this beautiful and worthy occasion tonight. And I would also like to congratulate them on their great, splendid stand to stop the bloody war that's now going on in Vietnam. And as a Muslim minister, my own outlook on war and violence is well known by now. And I would like to say that the number one greeting in my faith is peace, and that is Assalamu alaikum, which means may peace be unto you.
And then think about this too, right? Because so in Arabic it's Assalamu alaikum, right? And in Hebrew it's shalom. It sounds the same. Salam alaikum and shalom, like to me, it really sounds the same. But just think about how you greet people in Arabic. May the peace be unto you. Let a white person say hi to you. If they can even say hi to you, what you want? Move, go. You know, it's not even when you say hello, good morning, right? But you see how greeting a person in Islam, greeting a person in Arabic is actually a blessing. Don't just say, oh, good morning, Diety. Good morning, Elena. Good morning, Kevin. No, it says, Elena, may God's peace be unto you, right? Oh, Sister Diety, may God's peace be unto you. Brother Kevin, may God's peace be unto you. Compare how intentional that is to hello, what's up, what, bruh, like the way these weird white Americans speak, they're crazy. English is so basic. Like I can tell you this. It's such a basic language, right? May God's peace be unto you. But they want you to believe that these people are the violent ones. But these are the ones who want you to walk in the rain. But they're the loving ones. They're the ones who believe in democracy. Their own language is not warm. Their own language is basic AF. And even that, try to get a hello out of a white person. You meet a white person in the morning. Try to even see if they're going to greet you. They have a hard time saying hi, hello, what's your name? Where are you from? Nice to know you. They can't do that. But in Islam, you meet a person, you meet a brother, you meet a sister, because everybody in your family, for pretty much, right? You meet a person, and the way you greet the person is by declaring God's peace over the person. Assalamu alaikum, may God's peace be unto you. Like, so wherever you go, may God's peace follow you. You understand? What the English language? Hi, hello, good morning. And that's if they can even be considerate enough that you're a human being for them to even say hello to you. I would play Maya Angelou, but y'all heard it. She said everything she ever heard from white folks was never a word of sweetness, let alone a blessing over your life. They can't do it. They can't do it. Hold on.
There have been many questions put to me why I refuse to be inducted into the United States Army, especially as some have pointed out, many have pointed out, when not taking the step, I will lose so much. And I would like to say to those of the press and those of the people who think that I lost so much by not taking the step, I would like to say that I did not lose a thing up until this very moment. I haven't lost one thing. I have gained a lot. Number one, I have gained a peace of mind. I have gained a peace of heart. I now know that I'm in content with Almighty God Himself, whose proper name is Allah.
Because imagine going to war and killing children. How can you live with yourself? And that's why so many of these vets, even when they come back, because I'm not too far from Quantico, right? Because I'm in VA. I'm not too far from Quantico. You guys, after Iraq, the people who came back from Iraq, the way they were out here murdering their wives on Quantico, there were so many husbands unaliving their wives, trauma, PTSD, nightmares, you name it, depression. Because killing people is not a joke. They go to war, they kill children. It's not even a war, it's an invasion because the people can't fight back. It's not a fair fight. It's not fair. Like if America goes to war against Russia, that's a war because it's kind of fair. America goes to war against China, it's kind of fair. But America against Vietnam, have y'all ever seen Vietnam on the world map? Huh? Have you ever seen Vietnam on the map? Look at how small it is. Look at how small it is. It's such a small place. Vietnam is so small. It's so small. Look at how small it is. How can a country like America say they went to war in Vietnam? You went to murder these people. America is over 381 million square miles. It's like America is almost 400 square miles. Do you know how small Vietnam is? When I tell you white people are bullies, I will never stop saying it. They are bullies. And they misuse their demonic English language, right, to paint these awful pictures of the evil things they're doing. How can you go to war with a strip of land? That's a strip of land. Vietnam is so small. It's so small. You didn't go to war. You went on an invasion. You went to bully weak people who barely were making like $2 a day. While you're sitting here making like what, 40, 50,000 a year per capita in the 60s, only God knows, right? It's so bully people. White Americans are bully people. I mean, you see, so, you see, like, it's a good thing he didn't go. Because who wants to help white people in their bloodthirsty quest of killing innocent people? It's an invasion. This is not a war. This is not a war. A war is like at least the person can fight back. They can't fight you back. So they thought it was going to be easy. But what they underestimated, per usual, just like with Karmelo, is the willpower of a people. Because when people have the conviction to fight as a country, even if they're not the strongest, the most armed, they will make it. They had a will to never, ever be subjugated by these Americans. And they did it. So these white people got so upset, they started dropping, again, nuclear bombs on people, biological weapons on people, net bombs, right? What's it called? Oh, gosh. Agent Orange and things like that on these people. Because how can such small people outsmart them? They got frustrated. That's how they get. Because they think they're so smart, nobody has the right to trick them, surpass them, or, not even surrender. How dare you? I need to eradicate all your people right now. And they want to sit here and give other people lessons on humanity. Humanity is not in white people's language. It's not even in their bones. So when they say these words, they're full of it. They know they're full of it. They pick on people who are small, who can't stand up for themselves, and who barely have enough, even guns, to fight them. They bully people, and they know they do. Hold on. Where am I? Okay, am I done with your video? Yeah, I'm done with your video. Hold on. You can go. You can also go. I'm right here, right? Yeah.
I have also gained the respect of everyone here today. have not only gained the respect of everyone here today, but worldwide, I have gained the respect. People all over the world. And by taking the step, may have satisfied a few people who are pushing the war. Even if the wealth of America was given to me for taking the step, the wealth of America and the friendship of all of the people who support the war, this will still be nothing if I am not content internally and if I'm not in accord with the will of Almighty Allah. As you read the newspapers and the press now, you see that I am now in court. I am in court seeking justice under the laws of the land. In this country, the United States of America, ministers are exempt from the armed services. And if they choose, I am a Muslim minister and a teacher of the religion of Islam. It has been said that I have two alternatives: either go to jail or go to the army. But I would like to say that there is another alternative, and that alternative is justice. And if justice prevails, I will neither go to the army nor will I go to jail. They say that actually every time that I enter the ring, in a way, I'm going to war. They say to me daily, "You are a prize fighter. What's the difference?" And I like to say to those critics of the press and to the others that there is one hell of a lot of difference in fighting in the ring and going to war in Vietnam. Boxing is nothing like going to war with machine guns, bazookas, hand grenades, bomber airplanes. My intention is to box to win a clean fight. But in war, the intention is to kill, 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 and continue killing innocent people. That's what the business in war. I would like to hear this from you, and I want the world and the cameras to hear. Who's the heavyweight champion of the world? And I'm very pleased and thankful for being here. And that's all I would like to say. Thank you very much.
You guys, and then let me play this one for y'all. Let me play this one, and then we'll get into temple. I'm not even worried to get there. Hold on.
Well, you know, overpraising someone, overpraising anyone, isn't something that we're really supposed to do in Islam. It's not just about the pitfalls of over-idealizing someone, you know, for the person who's doing it, for the person who's doing the praising. I mean, that's obviously a recipe for disappointment, a recipe for disillusionment. But it's also dangerous for the person who's being praised, you know, for a lot of reasons, not just the obvious ones, like giving them a big ego, making them conceited, you know, making them proud and vain and all of that. That's obvious. But of course, the reality is that no one is really as good as you might imagine they are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they obviously do things that they shouldn't, just like anybody else. And it's not really fair to sort of trap them in this impossibly pristine image that you might have of them, you created of them. People have to be allowed to have their flaws and make their mistakes, you know. And if someone's been cast in this sort of perfect ideal with unrealistic standards and so on, then any mistakes that they make are going to be exaggerated and amplified and so forth. If any mistakes that they make get publicized, and fear of those things being publicized is going to make them do all kind of things to try to hide their flaws, just so that they won't get ruined in the public eye. You know, we're not supposed to be like that with each other. We know that everyone does wrong sometimes. You should never be able to blackmail a Muslim, because Muslims all understand that everyone is flawed. Everyone is weak in one way or another. So no one should be shocked when you find out something bad about somebody. We've always been more gracious than that. You know, even in the hadiths about the Sahaba who maybe did some wrong things or committed a sin, their name is hardly ever mentioned. They'll just say, you know, this man or that woman was accused of such and such. They didn't shame them by naming them. They'll never name. Of course, they knew who they were, but they never say their names. So you actually do wrong to the person that you admire when you put them on a pedestal. You can only safely admire the dead, people who have successfully completed their test in the dunya. And, you know, I think one of the signs has to be, one of the signs of the people who are destined for the hellfire has to be that they do bad and they succeed. You know, they do wrong, they do evil, and somehow everything works out for them.
You see? Don't ever get jealous of people who prosper in evil doings. Like Officer Tatum, he gonna get his part.
Because when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when God wants you to be good, when it matters to God that you be good, that you do good, well, he'll never let you be good at being bad.
Amen.
In other words, you'll do wrong, you'll do evil, and it will ruin your life. That's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala telling you, no, that's not what I want for you. That's not how I want you to be. Those aren't the deeds that I want you to do. And that's the case for most people. For most people, when you act wickedly, it capsizes your life. And that's a mercy. If you're astute enough to understand, to recognize what's going on when that happens, to be punished for what you're doing wrong is a mercy. It's a correction. You know, if you haven't made any repentance for it and you just keep going on that same wrong path, then it's a mercy to be corrected. See, a lot of good people only became good people because they failed miserably as villains. They might have gone down all sorts of dark paths in their life over the course of their life. They might have done awful, immoral things. They might have lived an evil lifestyle. Because when I say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala won't let you be good at being bad, I don't mean that he won't make you capable of being bad. You might be very capable at it. You might be disturbingly capable at it. It might be as bad as they come. But your life also turns into a horrific mess as a result of that.
Yeah.
Which means you're not cut out for that life. You're not cut out for that lifestyle. And that's a good thing. See, maybe young people will see, will look at people my age or older, people who seem to you to be, you know, upright, straight-laced, righteous, what have you, older people who seem to have themselves together. And you think that they're innocent and pure and good-hearted old senior citizens who never even got so much as a traffic violation in their life. But no, most likely, you're seeing them once they have reached that point after potentially a whole lifetime of wrongdoing and chaos, you understand? You think that they're pure and innocent, but they probably have memories of having done things that you're too young and too innocent to even imagine doing. You know, it's like if you see someone laying on the beach and you think they're just lounging around without a care in the world. They're on vacation or something. They're rich, having a holiday. But in reality, just moments before you got there, they actually just dragged themselves onto the shore after swimming across the ocean and almost drowning. You don't know what you're looking at. You don't know who you're looking at. Listen, when older people warn you about something, you should take it as a given that they're speaking from experience, and you ought to pay attention, because most of us are nothing but rehabilitated villains, and that's the truth.
Yep, that's right.
We didn't necessarily reform ourselves because we, you know, saw the light. No, we didn't see the light. We saw the darkness. And it's not as cool and as satisfying as they make it look in the movies, you know? You know how the bad guys in the movies are always cooler and more interesting and more compelling than the heroes? More compelling and interesting than the good guys in all the movies and TV shows out of Hollywood? Well, that's the epitome of false advertising. Because there's nothing unique about doing wrong. There's nothing unique or special about it. It's not rebellious. It's not liberating. It's not brave. It's mediocre and stupid. And if you go into that sort of lifestyle, the best thing that can happen to you, actually, is for your whole world to fall apart around you. That's the best thing that can happen. The worst thing that can happen is if your life goes smoothly while you're living an evil lifestyle, because that means that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has discarded you and you don't even matter anymore.
You see, hear what he said? If you see people who do evil and prosper, they do evil, they get away with it, you should understand God does not walk with these people. They don't belong to him. They don't have a covenant with him. And that's why we say, do not envy people. Oh, but they do this and they're succeeding. Oh, they're doing this. They're lying. They're stripping. They're doing sex work. They're selling drugs. Blah, blah, blah. You name it. Good for them. They are children of this world. They belong to Satan. Okay? If you're a child of Satan, you're going to prosper. You understand? When you see all these people, especially like Officer Tatum, Megyn Kelly, just lying and lying, people are just lying so desperately. And I told you, I'm like, do not let your heart grow weary. They're supposed to do this. The devil works with these people. They do not belong to God. Just because you call yourself a Christian doesn't make you one. And we know, because they say in the last days, they will say, oh, but Jesus, we casted demons in your name. We made YouTube videos in your name. And he will say what? Get away from me, you worker of iniquity. I do not know you. Right? A lot of people have the name of Jesus on their lips. And you might be like, well, if they're Christian, how? Girl, it's a lot of scammers out here. What matters is the last day. Will Jesus recognize these people? And he will not. So when you're doing things that are wrong, whatever, and God is holding you accountable, feel loved. Don't be, oh, but why me? Everybody else doesn't know. You should feel loved. Like I have a God, I have a Father and God that loves me so much that he will not allow me to walk down this path. Because if I keep doing this, bad things will happen to me. Right? That's why you can't copy everything you see. You can't walk around and be like, oh, you know, I wanna be this, I wanna be that. You cannot. You know, you'll have some people who are so easily drawn to celebrities, and you might not be. Why? Because you're a child of God. Idols do nothing for you because you have the true living God. People have idols, even people who love lies, who love to believe the lies, who are quick to believe the worst thing about people. I even realized something with all these like crazy white racists who hate Karmelo so much is because deep down they hate themselves. You know, it is so easy to hate other people when you hate yourself. You know what I'm saying? When you love yourself and when you have self-awareness about yourself, when you know where you came from, who you used to be, what God has done for you, how God has changed your life, even though you're not deserving, it's really hard to hate other people. If anything, you have compassion for people because you know, once upon a time, you also were outside looking crazy. Until God, with all his love, he brought you inside and he did a new thing in your heart. You know what I'm saying? But when you're quick to hate, when you're quick to lie, when you are quick to believe the worst things about people because you have not forgiven yourself, you struggle with unforgiveness. And I'm telling you this, right? You look at all these people who have so much, even people on here, the Officer Tatum, from the content creators to the people who believe the lies and repeat the lies. These are all people who are suffering on the inside. They are suffering with forgiving themselves. They are suffering with things that they've done that nobody knows about. It's always people who have so much to hide, who have higher standards of morality and integrity for other people. You understand? People who understand that God has forgiven them and they are a new creature in Christ will usually be more merciful. Because those who have received mercy from God do not have a hard time giving mercy to other people. But when you meet people who are so quick to condemn, they believe all evil things. If you tell them something good about a person, they're not going to believe it. They are more likely to believe a lie than to believe a good thing. Oh, there's no way Karmelo saved somebody from who was drowning. There's no way. Oh, there's no way he had a 2-parent household, right? Well, what the freak, right? Because these are people who are suffering with themselves. They are suffering with their lives, their past, and their present. They're suffering. You don't realize this, right? But a lot of people have afflictions. They have so many different types of afflictions. So they look for someone that they can beat down because they wish they could beat themselves down. And maybe sometimes they beat themselves down too. So beating somebody else down to the white pope, to the pope, it allows them to feel some kind of relief. You know what I'm saying? It's always people who have something against themselves, who have the worst things to say about other people. That's why I say these white people don't read the Bible, because if you read the Bible, you will know the story of Mary Magdalene. And the story of Mary Magdalene, people came to stone this woman. They came to stone this lady to death. Christ was like, hold up, wait a minute, what is going on? Okay, what is going on? Hold on, you guys, give me a second. Right? Okay? Well, she's about to be stoned. Let me find a story for y'all. Right? You understand? So the woman caught in adultery, right? The story in John 8, verse 1 through 11 describes a woman caught in the act of adultery being brought before Jesus. They're about to stone this lady. Okay? Jesus intervenes, saying, "Let the one without sin cast the first stone." This event is this. I'm like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Okay, trying to stone this lady to death. Like, for what reason? And it's usually people. It is usually people who have a lot of unresolved issues. Like, when I'm telling you this, right? Because it's kind of fun to like cuss them out a little bit. But I will say that you start to see like people act like this because they truly need to know God. They need God more than they actually realize. Because to have this much hatred for someone you never even met, for an event you didn't see, you weren't even there, but you are so quick to hate like this, you need love. Like, they truly need a revelation from God. And I don't know if they'll ever receive it. I don't know, right? But you realize, like, it's not normal. This is not a normal reaction. But these are people who are suffering on the inside, and they need someone to beat down just so they can have a moment of reprieve from beating themselves down. Because when you love yourself, I'm saying love. Love is like the good and the bad. Like, you know what? I have self-awareness. I know what I'm good at, and I also know what I need to work on. And I know how far I have come, and I know how long it took me to get there. Yesterday, Esther sent me a video of this young lady who talked about divorcing her husband. I said to Esther, the problem with so many young ladies today who are so quick to file for divorce is that they're so impatient. They're so impatient. They want their husbands to change in 2 weeks, change in 3 weeks, but yet they still haven't changed. God has told these women, you have things I need you to do. But you think she's going to focus on herself? No, she's going to go focus on the husband. Because people love to focus on other people when they got so much they got to work on. People are procrastinators. People love to project, right? People love to control other people when they barely have control over their own lives, right? My husband this, my husband that, my husband this. And the vast majority of the time, if a woman is always complaining about the husband, she's the problem. He's not the problem. But she wants to believe he's the problem so she doesn't have to work on herself. And you know what that is? Do you know what the root cause of that is? It is pride. Prideful people do not humble themselves and say, God, I need work. God, I can't do this without you. God, I am flawed. Because in America, we encourage women, especially modern women, to believe that they're the prize or they're this. They are nothing at all. They're not any more special. The vast majority of women in America can't cook, can't clean, can't raise children. They can't even fold a basket of laundry. They are completely incapable. They think having a college degree is the end-all, be-all. They can't even wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and get the house in order. But they think, oh, I got makeup, I got clothes, I got weave, I got that, so therefore I'm the prize. Girl, shut up. They have so much to work on. And then they come together. They find each other on TikTok and they blame men. They blame men. It's always the man. It's never them. These people are mentally ill. They are malignant narcissists. That's what a malignant narc does. Blame everybody, other people. Then they go find other people. Let's talk bad about this person. Let's talk bad about my husband. Let's talk. Girl, shut up. You are the problem. Right? It's just one bad habit. It probably took you 10 years to change. Right? There are people, even since they were 16, God said your mouth is a problem. They know. They're 26 today. They have yet to change their mouth. They're still disrespectful. Right? People know. People know. People know they ain't shit. A lot of these women know they ain't shit. They know they have so much to work on. They know. They could use more humility. They could use more kindness. They could use more respect. Respect people. Right? But they don't want to do it. Oh, no. It's my husband. It's my husband. Oh, shut up. I have heard it all. Like me, Marlene, you message me and you talk about your husband, I'm going to send it right back to you. Before you saw his flaws, did you see your own flaws? Right? Before you saw his flaw, because I feel like when it comes to the flaws of other people, people always have 20/20 vision. Oh, God, they see it all, child. They see it all. It's like laser vision. But when it comes to their own flaws, what? Before you ask your husband to change, have you changed? Right? If somebody pulled your husband to the side and said, husband, from the day you met her, the day you married her, and now, can you say she's changed? Some husband might say, no, she got worse. She actually got worse, right? Because people out here do not have humility. People don't have self-awareness. People don't have humility. And not just that, people don't have the fear of God. Because the moment I start to see flaws in all kinds of people, maybe it's me that's the problem. Because there's beauty in everybody else. There's beauty in everyone. And everybody is walking their path, their journey. It took you 10 years to change one thing. He might need 6 years. God was patient with you. Your mother was patient with you. Your father. A lot of people have been patient with your slow ass progress. It's been excessively slow. I have seen snails run faster than the way you change. Hello. Right? But if this man does not change in 2 weeks, if he doesn't change in an hour, divorce, girl, go ahead and divorce. We are sick of y'all. We are sick of y'all. Because when you marry a person, you say for better or for worse. There's worse in that man, just like there's worse in you. But they can't even suffer the person they claim to love because they think they're so perfect. This is also a pathology of the vast majority of women in America. We're perfect. We're perfect, y'all. We're perfect, y'all. They can't do anything. First date, it got to be $500. Second date, $1,000. The third date, $60,000. Like, where are we going? For what? For what? For nothing at all. No, ma'am. Like, that's the problem. So if you think that people need to change, most likely you need to change first. And maybe when he starts to see you change, he's going to start changing. But they want to control people. And that's another thing about malignant narcissists. They want to control you. Oh, I want you to change. Change. No, it's about control. Because if they truly meant you well by asking you to change, they will also, what is this? This is insanity. Okay? They would also start by changing themselves because you show people like you got to be a leader. If I want to see change in other people, if I want to see change even in my children, I got to show my kids how to walk the walk. You can't just talk the talk. Great leaders, they walk the walk. They change first. Oh, wow. I noticed that she's more quiet. Maybe I got to be more quiet. I noticed that she eats differently. Maybe I should start eating differently. I noticed that she talks to me more pleasantly. She doesn't yell. Oh, wow. That's kind of cool. Right? I don't even know what that was. You understand? Make it make sense. Like, seriously, you got to make it make sense. But you cannot ask from others what you yourself have yet to do for yourself and yet to do for your own relationship with God. People who always see evil in everybody are the ones who carry the most evil. And the day you start working on yourself and the day you start forgiving yourself and the day you start, I guess, like you allow God to be your God and you realize that you're not yourself a God, that you are nothing without God. And so I have to work on myself first. Like Michael Jackson said, be the change that you want to be. Michael Jackson said, he said, I'm talking to the man in the mirror. Oh, yeah. I'm asking him to change his ways. You see yourself in the mirror? Ask yourself that. Whatever I'm asking my husband to do, am I even asking myself to do that? It's also another thing, right? A husband, whatever you want your wife to do, are you also asking yourself to do it? Parents, they ask their kids to be clean up your room. Are you also clean? Do you also clean up your room? Oh, you should read more. Okay. Do your kids also see you reading? Right? You want your kids not to hurt each other, right? But when you and your wife argue, when you and your husband argue, are you arguing in a loving way? Or do your kids see y'all being disrespectful, go crazy? Well, damn, that's why they put hands on each other, right? If your kids are acting a fool, most likely you act a fool. If kids among siblings are violent, maybe you and the daddy are also violent. And it's rubbing off on the children. So it's not enough to say, change your behavior, don't hate your brother, clean your room, read more books. You have to walk the walk. And when your kids see you change, like, okay, I like this new version of mommy. I like this version of daddy. I like the way I see my parents disagree and it does not get disrespectful. And everybody still comes back together because people have disagreements. It happens. It's family, but it's not the end of the world. And a disagreement is not an invitation to be utterly, ridiculously disrespectful towards people. You got to mind the stuff that comes out your mouth. You truly and truly have to mind the stuff that comes out your mouth. And it's like a lot of people don't understand that. Even Hunter, but there's other people too, huh? It's an American thing, right? A lot of people don't understand that words can start problems. Words can truly, truly start problems. The tone of your voice, how you talk to people, how you address people, the words that you choose to use when talking to somebody, you can truly start problems, right? And so if we don't want problems, we gotta drizzle some honey on the way that we speak to people, right? If you don't want problems with people, you have to drizzle some honey on the way that you talk to people. And the closer people are to you, the more mindful you should be on how you speak to those people. Because the entire goal of communicating with other people is not to hurt people, degrade people, demean people, but it's to hopefully inspire change in people. You don't have to reduce somebody to the lowest denominator to get your point across. Do better. It makes you a bully. It truly, truly makes you a bully, right? There are ways people have to learn. Because I'm like, I told this other girl this. I'm like, it's a lot of people who just don't have finesse. They don't have class. They don't have finesse. They just don't know how to talk to people because they were never raised right. And it's a lot of people who were not raised right. And when they go out there, they encounter so much failure because they just simply don't know how to talk to people in a way that leads to positive results, right? You want to see positive results? Understand that, first of all, no man is an island. In everything, you're going to need help. You're going to need support, a team, a family, friends, you name it. You will need people to help you get to your goals. You will need people to help you have the life that you want. So therefore, your job is to use your words, right, to inspire people to want to help you. Inspire people to want to invest in you. Inspire people to want to help you build. You can't use your words to just truncate people down, just break people down. And then whatever, oh my God, but never, no, you're an asshole. You're a horrible person. You don't know how to talk to people. So therefore, everybody wishes you harm. Everybody wants to see you fail. And you can't say, oh my God, I don't know why. I just don't get it. No, you lack self-awareness because you're a narcissist. You need help. You really do. Hold on, you guys. Keep playing this.
For men, I don't know about women. I can't speak about women, but for most men, the truth is, most men are bewildered. Life for them is like racing through a maze in the dark, bumping into dead ends, doubling back, trying to find their way, frantic, under pressure, racing against time, all while necessarily acting like they know exactly what they're doing, necessarily acting confident, necessarily acting assertive and certain and so forth, even when they haven't got a clue what they're doing. They haven't got a clue where they're going, or even knowing genuinely what they want to do and where they want to go, like sharks, they just keep moving to survive. Or anyway, that's what they think they have to do to survive. They think that's what survival requires. And this is actually one of the ways, in my opinion, how and why men become doers of evil. It's almost like they think every opportunity must be taken. Every open door must be accessed. And anything that seems like an accomplishment must be an accomplishment, even if it's bad. It's like someone trying to build a structure, and whatever he finds, he keeps using it as materials. And if he keeps finding materials, he keeps using it, thinking that he's doing something, he's accomplishing something, even if all the materials are faulty and rotten and flimsy. All he knows is, I'm supposed to be building something, so I must be succeeding. I must be doing I must be fulfilling the assignment. So he just takes whatever he can find. He takes whatever he's given. He takes whatever comes to him with no discernment, no discretion, no discrimination. Because he can't discern, he can't discriminate, because he doesn't even have a clear understanding of what he's supposed to be building. You understand? So even if haram opportunities come to him, he takes them.
Yep.
Even if haram relationships comes to him, he takes them. You know, he does something wrong, and if he gets away with it, then he does it again. Then he does it again. Then he does worse than that, moving like a blind shark. Hustle, 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 you know, get money, get women, get fame, get attention, get this, get that. No matter how you do it, lie, cheat, steal, con, it doesn't matter.
You know, this part ain't gonna lie, you guys. I almost said bad boy, we won't stop. Like, this sounds like Diddy. This sounds like Diddy. Haram. Everything is haram. No fear.
And you know that this is all shaitan. This is all from shaitan, and he becomes like shaitan. You know how the jinn are made of fire, and shaitan is a jinn. Well, they're made of fire, and then the man starts acting like fire. Has the same qualities: volatile, impulsive, wild, out of control. These aren't the qualities of a man. Nabi Adam alayhi salam was from the earth. He was created from the earth, from the clay. Well, clay is solid. It's still. It's stable. It's not volatile. It's adaptable, but it's not volatile. Fire burns and clay cools. It's sturdy. A man should be solid. He should be as solid as the earth itself. But he can't be solid if he doesn't know where he stands. Once he knows where he stands, well, he can't be moved. Well, you'd have a better chance of trying to move a mountain than trying to move a man who knows his place in the world, who has a place to stand. You can't move that man. But if you do see a man who knows where he stands, who knows his place in the world, then you ought to assume that he went through a whole process to get to that point. I mean, you'll hardly ever see a man, an older man anyway, who's upright, except that he's someone who has survived his own sins and the consequences of his sins. And you see that old uncle at the front row of the masjid who's always there for the salah, at the front saf. Well, he probably knows more about the devil than you know about your own self. Every old righteous man is a combat veteran. I mean, like almost any man my age. Me, myself, I've been all sorts of bad in my life, and I've been good too. Depending on who you are and when you knew me, you might love me or you might hate me, and you'd both be justified.
Self-awareness.
Because I've been all sorts of things.
Self-awareness.
But now more than anything else, what I am is experienced. And for me personally, I just want to avoid the stupidity of evil as much as possible, except to point it out when I see it. You know, I get compliments in my comment section. I get praise in my comment section. And I also get a lot of criticism and I get a lot of insults. But I'm impervious to any of those, to both things. Because I know who I am. I know that I'm not as good as anyone thinks I am. And I know that I'm not as bad as anyone thinks I am. But after a decent amount of life experience, you collect a lot of information about both good and evil. And with that information, the least you can do is become a snitch on the devil.
Amen.
You know, just like those mafia guys who cooperate with the feds, who cooperate with the authorities and give them all the inside information about how the mob operates. We understand evil. And we came by that knowledge through experience. See, once you realize the disaster of being evil, not the glamour of it, not the superficial momentary perks, not the rush, but the actual spiritual catastrophe that it is and what it does to your life, well, then you begin to grasp and to appreciate what it means to be good. Not because you became a saint, but because you saw hell peek through your life, the cracks in your life, and you didn't want to fall all the way in. Being good isn't always about noble intentions and having a pure heart. That's the truth. Sometimes being good is just about pure survival. It's about not wanting your life to be a disaster. It's about being sick of the pain that you've caused others and the pain that you've carried within yourself. You don't necessarily always turn to goodness because you think that you're better than others. You turn to goodness because you know you're not better than others, because you remember all too well what it's like to be at your worst. It's not even really about being upright. It's about being mature. It's about being intelligent. It's about self-respect. And yes, it makes you want to snitch on Iblis. It makes you want to expose his whole operation, you know, with that insider knowledge to call out Shaitan on all of his strategies and all of his tactics. You know, upright Muslims aren't out here trying to act like they're pious. They're not standing on a pedestal. Most of us are standing on wreckage. We didn't get good. We just got tired. We didn't become saints. We just got smart.
I know that's right.
We understand that rebellion isn't freedom. Indulgence isn't power. Defiance isn't dignity.
Let him say it again. Because here in America, they encourage you, be rebellious, be defiant. Let him say it one more time, Chad. Let him say it again.
We just got tired. We didn't become saints. We just got smart. We understand that rebellion isn't freedom. And
rebellion is not freedom. Why should I do that? Why should I do that? Why should I cover? Why should I do that? Why should I have modesty? Why should I forgive? Why should I wait for the facts? Why? Rebellion. Too many people in America have a spirit of rebellion. It's sad.
Indulgence isn't power.
Indulgence is not power. It's gluttony. You need to have self-control, like you really do.
Defiance isn't dignity.
Defiance is not dignity. Well, I need that on the t-shirt, y'all.
It's not. It's slavery.
Yeah.
You're not taking charge of your life when you do wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You're forfeiting charge of your life. You're forfeiting control of your life. Mm-hmm. Like I said, it doesn't make you special. It's a cliche. Mm-hmm. There's nothing. There's no mediocrity that's more predictable than evil. Mm-hmm. You know, when you're in that, you think you're a big bad wolf, but you're really a sheep, and your shepherd is Iblis, and he's leading you to the wolves. Mm-hmm. That's why life experience allows you to speak bluntly, because you've already divorced this dunya. You know, and it was a bad marriage the whole time, and you're glad to be rid of it.
And so you have to divorce the dunya. So I feel like dunya is like this life. You know how Jesus said, like, you got to walk your path, like you got to, you know what I'm saying? They want you to, like, I guess so Islam is like, divorce the dunya. Like, do not seek these fleshly, earthly desires. You have to divorce the dunya. I was like, Father God, I need to divorce the dunya. Like, and that's what I do every day. I force, you guys, I kid you not. When I left New Orleans, I said to myself, Marlene, you will never, never, never desire for anything, guys. That's why I told you the car. The car is so old, y'all. I got this old 2007 Toyota Corolla. I ain't changing it. One time the car broke down in NOLA. Jim was like, oh, Marlene, the people say if we trade the car, they'll give us some money. I said, no. I looked to the window. I said, God, I don't want to give up my car. I got the money, I fixed it. It was like almost like $5,000. Got the money, I fixed it. Right? I refuse to give up my car. I'm like, oh, this like always buy something. Let a car represent you. Let this. I don't need shit to represent me. I don't need it. Like, this is crazy. I don't need to drive a luxury car. And even if you call it luxury, is it even luxury? Let the Chinese enter the market. I'll see, right? I don't need a Mercedes or whatever to make me. God is in me. I'm already made. I don't need to wear designer clothes. God is my designer. I'm gonna wear a bunch of weirdo French people, Italian people on my body so I can feel what's special. They took us from Africa and they branded us. Okay? This is insanity. Okay? This is insanity. This is insanity. This is truly, truly insanity, right? Black people used to be branded. They will get branded. Like, do you know this? Okay, they will grab you like like a cow. They will brand your body. Like, they will put the logo. White people are crazy. And then today, we gladly go and wear their goofy ass names on our bodies, and we think we made it. I don't want to wear a French person's last name on my body. I don't want to wear some French person's kitchen tiles. The Louis Vuitton tile is from his kitchen. I don't want to wear a white man's kitchen tiles all over my body. I don't want to wear Gucci. He's a freaking farmer. He was a farmer. He was out here with the cows pressing olive oil all day to survive. I don't want to wear his name on my body. Plus, have you watched the movie? The whole family is a bunch of crazy people. Okay? I don't want to wear this dysfunctional family's last name. Are you crazy? Spirits, I rebuke him. All right? Versace, they got the whole head of a Medusa. Okay? It's a freaking Medusa. These people are insane. Okay? I'm not wearing some deranged, psychotic white woman with a head full of serpents all over me. I don't want to be schizophrenic. Okay? Medusa was cursed. First of all, she was sexually assaulted. Then Venus cursed her. Then the man started chasing her to cut her head off. She had snakes hissing all day. It's giving schizophrenia. It's giving bipolarism. It's giving some mental health issue. Like, I don't want this. I don't want to be sexually assaulted. I don't want to be, cursed. I don't want to have snakes over my head. I don't want to hear snakes hissing. I am not wearing this crap. I'm not wearing your garbage. I don't want your goofy ass trinkets. You've heard me say it and say it again. I don't want the trinkets of white people. Leave me alone. I don't wake up pursuing that crap. I don't care about this shit. People want a Grammy, an Oscar, an Emmy. Who the fuck cares? Drake wanted that stuff so bad. Once he finally got it, he was out here peeing in the Grammy. He put the Grammy in a toilet. He put it in the toilet. I'm like, what the heck? You see? Because these things are worthless. They are so worthless. It is all a scam. It's an optical scam. You don't need anybody's French or whatever name to make you important. You don't have to give somebody $3,000, $20,000, $50,000 for a purse to feel like you've arrived. I've already arrived. Jesus lives in me. Right? Christ in me, the hope of glory. Are you insane? I don't need labels. I am the label. Okay? Sanctified, saved, highly favored. What's good? You understand me? I don't need to wear a bunch of weaves and wigs on my head to feel beautiful. My hair is naturally beautiful. I mean, as long as it's like well moisturized and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Get me right? Yeah, why should I cover my nipples? Why should I wear a bra? Why should I close my legs when I'm sitting there? Like, what is going on with these people? Okay? They're so deranged. And look, think of how many people now are drowning in consumer debt. And when this recession actually hits, it's going to be so sad. Because people have been bamboozled into believing that you buy status. What? You can buy people loving you and respecting you. You have to earn it. You can't buy it. Closet full of this. And I'm like, you know, the more stuff you buy, then you start to get stressed because you don't know where to put the stuff. Because it's too much stuff. It truly, truly is too much stuff. You don't even know where to put this stuff. But you'll spend your whole life chasing things because you want people to accept you. You want people to see you on a certain pedestal. You want people to have love for you. What? Seek God. Pursue God. Like, make sure God loves you. But people, once again, have been tricked by Satan. They have been tricked by the shaitan to believe that what they need is the acceptance of other people. And I also believe that for many racist white people, we'll get to Tim Pool, because you'll see, even someone like Tim Pool, the acceptance of other people caused him to walk it back. I think a lot of these racists too, the reason why they're even racist, I don't think they really believe this stuff. They just want to feel accepted by other white people. They want to belong. They're, oh, these are my white kinfolk. I want to feel accepted. So therefore, I'm going to start saying all these awful things. I'm like, do you even believe this stuff? No. People say things they don't even truly believe in because they want to be on, they want to join the mob. People love mob mentality so bad. It is insanity. It really, really is insanity. But the real freedom is when you learn to accept yourself, love yourself as you are, and you understand that God did not make any mistakes, right? I am who I am because God loves me, and I intend on making sure God loves me. If you have to choose between desiring a Birkin bag or choosing for God to love you, you have to pick God's love. Because as long as God loves you, as long as God is your father, as long as you have a friend in God, you will always be okay. You understand? You can have a big house. It doesn't mean you're not going to have depression. Doesn't even mean that you're not even going to have infertility or even murder in that house. You understand me? You can have a closet full of bags, and they're very beautiful. Don't get me wrong. But it's still not going to be enough because bags can't talk to you. If you ever get sick, your bag can't walk into the closet and make you a bag of tea. They can't walk into the kitchen and make you a cup of tea. They can't walk into the kitchen and make you food. They're immobile. They're immobile. And you have to really take the time to understand, why do I need so many goofy ass strangers to validate me? You got to set yourself free. A lot of people, I'm like, freedom is free, huh? But people make their lives way more difficult. People get themselves into debt. People get themselves into bad relationships. People get themselves into obesity. Life can be so simple, in the words of Lauryn Hill. Life can really be so simple, but people make it more complicated than what it truly has to be. Right? The moment you need to have this, and that, for some people to like you, nah, they're just not worth it. Because the right people will love you for who you are, good and your bad side, and they'll be patient with you. Right? It doesn't cost money to read time, and it also don't cost money to have a good time. Right? Free yourself. Be free. You see me? I'm free. You know what I'm saying? And to me, life is way more enjoyable this way. Because I don't know who told people that you got to spend all this money to have a good time. No. When you have peace of mind, you have a good time. When you know that you're not intentionally lying on another person, you have a good time. When you know that you're not intentionally throwing somebody's child under the bus just because you want to be mean, You're going to have a good time. See, Marlene, I have a great life. I fear nothing because I don't wake up in the morning seeking to hurt other people. If something is wrong, I will speak about that. If somebody's being bullied, I will stand up for them because I don't like injustice and I don't like mob mentality. I don't like people jumping in, ganging up on people. I hate that because who out here is perfect? And how would you feel if nobody gave you a chance to explain yourself? Karmelo, me even standing up for Melo, it's not just because he's black, but then it is because he's black because America is so racist and they always do this to black people. But it's also the fact that everybody deserves a chance to tell their side of the story. It's not fair to hear one side and think that you have it all. Even when it came to that girl, remember the girl with the break? What's her name? What's the girl who lied about her break thing? Oh, the lying girl. I forgot her name. Remember this girl who kept lying on social media that she was hit with a brick? What is her name? This girl right here. Child, I forgot her name, right? But when she first came out, hold on, sorry. Rhoda, there you go. Rhoda, y'all remember Rhoda, right? When she first came out, y'all, when Rhoda came out and said that some black dude hit her in the face with a brick, I didn't believe it. I was like, she's lying. Because when somebody hits you with a brick in the face, it don't look like this. I'm like, this is a hematoma. If somebody grabbed the brick and hit you upside the head, first and foremost, you would have a concussion. You've been in the hospital, girl. You wake up tomorrow. Not gonna get hit in the face with a brick. Get up, open your cell phone, put in your password, turn on your camera, and start recording yourself. No, because part of getting hit with a brick in the face, you would definitely be disoriented. How do you remember all these things? Open my phone, put in my password, then go like swipe all the apps, open the camera, go live, record myself. No. I said, no. Nobody hit this girl with a brick. But you see, there were so many black women who wanted to believe her because deep down inside, they hate black men. And when they heard her say, these ninjas, they jumped the gun and they assumed that they were African-American men. And I'm like, this girl, when I looked at her, she looked Somali. When I looked at the venue, it did seem like a place where African-American men would go. It seemed like a place where Africans would go. So I'm like, are she sure that these are African-Americans? Because I'm like, she don't look African-American. And also the venue and the people that I saw, it looked like a place where mostly Africans would go. And I don't believe that. I have heard a lot of things out here in America. I've been outside for almost like 30 years, maybe more. An African-American hitting somebody with a brick, child, that's a new one. If you say he pew someone, maybe. But a whole brick, I said, nah, that's crazy. I didn't believe it. But at that time, if you guys remember, I chose not to make a video because I knew people were not going to be ready to hear it. Because I'm very well aware in America, even black American women, they have so much internalized white supremacy. There are so many black American women who are a bunch of Karens. The hatred they have for black American men, it's unnatural. It's witchcraft. It's so demonic. To the point that you'll even see some sit on social media and say, oh, if you are black women and you find out that you are pregnant with a boy, go have an abortion. I'm like, what the freak? A baby that's not even born yet. You haven't heard his voice, but because he has a penis and his skin is black, you are already criminalizing a baby? These women are sick as hell. They're sick as hell. And I saw this in the 2 Kings because 2 women ate a baby. I'll show you the story. 2 women ate a baby. I'm like, there you go. It's that spirit. That's the spirit right there. But I didn't believe it. So I didn't come to YouTube. I went on TikTok. I even got a bunch of followers from that. Because the way I roasted this heifer, I'm like, this girl is lying. It doesn't make any sense. Somebody hits you with a brick and there's no blood. A brick. I said, girl, please stop playing with me. A brick. And look, have people ever picked up a brick? But it didn't matter because these girls they wanted to believe the worst, that they have to even wait for an African immigrant like a Somali, the #1 refugee of people that is known for all kinds of immigration fraud. They marry their family to get here. Like they're known to lie. Not to be offensive, but it is what it is. Okay? Look at Ilhan Omar. She married her brother so he could have papers. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You meet any Somali, they be like, oh, I'm not black, I'm not this. And now you, like, that's who you want to lie. Yeah, that's who you want to rely on because it's already in there. The hatred. You see, what these white people are doing to Karmelo, they're not the only ones. There are Black American women who do the same thing. As soon as you say something bad about a Black American man, they believe it. You don't even have to have proof because they want to believe the worst. It's just that right now I got to smoke the white folks. So it is what it is. But they're not the only one. And I'm not going to lie. They're not the only one. Because what Rhoda did and how these Black girls ran behind Rhoda, it was so disgusting. It was so disgusting. It was so despicable. It was so despicable. In America, this country right here, this place is so damn cursed. It is so damn cursed. The way people meddle with witchcraft, it's witchcraft. To be able to lie on someone you haven't even seen, that's crazy. To grab your feet and to make haste, to just spread lies about people, woo, that's crazy. Right? Something that you have no confirmation of. You believe the worst, you grab your feet, you grab your purse, and you go around spreading lies about people. You are a witch. People out here practice witchcraft. A bunch of witches. I had never seen this in my life. Because they want people to believe the worst about another person. And they find joy in that. It allows them to sleep at night. It allows them to feel good about themselves. This is what you call a bunch of miserable people. America is full of miserable people. It's not just white people. There are a bunch of people out here who just despise the truth and they love the lies. Because to see somebody get beat down like bah, 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 it turns them on. How can I lie? What can I say that is so disgusting? People will believe me. They'll go jump this person, beat this person, all kinds of stuff. Damn. And that's how you realize people out here practice witchcraft. And I stay away from witches. Anybody who doesn't want to hear the facts and they're quick to assume the worst about people is a witch. Because the children of God, the Bible says you got to wait. Like you have to wait. The Bible says do not bear false witness. How can you speak on a thing with all of your chest when you didn't see shit? You went there, you didn't see it, don't even know this girl from a can of paint, don't even know this chick. Who is this chick? Don't even know she's even in America legally. Don't even know she has all her papers. You see? I did not believe her. Y'all know me. There's so many people I didn't believe. Keke Palmer, I did not believe her. But at that time, I was ready to speak my mind. So I don't believe this girl. And I'm telling y'all, she gonna get pregnant. And when she got pregnant, y'all kept looking for me. Marlene, she's pregnant. I'm like, I told y'all. There's more to this. There is more to what is going on. Because what kind of woman that claims to be scared is going to run behind a man, run behind a car, put herself in front of a car? Are you kidding me? But when it came to Trey Songz, oh, I was so scared I hid in the closet. So for Trey Songz, you hide in the closet. But for Darius, you put yourself in front of a moving car. Girl, you ain't scared. Go feed that stuff to the birds. Go feed it to the migrants. Go feed it to the migrants. You know, because I'm not a person that just believes whatever I see. Because there's always more than what I see. And the job of a very smart person, especially a Christian or even a good Muslim, but anybody who is wise, anybody who has faith, anybody who has friendship with God, your job is to say, God, what is it that my eyes are not seeing? Because everything is spiritual. Everything is spiritual. It's not just what your eyes see. Of course not. Because the Bible says, walk not by sight, but walk by faith. And in everything, question, ask God. Because there's always more than what meets the eye. Right? And you know, people themselves are wicked. Human beings are wicked. They lie. And their intention is to always make you look at someone in the wrong way. But God forbid you allow yourself to be deceived and then you go and you attack an innocent person. And that's why you got to take time. Because look at Jesus. How many people said bad things about Jesus? And the pontiff said, I don't want nothing to do with this. I wash my hand of this man. Whatever happens to this man will be on your children. Did you not say that? Hold on, y'all. What have I done? Okay. Where is she? What have I done? Share the screen. Right? The pontiff said, I wash my hands. Hold on. You people are crazy. People are crazy. Okay? All right. 27, 24, hold on. Matthew 27, 24. People don't read the Bible, y'all. And this is why a lot of Christians will have condemnation over their head. Okay? Okay. Okay, so here is the pontiff. It's Matthew 27, verse 24. When Pilate saw that he was getting nowhere, but instead an uproar was starting because they want to do mob foolishness, right? He took water and washed his hands in front of the crowd. I am innocent of this man's blood. It is your responsibility, okay? Meaning, whatever happens to this man, because he knew they had no reason to indict this man. And I'm going to say this, I have to really be honest too, huh? And it's not even just white people who don't read the Bible. It's a lot of black people who don't read the Bible, try. And for as much as black women like to go to church, they definitely don't read the Bible. Because if you're a real Christian and you read the Bible, one thing you will always be so careful about is to be quick to judge and indict people. Because God forbid you made a mistake. God forbid you made a mistake. God forbid. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you were not there, you didn't see it, right? Oh, but trust who? You trust nobody but God. So if the Lord has not instructed you to speak, why are you speaking? If the Lord has not instructed you to condemn this person, why are you condemning? You understand? And that's why I don't do the whole sisterhood stuff, because that too is pagan behavior. It's witchcraft behavior. I don't do mob stuff. I don't do tribal stuff. I don't do any of this. It's disgusting. You're either a child of God or you're not. And when you're a child of God, we have rules of conduct. We have rules. Like God gives you rules. And your job is to know God's rules. And that's why you cannot always make everybody happy, because fuck them. They don't matter to me. You understand? Just like I know, when I said I supported Trump, some people got mad. Okay, I keep it pushing. When I say I support Karmelo, some people gonna get mad. Who cares? I don't get my reward from whether you agree with me or not. I look to God. And when my angels visit me, especially Archangel Michael, because he's the God, he really is the Archangel of justice, because he carries a sword with him. When Archangel Michael tells me this right here, Marlene, take this side, I will take that side. I don't care. Because ultimately, I will be proven right. Because my revelation, it don't come from me. It comes from God. God speaks. It's just that people choose not to listen, because they want to be so hateful instead of submitting themselves to God. The word of God says, in all your ways, acknowledge God. Before you go and you condemn a person, you better make sure that that person is really, really guilty. Because if you don't, you are doing the very thing those wicked people did to Jesus. You understand? And that's why, for the most part, I'm not friends with too many women, especially here, because most American women, I find them to be very, very silly people. And they're not a real Christian people. They think they're Christians because nobody has ever poked their faith to see what really comes out. You gotta poke them to see what comes out. The living waters is bullshit, right? So I'm like, nah, I can't do this, right? Because a real Christian understands. You know how people say, what's understood doesn't have to be explained. Because there's no way that you can believe in Jesus Christ. They grabbed this man who had committed no sin, and they said, kill him, kill him. The pontiff said, are you actually sure you want to do this? Yes. He said, what did he do? We don't know. It doesn't matter. Just kill his ass. He said, I wash my hands of this. And whatever happens to this man, it will be on the heads of your children. And that's why you also understand people don't read the Bible. Because when you falsely accuse a person, it's not just you that you're punishing. You're punishing your kids. So your children could be in the bed right now. Your kids could be at school, whatever. And here goes mommy. Here goes daddy, right? Making false claims about somebody they don't even know. And then boom, a curse falls on your kid. And you don't even know. But one day, your child will get into some trouble. You're like, how did this happen? How? Or the child will get sick, and you'll see them in the hospital. We don't know what's wrong. What do you mean you don't know what's wrong? Ask God to remind you. Because once upon a time, you gave a false testimony on an innocent person. Everything in this life is a seed. But you see, a foolish person speaks without even considering the welfare of his children. That's why I don't mess with too many people. You see me, Marlene, I got 3 sons, Trey, Stefan, and Maverick. My children are dear to me. My kids are dear to me, especially my firstborn, James. The way I love baby James, I can't even explain it. Trey, he will always be my favorite. I said, Stefan, let me tell you this. You would not exist if it was not for Trey. You better be nice to my son. Okay, that's my firstborn. That's my firstborn. You understand? When I was in Columbus, Georgia, that little boy, the way he lifted my spirit, he made me want to fight. Oh my gosh, I love Trey. I love him so much. And because I love my sons, I love Maverick too. He's so cute. Even at the age of 40, I had no idea that I needed a baby. Okay? Maverick gives me a joy I can't even describe. Like, he's just so freaking cute. You know what I'm saying? And so when you have kids and when you love your kids, especially when you have boys and you love your boys, as a mother, you got to be careful how you speak. And you also got to be careful how you speak about other people's children. And you also got to be careful how not only you speak about other people's children, but you speak about other people's boys. You understand me? Right? Because you are quick to make judgment, you are quick to condemn, you're quick to spread rumors, and you are quick to encourage other people to hate another woman's child. What you have done it against God. And every single one of your child will be cursed. And this is how people go through life and they wonder why things don't work out for them. Or, no, your mama did something. Your father did something. It's real. People out here grabbing free curses for their children because they don't want to close this. You know what I'm saying? You got to think before you speak. You got to look at your children before you judge somebody else's child. You understand? Because the devil, the same way God has planned for you, the devil also has planned for you. The same way God has plans for your children, the devil also has plans for your children. He's always around. Jesus made it very clear. He said the devil roams, seeking who to devour. Or am I lying? The Bible is clear. Jesus is clear. He said the devil roams, seeking who to devour. And when you give him legitimate reasons to come after your children because you were so quick to throw away somebody else's child, do not start crying one day. When you go from pastor to pastor, prayer to prayer, you name it. What's wrong with my son? What happened to my son? You will need to get on your knees and say, God, when did I speak against somebody's kid? Because it has to be that. It has to be that. When people pray, they fast, they pray tithes and tithes, nothing is working. What did you do? And who did you do it to? And that's why in this life, when you're a smart person, especially when you are a smart Christian, sorry, y'all, right? You will understand that it is better to bless others. It is better to be a blessing to others than to be the one that brings harm to others, confusion, because whatever you do, it is a seed. And therefore, what Jesus said, treat others as you would want to be treated. Treat the children of other people as you would want your children to be treated. Our kids get to a certain age, especially when they start driving. We're not going to have eyes on our kids every single minute, every single second. It is not possible. It is not possible. You can never supervise your children when they get to a certain age, 24/7, right? You can never do that. But what you have to do is that when you are a parent, is that you wish well for other people. You pray for other people and their kids. You wish well for other people and their kids. Because you say, what I would want someone to do for Trey, I will do it for your son. What I would want somebody to do for Stefan, I will do for your son. What I would want someone to do for Maverick, I will do it for your son. You know what I'm saying? Because such is the commitment that was laid out by Jesus for all of us. Treat people as you want to be treated. Treat people's property the way you want your property to be treated. Treat people's children the way that you want your children to be treated, right? Treat people's house the way you want your house to be treated. Treat somebody's business the way you want your business to be treated. If it's not good enough from you, then it's not good enough for them. If you would not want someone to talk like this about your son, then don't talk like that about somebody else's son, right? If you would not want someone to talk this way about your grandson, then don't talk like that about somebody else's grandson. Because after all, you were not there. After all, you didn't see it all, right? You're on the other side of the screen receiving some kind of information from the media. You were not there, right? So the girl wrote her. I was like, I didn't believe it, y'all. I was like, it's a lie. It looks like a hematoma. Because I'm like, to me, it really did look like she had an allergic reaction. Right? Like she had a reaction to something. What happened? She did a whole GoFundMe stuff. They were cussing out these black men, whatever. But slowly but surely, everything started to fall apart. And it came out that she lied. It came out that she had done GoFundMes before. It came out that she had tried this before. It just didn't go viral, right? Then she got arrested. Then she got charged. I don't know when she goes to court. I think it's this year, right? And she might even get deported, right? And time again, people continue to want to believe all kinds of foolishness they've heard on social media. Take your time. Take your time. You got to pace yourself. Like, you really have to pace yourself. And in everything you do, always ask God for his wisdom. Talk to God. Say, God, this is how I see it. How do you see it? And let the Holy Spirit minister to you. Seriously, let the Holy Spirit minister to you. A lot of people say, oh, I'm an American. Oh, I have degrees, or I have money. So therefore, if I think away, I'm right. No, you're not. That means nothing. God has way more money. God has way more degrees. Whatever you have, there's somebody out there that has way more. And whatever you have is because God has allowed you to have it. But in all your ways, consider God. Even before you speak on a thing, make sure you've taken your time to ask God first. God, what do you say about this? God, what do you say about that? God, if you were me, how would you go about doing this? Right? But there's a lot of people who live their lives on a daily and never make God, I don't know, like a counselor in the way that they look at problems and say, okay, how would I solve this? How would I handle this? How would I talk to people? Meditation, it truly matters. Spending time with yourself, it really matters, right? Like even understanding your own biases and your stereotypes and your prejudice, because they could play a part in how you see the things that you're seeing. You know, and sometimes also when you're hurt and you look at another situation, it's really hard for you to be objective, right? You have some people out here, a black man broke their heart. So now whether it's a black man or black teen, they treat everybody the same because they're hurt. They're hurt so much that they become bitter. And that's why bitter women have to be avoided at all costs. You will never get anything useful out of a bitter person, okay? They're toxic. These are toxic people. Because when you're bitter, you're letting everybody know, yourself included, that not just are you weak, you're a sore loser, but you don't even have the strength of mind to take accountability in what happened to you. Bitter people have a victim mindset. Woe is me. Somebody did something to me. Me. No. Things that happen to you because to some extent you allowed it. Is it okay? No. But the way you carry yourself is how you shall be carried. Right? If you want people to carry you with care, you must carry yourself carefully. Right? There are people out here who carry themselves any kind of way. But then when they get handled like an Amazon package, girl, you was out here moving like an Amazon package as opposed to a Tiffany's box. You got to take ownership. You are bitter because you have the wrong perspective. You want to blame people, punish people? No. It starts with self. And I'm not even going to say punish yourself, but I will say be sincere with yourself and then forgive yourself and then ask God to forgive yourself. There's too many hurt people out here. And when they're hurt, they want everybody to hurt. Just like all these goofy ass black conservatives, I think the vast majority of them, they're probably not accepted by black people. They had issues with black people. So now that they're older, they make content to like, it's like a revenge tour. Like every piece of content I make, I need to punish black people. I need to say the most vile things about black people. Because when I was a teenager, they didn't accept me. They didn't love me. They didn't make a space for me. You have to resolve that. Therapy is a real thing, you know. You have to go and you got to talk about that because it's really not fair to punish a bunch of innocent black people because a few black people were mean to you in high school. That is ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. I read a comment yesterday where the man said that he saved the black man who was drowning, and the black man never say thank you. And I say, sir, I think he's white. I guess he's white. I'm like, sir, guess what? Right? Black people work for free for 400 years. White America never said thank you, right? Latinos have worked for free also, doing all kinds of goofy, menial jobs. White Americans never said thank you, right? The Chinese also work really hard for whites to be able to afford everything they wanted for cheap. Meanwhile, they pollute their countries. They don't see their children. They work in very unsafe conditions. White Americans have never said thank you, right? Indians also kill themselves doing all your IT and this, and that. You never say thank you, right? So I get it. It's not cool for someone not to say thank you if you saved their lives. But also, you got to also have the right perspective. As a white person, can you say that you and your people also say thank you, right? Hello, perspective is everything. Self-awareness is everything, okay? Self-awareness. Because just when you think you're owed something, you'll start to realize that, you know what? There are other people also who gave to you and you never said anything. People got to stop being so entitled. People got to stop being so freaking entitled, okay? Is he almost done with this video? Let me see, y'all. Yeah, he's almost done, so let him talk. Let him cook.
And you know, when people get older, you know, I mean, like really older, when death starts moving closer, and it's not a concept, but an appointment that you have. It's not abstract anymore. It's an event that you're packing your bags for. You know, you start letting go of stuff. You know how old people are always giving their stuff away? The older they get, they're giving their stuff away. It's not because they're so spiritually elevated. It's because you realize you're not taking it with you, right? The same thing happens, or should happen, with the worldly desires, with all of your worldly desires and your ambitions and so forth, including your concern about approval and your desire for admiration or your concern over disapproval and what have you. Just like an old man who begins giving away his possessions, his belongings, and he writes his will, you understand he's not being generous. He's just getting ready to leave. Well, that's how you have to start treating your attachments in this life. Give them away. Write your will. Get your soul in order. Get your affairs in order. Because you can't be free until all the temptations of this dunya become dull and bland and boring to you, unappealing. So the shaitan has to be able to look at you and not see any buttons he can push. Then you can't be bribed. You can't be blackmailed. You can't be threatened. You can't be coerced. You can't be paid off. Because the dunya has nothing that you want. You don't need approval and you don't fear disapproval. This will solidify you. This will make you still and settled. And you'll have your place to stand. So, you know, if you have done wrong in your life, or if you're doing wrong, if you've been making the shayateen your friend group, okay, then be disloyal, I'm saying. Be a traitor, be a mafia snitch, turn on him, be a whistleblower, be a security breach in his system of evil. Teach your brothers and sisters about his manipulation and how it works so that they won't fall for it. Maybe this is how you can turn your evil deeds into good deeds.
Amen.
Literally by taking the knowledge that you acquired only by doing the evil deeds and then using that to teach others what a disaster it is. And then maybe, if you're fortunate, maybe, inshallah, bi'ithnillah, when the judgment day comes, you'll break even. And that's as good as a win.
He's not on here. Okay? You said, what do you say? You gotta be detached from this dunya. Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Sorry. What is that? Let me stop this video. I'm not doing this today, right? So now let's go over here. I know it took me like 3 hours to get to the video, but who cares? Let's watch this video.
So when I dropped the other day entitled Black Conservative Defends Karmelo Anthony, White Conservatives Lose Their Minds. Now in that video, I was reacting to fellow content creator Anthony Brian Logan, ABL, Black conservative media personality, and he was giving his thoughts and reactions on the entire Austin Metcalf Karmelo Anthony situation. And he had shocked a lot of people, including many members of his audience, because he actually decided to sit back and examine the situation, and he didn't automatically jump with the narrative that was set from day one. Even before we had all the information, you had many white conservative bloggers and media personalities that had already set an agenda. The white victim and the black aggressor, right? The innocent church boy, the all-American football star was minding his business, going to the ice cream truck, and then the black savage jumped out the bushes and stabbed him in the chest, right? That was a narrative set from day one. And they used that narrative to indict the entire race of black men. So black men in Ghana, black men in Senegal, black men in Brooklyn, black men in Jamaica, black men in Alaska, the entire race of black men was indicted because of a false narrative that was set from day one. And as we got more information, we actually realized that the narrative that they set, the white victim and the black aggressor, it was deeper than that, right? We actually found out that the victim, unfortunately, he was the one that initiated the altercation, the verbal altercation, and then escalated it to a physical altercation, which unfortunately led to him being neutralized. But anyway, so we have Tim Pool, right? Tim Pool, prominent conservative media personality. Now, I'm not all the way familiar with Tim Pool. Of course, I know the name. I know he has a massive audience, but, you know, like I stay in my own lane. I stay in my own zone. So I don't be going into these different neighborhoods and things like that. So, but Tim Pool, I know he's a big deal. Now, earlier today, he was on social media and he said this: I don't care about conservative tribal outrage. And then he posted a screenshot of the police report. Now, just the other day, I dropped a full video breaking down the entire police report. Go check it out. Man, they going crazy in the comment section. Oh, man, they mad. We're going to go through some of them comments later on in this video. Oh, man, they so mad. But like I said, their narrative that they set at the beginning, you know, the innocent church boy going down to play at the park and he got stabbed by the black savage, that narrative crumbled immediately once we got more information. When it was found out that Austin, the victim, unfortunately, he was the aggressor, and the suspect, he was actually the one playing defense. Now, I'm going to get into the clip. I'll be right back.
What is it? Nothing matters but this. He was at a school event at the wrong team's tent with a knife. He clearly chose murder than to walk away, cut and dry here. Nope, wrong. Imagine you are invited to a party at someone else's house, and you are legally carrying a firearm. And then a fight breaks out, and or like an altercation breaks out between you and some guy, and you know there's drinking involved or whatever. I'm not trying to make a 1-for-1 scenario. I'm trying to create a potential scenario separate from this one with similarities. You go to a party. Let's say you go to a party, and some guy starts saying stuff like, "Yo, man, get out of here." And you're like, "I can do what I want. I was invited to the party." Verbal altercation escalates, and then the dude, you're standing there, and you pull your sweater back, and you've got a gun. And you put your hand up and say, don't come close to me, bro. I'm warning you right now. Do not come close. Do not take another step." Then the guy grabs your arm and makes a move. So you draw your weapon and you use it. Okay, make the argument. You have no right to defend yourself when you're being attacked by a guy. Make the argument. By all means, go ahead and do so. I ain't going to do it. I don't know the circumstances. You can argue that you're in a place you're not supposed to be. You can argue it's that guy's house, and it doesn't matter. A guy can invite you into your neighbor could be like, "Come on over, brother." And then if he gets physical with you, you can defend yourself. Okay, make the argument. You have no right to defend yourself when you're being attacked by a guy. Make the argument. By all means, go ahead and do so. I ain't going to do it.
All right, we back. Now, the one thing I'll push back on Tim Pool in his example is this incident.
Okay, so this is Tim Pool, you guys. What do you mean? Like the white guy who had the rally and nobody showed up, and then he called Austin's dad? That white boy who was part of like January 6th? That's what you're talking about? I don't think I've heard about that. Because even that too, I'm like, this is all ruses and chicanery, because Austin's dad is like, take my son's face off your website and this and that. And I'm like, I don't trust these white people. I don't trust them. Because to me, how did he get the man's number? How did he get his number? So Austin's dad, his name is just so readily available that random people have his number to call him. And then he just picks up the phone and he happens to be recorded and he says all the right things. I'm not falling for this. From him saying, "I forgive," to him showing up uninvited to the press conference, to now him saying, "Oh, take the name off the website." Okay. I'm like, it's a game they're playing, because guess what? I'm like, they don't want people to believe that it was race motivated, right? Because if it happens that school is an all white school and Karmelo was the only black student sitting under that tent, then why are you asking him to move if it's raining? Right? So you get ahead of that. You act like this white boy is doing all this thingy. Then he calls you. You're like, "Oh, I'm against this. This has nothing to do with race." White people say plenty of things, but the heart says something completely different. I said, how did he get your number, sir? Right? And of all the people who call you, why did you pick up his phone call? You know what I'm saying? And it just so happened to be recorded. And when you're recorded, you say all the right things. One thing about white people in the media, Whitney, you have to understand, white people play stupid games. They play stupid games. This man is not to be trusted. Jeffrey Metcalf, to me, is a con artist. He's a con man. I'm being so serious. He's a con man. The mere fact that this man, there are 2 GoFundMes, and he is competing with the mother, and he has raised more money than the mother. Something is off. Something is off. Nothing that comes out of his mouth will impress me. Oh, look at him. Some people, because for some black people it works. It always works. So many black people are so gullible. They really do believe that there's something good in these people. If there was something good in Jeffrey Metcalf, he would tell the truth. My son was the aggressor. I know Austin, he can be hot-tempered, and it's not the first time he's done this. right? But he's not. He wants to get money, and he's raising more money than the woman, okay? He's up to no good. But I'm like, all of this, it was staged. It was staged. So that way, people don't believe that Austin's some kind of white supremacist, right? Because in that case, it means that Karmelo was victim of a hate crime. Don't give credit to these people. I have another video about that, but I'm gonna do it. I don't think I'll do it tomorrow, because tomorrow I have to address George, or maybe I'll do the day. I don't know. I have to see what I do tomorrow, right? But it's like, these people, take your time. Don't give them credit for anything. Ruses and chicaneries. White folks, it's a bunch of tricksters. White people are like foxes. Be very careful. Malcolm X told us this, but like I said, people are so consumed with like black celebrities that people don't listen to the elders. Malcolm X was very clear. He said, these people are like foxes. Be very, very careful. A white man is like a fox. And he said, because he grins, you think he's laughing at you. Like, no, he coming to bite your ass. Start running, right? But an honest man, a real man, will say, this is what my son did, and my son was in the wrong. He has yet to say that. He hasn't said it. So anything else, I do not care. Because I'll say it again. Where did this man get your number? Right? And what are the odds that he will call you from a random number and you just so happen to pick up? Right? We will not fall for this. I'm like, I could see Charlie Kirk be responsible for all of this. I could even see the Daily Wire being responsible for all this, because Daily Wire, not only they produce the goofy ass YouTube content, they also make movies, you know. They make movies. This is what they do. Hollywood is made about white people. Like, this is what they do. And you cannot trust what you see. Yeah, you cannot trust what you see. So, like, these people are crazy. They are really crazy. He wants this GoFundMe to go as high as possible. And I mean, I cannot wait for them to go to court, because this is going to turn into a court battle. Megan is not going to let this slide. It is going to turn into a court battle. You will see these people eat their own flesh. Okay, Ryan, Ryan, let me tell you something, baby. Let me tell you something, Ryan. If you were okay with getting your ass kicked in high school, I don't know what to tell you. It's sad that you even think it's normal to get beat up in high school. And it's really sad that your parents never stood up for you. So you came home bloody, your ass beat up. Your mama never walked to that school and cussed their asses out. Your daddy never walked to that school and cussed their asses out. Your parents let you go to school day in and day out, getting your ass whooped. Nobody reached out to the counselor. Nobody reached out to the principal. I am truly sorry you were by yourself, Ryan, because if I was your mom or your sister, your cousin, it would have been on site. So I'm really sorry it happened to you, but we're not going to normalize this. Nobody should go to school and get beat up. Nobody should have, like, even just the PTSD of getting on that school bus, getting off the bus just to be bullied all day at school. That is crazy. That's really, really crazy. So I'm really sorry. I'm sorry your parents didn't care. And I'm sorry that nobody in your family empowered you to stand up for yourself. You got to stand up to bullies, because if you don't, they'll do it again and again and again, because people get a kick. People get a kick out of beating people up. Well, you think, and sometimes when you're kicking somebody's ass and they can't fight back, they'll stab you or they'll shoot your ass. So bullies have to learn to keep their hands to themselves. And we're not going to stand up for a white bully or for this boy because he's white. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. It is too many people getting bullied across America. Even with these kids and the telephones, they have each other's nudes, all kinds of stuff. Every day you go, there's a child killing themselves. There are children committing self-deletion because they're being bullied at school. There are other kids who take the pornography and then they blackmail their friends at school. Bullying is awful. It is awful. And we're not going to make a grand exception because Austin happens to be cute. He was cute, but he was out of order. He was cute, but he was out of order. So we're not going to make exceptions for him. I am so sorry. It's unfortunate it's not here, but then there are consequences to go around life and try to think that you're so big and bad that you can pick on people that are 65 pounds lighter than you. There are consequences. So Ryan, you can, in your head, maybe you've normalized abuse. And if what you're saying is true, Ryan, you need to get therapy. Because most likely, Ryan, when you get into a relationship with a woman, you're going to go for a woman who takes advantage of you. It's not a joke. If what you're saying is true, I don't know you. You could be lying. What do I know? But if what you're saying is true, though, and you put up with that, If you don't go get help, if you don't find a therapist or some kind of life coach to help you, you are going to continue to attract people who mishandle you, abuse you, and misuse you. And if you date, you will always attract a narcissist, Ryan. You will attract a bunch of narcs. Like, you think it's a joke. There's a reason why we teach children to stand up for themselves, right? No matter what the price is, you have to learn to stand up for yourself. Otherwise, this cowardly attitude, oh, it's okay if they beat me up. It's okay if they pummel my ass. It's okay if they make fun of me, make fun of my clothes and stuff. As you get older, that's all you will ever accept. You will chase people's acceptance. You will chase people's validation. You will go behind girls that are so mean, so ungrateful. You will do everything. The expensive restaurant, the trips, to that. Get yourself into debt for a girl, a bunch of girls that will never like you. They can just smell that you're so desperate to be liked. It is not okay. Nobody should lay down like a doormat and allow other people to treat them any kind of way. You got to stand up for yourself. You got to stand up for yourself. Okay? You got to stand up for yourself. Even in relationships, you got to stand up for yourself, because some women are bullies and some men are also bullies. You have to stand up for yourself. Even in friendship, you have some friends that are like extremely dominating and they will always want to bully people in the friendship. Like, no, you will not bully me. We're friends or we're not. But even in friendship, everybody has the right to speak their mind. You can't always try to dominate the conversation, try to take over the conversation. You have to allow people to be themselves. Hello? No. It's a no. It is a hell no. You either want my friendship or you don't. But I will not be your slave. That will never happen. That will just never happen. Yeah, he's traumatized. You know? And especially if you're a small person and this happened to you, I can only imagine how you go through life, your work relationships, your dating relationships. You probably just allow people to do whatever to you. Ryan, you have to stop. It is not normal. If what you're saying is true, I am really sad that it happened to you. Because everybody deserves to go to high school and have a good experience. I don't know if it's going to be great, though, but everybody deserves to go to high school and have a great experience. Oh, a good experience. People need to train their kids to not bully other people. It's really hard. Being a teenager is not easy. You're changing. Your body's changing. You might even have acne and stuff like that. You know, it's a weird phase for young people. Going from teen and becoming an adult, it's a weird phase. So why don't people train their kids to leave other people's kids alone? And even so, people should even raise their kids like, oh, if you see somebody eat alone at lunch, you should ask them to come your way. Well, that's the thing, though. But you got to stand for something. So now you if you go around telling people, oh, yeah, I got my ass kicked in school. I got my ass kicked in school. You think that's cute? You think it's cute to let people know that you was a little bitch ass dude, that anybody could whoop your ass? You think that's a flex? You think letting people, I don't even know you, I'm a stranger, right? But even I know if I want to whoop your ass, I probably can. You think it's a flex to go around telling people that you're a doormat? That anybody can whoop your ass and you go and lick your wounds in the little corner somewhere? Like, you sound crazy. Nobody thinks it's a move. This is some bitch ass stuff. It's bitch ass energy. What you're trying to sell us is bitch ass energy. So if you think it's a flex to come around a bunch of strangers and proudly boast that you was nothing but a little bitch in high school and anybody could whoop your ass as they saw fit, and you never stood up for yourself because you feared getting stabbed, mofo, they could have broken your ribs. You sound stupid. They could have cracked your skull. You sound stupid, right? They could have beat your ass in the face, knocked your teeth out. You sound hella crazy. You sound crazy, right? Somebody beating your ass, you go, oh, they beat me? And so, like, I don't know exactly. So my thing is, if you was happy being a little bitch, that's on you. But it's not a flex. It's embarrassing. Because as a man, you don't let nobody grab your balls. You's a man. That's your manhood. You understand me? Because you're the type, Ryan, most likely if you went to prison because you're so scared and you were raised to be so submissive, you will grab your butt and go, okay, go ahead, do it and get over with, right? A man like you, in less than 24 hours in prison, you will give it up. You will let another man take your manhood. That's what you would do, right? Because you scared. You'd rather be submissive than to fight. You'd rather be submissive. So I pray you never break the law, Ryan, because someone like you, if you ever get locked up, you're going to give up your behind. You're going to be so afraid to stand up for yourself. If they put you in a cell with another man, you're going to give up your behind because you're so scared. And a man like you're not even a man. You're not even a man. You're like, this is shameful behavior. This is your own body. You're not even willing to die to protect your own body because you're so scared of another man. You are crazy. You are seriously crazy. And I pray to God you never break the law because they're going to turn you into a whole woman in prison. Don't ever break the law. With this kind of weak mindset you got, Ryan, I give you 30 minutes in a cell with some dude. You're going to give it up. And it's not just your butt cheeks. You're going to give him a blowjob. You will give him a blowjob. Because if you can let a man do that to you, why would you not get on your knees? Why would you not get on your knees and give a blowjob? You will do it all, just like a woman. You're going to be in the prison doing everything it takes to survive, but to stand up for yourself. You are crazy. Okay? You are crazy, Ryan. We don't want to talk to men. We don't want to talk to men who would rather open their butt cheeks butt wide open for another man to do whatever. You are insane. You're really crazy. You're crazy. And I don't know if you're white or not, but if you are white, this is disappointing because usually white people are a bit more, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, right? But this right here, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. Like, you're not my type of white boy. Because okay, you're like, this is crazy, y'all. This is really insane. Okay. Remember what's his name? What's his name, y'all? With the green eyes. Hold on, Patrick Bet David. And who again? Yo, what's his name? What's his name? What's Lucia's name, y'all? What's Lucia's real name? Yo, what's Lucia's real name? What's his name? With the green eyes. I mean, this is some crazy stuff, Ryan. I'm like, what is going on, Ryan? Ryan, don't you ever break the law. Don't you ever break the law. Because if you break the law, you got to call me. I'm going to bail you out because I can't trust you. I cannot trust you. Terrence Howard, y'all. Remember what Terrence Howard said about Diddy? Okay. Ryan, I'm going to play this for you because I'm concerned. Okay? Okay? He said, y'all remember this?
You know, there's a short life in
why do you think that is? What the creative side is?
Well, because losing out money, you got to take drugs. You're going through so much shit to try and deal with life. You are literally, it's an unhealthy space. And so eventually you're going to go too far. You know, who knows what happened to Philip? Who knows what he had to do in order to get to where he was at? There's a lot of things that people do that end up sitting and they can't get over it. And they got to keep getting high, hoping to get it out of their head. You know, but when you lose your man card, that's the only thing I can think of. You lose your damn man card.
What is that?
Ryan, you better not lose your man card, Ryan. I don't like what you wrote, Ryan. You gotta be like, you gotta give me white boy fantasy. Like, this is not even like white American minds. Like, where'd you get that shit at? Where'd you get that from? El Salvador? Who does that? And even then, they got MS-13, so they wouldn't do that kind of stuff. What in the Roman failure is this? Even in Sparta, the men wouldn't even do this. Ryan?
What do you mean by that?
Well,
you give up your ability, your right to being a man. A man don't take it, a man gives it. So when you give up that man card, you don't get that back.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't get that back. You come into this world as a man one time. You give up that right for anything, for fear of being hurt, fear of somebody doing something, for wanting to gain something.
You heard that, Ryan? Ryan, where you at? Come back, Ryan. Come back. I like you, Ryan. I like you. Come back. Come back. Come back, white man. You heard what he said? You give up your man card because you are afraid of another man hitting you or stabbing you. Ryan, you better fight for your anus. Are you out your mind? You out your damn mind.
I'm saying you don't get that back. You come into this world as a man one time. You give up that right for anything, for fear of being hurt, fear of somebody doing something, for wanting to gain something. When you give up that man card right, you lose some spiritual energy that has always been pushing through. Like if a woman gives up her womanly right of being a mother and taking care of her family and do all those things, when you give up those things, but when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it.
Woo!
That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Get punked out and pimped out by some over greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man.
You see this? Okay. Ryan, where'd you go? Don't want to be pimped out and punked out. They gonna punk you out and they gonna pimp you out, Ryan. Your greatest desire in this world, Ryan, is to be a man. And if all shit goes down, then I guess it goes down. But one thing they will know is that this guy, Ryan, right here, that's a fighter. He's a fighter. People gotta know not to play with your name. Like, people gotta know this. But you, Ryan, the stuff you wrote, you better never break the law. Because I only give you 2 hours in not even 30 minutes. They're gonna bring some big ass dude in there. You're like, okay, there you go. There you go. I don't want to get stabbed. They're gonna break out your rectum. He gonna violate your rectum. He gonna violate your small intestine. Are you out your damn mind? You gonna walk around that prison just pooping on yourself, huh? Pooping on yourself. Can't even sit down. Everybody gonna know, oh yeah, he took it in the behind. Okay? Oh, I'm ready. He will violate the dog crap out your rectum. Okay? You is crazy. Ryan, you out your mind. You out your mind, then what? After that, he's gonna ask for a BJ. And if you did the back, you will do it with the lips. You out your mind. You's a man, Ryan. You's a man. You's a man now. That's your man card. And these are the lips of a man. So if anything, if you don't give the damn blowjob, you cuss him out. You cuss him out and you fight. And if he kills you, well, then so be. At least you know you die with your dignity. Okay? You die being a man. I mean, you are crazy. You are really, really crazy. Ryan, you are insane.
So I believe that's a big problem with a lot of the actors out there because they get fluid. And next thing you know, once you go fluid, it's gone. You don't have any foundation to pull yourself back from. So maintain your man card, no matter what.
Man, I mean, you know, one of the things you're seeing, you went to a whole different place.
Sorry.
No, I get it. So you see some guys struggling with that. You see Bieber struggling with that. You see some of these guys struggling with that.
They can't get it out of their head. They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did, no matter how they did it, whether they were drunk or high or whatever, you gave up your man card. You need therapy. And that's the thing that hurts them the most. And so they end up on drugs, end up every way to try and get rid of any principles there are. And that's what the business does. And the women that trade their bodies to go and get the role, they get to the point where they have their Oscar, they have their money, but they don't have their dream. They don't have the soul that they started with. So it's like achieving don't mean anything. If I get all the Nobel Prizes from doing all of this, but in the process, I have to trade out all of my integrity to do it so that they can stay in place. What benefit is that if I lose my integrity? You got to go in as a principal. And what we were brought in here as men. We produce 1,500 sperm per heartbeat for a reason, because the aggression is necessary. You don't trade that in, no matter what.
Did you ever have the opportunity where you got invited and you said no to it?
Hell yeah.
What was the consequences when you said no?
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me.
You see, Ryan, you would have given your behind. Okay, Ryan, you would have given your behind to Diddy. Because Diddy rich, and Diddy kind of cute. Diddy kind of cute now. I ain't gonna lie. Diddy is kind of cute. And I'm like, you, Ryan, the way you scared to get beat up, you scared to get poked, you're scared of this, you're scared of that. And like I said, Diddy cute. He wears lots of chapstick. I know that for a fact. And he got some money. So you, Ryan, you would have done it. You're like, well, you know what? I'm already broke. I'm used to getting my ass beat up. So what's a little bit of booty action gonna hurt? What's a little bit of throat action gonna hurt? Because I don't want to get stabbed. I don't want somebody to stab me. You are insane. Ryan, your small intestine has to mean something to you, Ryan. Your rectum has to mean something to you. All rectums matter. Okay? All small intestines matter. You think that he's hideous? I think he's a cutie. He's just so damn evil. He's so damn evil. Okay? All right? So it's like you gotta be very careful with this. Oh, I went around getting my ass whooped all the time. Ryan, some people might take it as a dog whistle language that you need a zaddy. Okay, be careful. You lucky you said that to me. And I respect you. I will honor your manhood. And I'm going to talk to you that you can be a man and not be scared to die. But you go around saying that to the wrong kind of mans. They might take it as like, I'm used to getting my ass kicked. You know what I mean? Because some people is kinky as hell. Some people are kinky, Ryan. They kinky and they nasty. They don't think you want something else. You want a zaddy. Okay? I don't think you want a zaddy, Ryan. You gotta be a man, boo. You better be a man. And you better be a strong white man. Don't let nobody take your man card.
And next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear you play the music. And he's sitting there, just looking at me, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, you know, he next week, and I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you. That's what my assistant said. And I was like, oh, okay. Now I get it. So now no more communication. Now you know to be hands off with somebody. A number of producers coming to make the approach, and you threaten to punch them in the mouth.
I know that's
threaten to knock their head off for
you see? That's what you do, Ryan. You threaten to knock their head off, punch them in the mouth. No, you scared. You scared to fight back. Ryan, you crazy. Ryan, you are insane. Ryan, let me tell you something, boy. You better not break the damn law.
punch them in the mouth. Threaten to punch them in the mouth.
I know that's right.
Threaten to knock their head off for talking to you like, or looking at you like you're a woman.
Woo!
You know, when you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction.
I know that's right.
It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room.
You hear that, Ryan?
And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept.
Okay, Ryan.
So always be the man in the room.
Be the man.
And that's always been my whole thing.
You got to be the man, Ryan. A man ain't scared to die. That's why I say your mama failed you, your daddy failed you. They should have signed you up for jiu-jitsu. Austin, you jiu-jitsu, you know. Jiu-jitsu, aikido, however you say it, taekwondo, judo. Shoot, your parents should have signed you up for something. And they should have encouraged you, so you're going to take this bully down. Okay, you're going to learn to take this bully down. They should have given you a Planet Fitness membership. Your daddy should have gone there with you to train every night. Lift them weights, son. Get heavier. Your mama should have made you more protein food, more steaks, more meats, more everything, more eggs. They should have fed you so much protein, bought you some creatine and some whey isolate protein, making them protein shakes. Okay? You should have had all kinds of protein and some creatine. Hello? And your daddy took you to Planet Fitness. It's only $10, but he can upgrade to $25. I got a black card. You know, I love the black card. Okay? But not my son. You're going to learn to whoop some ass because you're a man, right? But it seems to me, Ryan, your daddy didn't do it. Your mama didn't do it. That's cruelty. Take your parents to court. Take your parents to court. That's an alienation of a child. Take your parents to court. Ryan, you just sue them folks. I didn't say kill them now because you are white, but don't kill your parents, but take them to court. Yeah, exactly. Ignore. How can you ignore a bully? They will not go away because bullies, once they recognize that you don't fight back, they will keep coming back. It just turns them on. You know, one time this girl tried to bully me. It was like 11th grade. Oh, my Lord. Her name was Jackie. What? Oh, it went down in the cafeteria. It went down. When I tell you after that, they started calling me Layla Ali. I said, ooh, that's a compliment. Okay? No. There comes a time you got to stand up for yourself. You get sick and tired of this foolishness, okay? And I've never got bullied after that. Now look at me, okay? Look at me.
And have lost businesses because I don't bend over in that way. Ooh. I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that shit because the man card means everything.
He said, I don't kiss a man. I don't do that shit. Terrence Howard is crazy.
I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that shit. Because the man card means everything.
I know that's right.
I had no idea we're going to go this direction with the podcast. This is absolutely. But listen, we've talked about it. We've had a lot of the guys on to talk about this stuff. Are you done with Hollywood because of this specific reason?
I'm still working. I still, I haven't made the money necessary to do all of the other stuff. So I still have to go and do the chitlin circuit. I still have to do the job that I need to. But eventually, I've done what I set out to do, which was to redefine the universe. I've proven.
Let's stop here. He's a little crazy, right? So that was just because what's his name? Brian took us there. So we had to let little comic relief a little bit. Brian, you are crazy, but thank you for entertaining us. So Tim Pool walked it back because he said, oh, I don't care about the tribal stuff. When I tell you these white people, these crazy racists, they apply so much pressure. Tim had to do a whole show trying to be on Austin's side, right? But they're like, race don't matter. How can you change like this? Like, this is crazy. Double-minded person. All right. So then he invited this goofy ass, this white man, Lord, he just looks like a worm. He looks like a swollen butt worm. I don't know he's like a hemorrhoid, okay? But this swollen worm of a person, this slut of a person, right? I don't know if he's racist or if he's a grifter. I can't really tell because some people, I think they're racist, but some people too, I don't think they're really racist, but they realize that racists are out there and racists also need content, right? So he's like, okay, like, you know what I mean? I'm gonna give him the product. Because I don't know if he's really racist like that. I'm like, are you really racist? Or you're just a little, you know what I mean? A little racist drug dealer-ish. Like, you know what I mean? Like he sells race. Like he sells racism. He sells hatred. I don't know. Because one moment he doesn't like Karmelo. Karmelo is so wrong. And now he's saying, oh, Karmelo can defend himself. So let's see how Tim Pool is going to try to walk it back when he said initially that he didn't care, that it was self-defense. Karmelo acted in self-defense. But you know, with the tribal whites, you can never stand up for the blacks. It's always the blacks, okay? So let's watch this video. These people are crazy.
You just can't do it.
Hold on. Let's start over.
He definitely against the contact from Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery.
Oh, okay. These people are crazy. So he invited this man, because this man, I saw his first videos, right? And he's like, oh, the blacks. He was saying all kinds of prejudice, the stereotypes and stuff. But now he's saying that Austin Metcalf committed battery. And do you think, because I believe this man is a self-defense attorney, like he's a criminal attorney who believes in self-defense, right? So he knew from the onset that Austin was the aggressor. He knew that Austin had physically assaulted Karmelo. But then he goes on his channel and he says all this foolishness about black people, right? So I don't know if he's actually a racist, which he could be, what do I care? Or if he's just like a useful idiot who understands, like, hey, I have a YouTube channel. It's not doing too well. I barely get any views, but there are racists out there, and the racists need something to watch as well. So let me try to get this AdSense money. Because a lot of people are chasing the algorithm with this story. And they understand that right now, the racists are outside, y'all. Okay? They can't afford the eggs. They can't afford the groceries because the recession is crazy. The prices at the grocery store is crazy. Trump lied to the people. So since they can't afford the eggs, they can't afford the meats, they can't even afford their cans of food, okay? The beans or whatever. So now the starving racists want to consume racist content on YouTube to appease the hunger for the night, okay? They're growling, y'all. They're growling. I'm like, what is this? So now he's saying that Austin was the committed battery. So if Austin committed battery, why we can handle ourselves the way we see fit, right? These people are crazy. Let him say it again. Hold on.
He definitely had a right to defend himself against the contact from Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery. That's a crime. You can defend yourself against simple battery. You just can't do it with deadly force.
So to the point about the weight you were saying.
Okay. So he said you just can't do it with deadly force. So he said he recognizes that Austin was committing battery. The only thing is that you cannot defend yourself with deadly force. Oh, white people. So now let's do this. Let's watch Kyle Rittenhouse.
And I'm here with a bunch of militia. They're protecting a local car shop.
By the third night of unrest in Kenosha 2020, after businesses were burned, there was a call to arms online.
They're not being paid to be here, but they are doing it in service to the owner. We got militia on the roof here.
Kyle Rittenhouse is among the armed group in this video obtained by 12 News. The 17-year-old from Illinois, who once worked as a lifeguard in Pleasant Prairie, came with his AR-15. You can hear what he said that night in this video, edited and released by his defense team.
Our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously. outside my med kit.
Video also shows officers thanking the armed civilians and handing out the water.
Water. We appreciate you guys, we really do.
Then things escalated.
Ammonia, gasoline, mixed together and is causing an ammonia bomb.
And what does that do?
It causes irritation to the throat and eyes.
Rittenhouse would then use his assault rifle on 3 protesters, he claims, in self-defense. First, Joseph Rosenbaum, which is shown in the defense team video. 4 shots, and Rosenbaum, who the DA says was unarmed, was killed. The next video shows Rittenhouse running down Sheridan Road. He falls. 1 man jumps on him. Rittenhouse fires and misses. Anthony Huber comes in with his skateboard, tries to grab the gun, and Rittenhouse shoots, killing Huber. Gage Grosskreutz approaches, holding a handgun. At close range, Rittenhouse shoots Grosskreutz in the arm. Rittenhouse gets up and walks toward police.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them! Dude right here just shot all of them down there!
Rittenhouse puts his hands up.
Someone injured straight ahead?
Police drive past him. Rittenhouse went home to Illinois and turned himself in the next day. Video of the shootings.
And we all know that Kyle Rittenhouse got acquitted of all these murders. I think he killed I think he murdered 3. He murdered 3 and he injured, I guess, 2 more people or something. So one could also say the first man he killed. I don't know if the man put his hands on him, but if he did, right? According to that white man's logic, did he have the right to kill him? Just because there's a simple battery, right? Somebody physically assaults you. Do you have the right to kill the person? Right? And I'm sure if you go on his page, I'm not going to go on his channel, but I'm sure this white man, where is he at? This sloth, right? This weird shaped emerald, right? I'm sure if you go on his page, he was most likely defending Kyle Rittenhouse, right? So when you're white and somebody physically assaults you, you can murder as many people as you see fit, right? Even the guy who ran behind him. Okay, you can also call that battery. He killed him. The other guy who came with the skateboard, because I can see if you kill someone, I can see why everybody tries to stop him, because they're probably thinking he's an active shooter. It wasn't to try to hurt him. It's to try to stop him because they don't understand what's going on. He murdered that man too. Then he shot another man in the arm who was trying to get the gun away from him because they don't know who he is. He murdered 3 people. He injured him for 2 people. For what? Nobody was armed, right? Nobody had a knife, right? But you're going to go on all their pages, his page, his channel, Megyn Kelly. Yeah, he just killed the people. And I'm like, oh, no, he had the right, right? Once again, Black people do not have the right to use lethal force on white people. I just wish that white people, especially these white racists, would have the gall. Just be about that life. Be about that life. We know Austin committed battery, but we just don't believe that a Black person or a Black teen should use deadly force on a white teen, no matter how he was assaulted. Just say it. White lives matter. Just say it. Why is people doing this, right? You're full of shit. We have seen, what's his name? Kyle Rittenhouse, right? He was assaulted by one person. Maybe, I don't even know. He murdered the man. And it's not even like he shot him once. Even in this whole Karmelo Austin thing, was Karmelo out here like pow, 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 like Chucky, trying to just just destroy this boy? No. I don't even know how he was stabbed. It could even be that Austin even slipped on the knife. We don't know until we have an autopsy. But ultimately, there is one perforation to the heart, okay? One. When it comes to Kyle Rittenhouse, the first white guy, he shot him 4 times. So it's not even like, oh, I'm going to shoot this person just to scare them, or like, I'm just going to shoot to hurt you, but I'm not going to shoot to kill you, right? This first white boy here, right there, right? Hold on.
First, Joseph Rosenbaum.
See, this guy right here, no weapon. It could be that he puts his hands on him. I don't know. Maybe he never even put his hands on him. It was just a verbal altercation. He shot this white boy 4 times, like pa, 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 4 times.
Which is shown in the defense team video.
All that for one person. All that for one person. Why don't you shoot in the air to scare the man? Why don't you shoot him in the foot? Or better yet, like they say, oh, Karmelo could have just retreated. Okay, if you have an AR-15 and he has nothing in his hands, why don't you shoot in the air and then retreat? Hello? If you're truly not out there to kill people, but you just want to protect yourself, he didn't have to murder anybody. This demon is 17 years old with a freaking AR-15. He crossed state lines to join a militia. When I tell you white Americans are some of the most barbaric people I've ever seen, 17 years old, instead of being in his house, doing his homework, group project, studying for his test, or maybe working on his college essay, no, bunch of white trash. What 17-year-old do you know is joining a militia to protect private businesses for free? He didn't have an employment contract. He doesn't have a W-2, nor did he get a 1099. You make no damn sense. These businesses are licensed. Is it okay to destroy business property? No, but it's not a human life. This is just stuff. The people have insurance. And at any moment, every single one of these shop owners could have called their insurance company and increased their coverage. You can have your coverage 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, right? We live in a civilized society where businesses can get liability coverage. They don't need a 17-year-old with an AR-15 on a school night to cross borderline to start doing all this foolishness. Completely out of order. He didn't even belong there. He is 17. Do your homework. Work on your college essays. Do your group project. Even clean your room. He's white, isn't he? Clean your nasty-ass room. Because you know he lives in filth. I showed y'all his mama. I showed y'all his goofy-ass mother. High caloric, big back, goofy ass, hair thinning, orthopedic shoe wearing white crazy woman. Okay, make it make sense. But in this case, it's okay. Then he goes on to kill another white person.
4 shots, and Rosenbaum, who the DA says was unarmed, was killed. The next video shows Rittenhouse running.
This guy runs behind him because he saw that he killed the other guy. I'm like, okay, it makes sense. But the way even Officer Tatum, the way Brandon explained it, he's so diabolical. But it makes sense why this guy was running behind him. Because if you also saw a young man kill somebody, like, what the heck is he going? This man is an active shooter. So he was trying to stop him. But even this too, he's not armed. Like, as you can say, okay, that's a battery. Why does he have to murder this man? These people are sick as hell. And every time they talk about, oh, Karmelo could not defend himself with deadly force, you need to play the video of Kyle Rittenhouse. People need to see how he gunned down these people. And then I had this white demon who told me, oh, do you realize that Kyle Rittenhouse killed white people? I say the CIA and the FBI need to have you on a special watch list. Like, you are a terrorist. So your mindset is, oh, if I let her know that Kyle Rittenhouse killed white people, she's not going to be mad. I'm like, are you actually okay? Some of these people are so freaking demented. They are so demented. So because this is like white on white violence, I should be okay with this. Are you insane? I'm like, and what makes you think I don't have white friends? You are stupid. What makes you think I don't have white friends, white family members, white colleagues? Like, do you know how many white people are in my life? Or because I'm black, you assume that there's no way she's socializing with white people. Are you insane? And also, what makes you think that I need somebody to have my complexion for me to say this is not okay? This is so jarring. A 17-year-old doing all of this in a first world country, it's out of order. I don't care what complexion of the people that he killed. Exactly. Then they say don't make it about race. Oh, do you know that Kyle Rittenhouse killed white people? I'm like, are you actually okay? Do you hear yourself? Let me see if I can even find that. Let me see if I can find it. These people are so damn crazy. Let me see if I can find it. I'm like, this is so disturbing. How can you write things like this? I think I can find it. Hold on. I think I can remember the face. Here he is. Here's the comment. Look at this comment, y'all. Look at this comment. Can I make it bigger? Do you see this comment? Who are these people? Like, who are these despicable people? Read the comment. Read the comment. You do understand that Rittenhouse defended himself against 3 white people, right? What the freak? There wasn't a single harmed black person in the Rittenhouse story, LOL. Why do so many black people think Rittenhouse shot blacks? The courtroom trial was literally on every news outlet live until the judgment was decided. And that doesn't even matter. Both were self-defense. Everybody seemed to understand that based off the facts. Like, do you see how deranged these people are? But yet they'll tell you that it's not about race. So me, if I see a white boy, a 17-year-old, shoot people with an AR-15, I should say, oh, you know what? It's white on white crime. No, bitch. I live in America. I don't live in a third world, goofy ass banana republic where crazy whites are shooting people. This is so abnormal. When you live in a first world country, a developed country, 17-year-olds are at home. They're doing their homework. They're working on group projects, right? They're cleaning their room. They're working on college essays. This is what 17-year-olds should be doing in America, not joining a militia. We are not in 1719. What is wrong with these weirdos? These people are just so damn sick. They're so sick. I don't even know what did I respond though? It just went on like, I'm in here somewhere, right? Let me see. These people are just they're so deranged. Hold on, let me see if I can find myself in here, Chad. They are just so deranged. And I'm like, even like this is like the guy, what's his name? Black conservative, Greg. I don't even know how he puts up with his comment section looking like this. Where are my comments? I'm like, people are sick as hell. They are truly sick. They are sick. They are really sick. I'm like, what the freak? So anyways, let me play this video so you can see his hypocrisy. Because I'm sure if you go on his page, because he has to be here somewhere, right? I'm sure if you go on his page, you will find that he is perfectly okay with Kyle Rittenhouse killing people. And he calls that self-defense, right? But somehow with Karmelo, oh, it was battery. You can defend yourself, but you just can't use lethal force. Did he say that about Kyle Rittenhouse? No, he didn't. No, he did not. And no, he never will.
Battery. That's a crime. You can defend yourself against simple battery. You just can't do it with deadly force.
So to the point about the weight you were saying, according to the Rush report, he's 5'9", 130 pounds. That's a BMI of 19.1. I looked up, but I got 19.2. But I got to be honest, 5'9", 130 seems really frail.
That does.
Unreasonably frail.
Very frail. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's.
So I agree. I don't believe that's correct.
Yeah.
You know, I 5'9", maybe 140, 150. Maybe 150. The arguments I've seen.
I mean, we're going to get an autopsy report eventually
on Metcalf.
On Metcalf, right.
I believe already the statements were that he had like 30 pounds on him or something. That's what the argument from the left is.
Don't be afraid. Look at their eyes. Ooh, these people are just demons. I'm not trying to be offensive, right? But Black girls or Latino girls, Indian girls who marry into that culture, I hope y'all sleep with one eye open. Me, Marlene, I could never. These people lie too much for me. Look at how, like, when he said, oh, he has 30 pounds on him, he's like, it's not even 30, it's 65. Karmelo is 160. Karmelo's 160. He's 5'9", 160. I think the 130, because that was on his ID, because that's on the police report, that was on his ID. That was like when he was like 16, 17 or whatever, whenever he got his first ID, whatever. But Karmelo is 160 and 5'9". Austin Metcalf is 225. So it's not even just that he has 30 pounds over Karmelo. He has 65 pounds over Karmelo. So they all know. Yeah, like I don't know how they do it. I truly don't know how they do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. This is so frightening.
Were that he had like 30 pounds on him or something.
30 pounds on him or something. And this is also Tim. You know the thing about Tim, when he first came out, what he said initially is what he meant. But I think with the white rage, the white tribals, the white racists, right, he gave in. And I also feel as though he thought about his expenses. If they stop supporting his Patreon, if they stop supporting his YouTube, if they stop paying his merch, he's going to go back to be a trailer park white boy. Okay? I think he's from Chicago. Maybe he's from the 7 Mile like Eminem. So this boy ain't trying to go back to poverty. But I'm like, Tim, if that's what it takes for you to be honest, it's cool. I don't even understand why. I don't understand why. People who were never rich, you started making money because of YouTube. Why are you so afraid to go back to who you used to be? What is the big deal? They are so afraid of going back to where they came from that they will do everything in their power to keep the money, keep the people happy, keep this. This is slavery. You are a slave. When you're saying things that you don't even believe in, you can't even keep your lies straight because even deep down inside, you don't believe in this foolishness. You don't even believe in this foolishness. You're just doing it to make other people happy. And I think about Tim, I knew he was a bitch ass little white boy. I knew he was not going to stand the heat. I knew it. I just knew. I'm like, this boy, he gonna fold. He gonna fold. God, but you can just smell the bitch ass energy on this fool. It's like some strong Persian perfume. It's like some strong perfume. It's like oud. Have you ever smelled oud? It like that bitch ass shit. It's like it smells as strong as oud. Like when you go to Dubai and you buy them strong ass Arabic perfume like the Arab men like to wear. That's that kind of smell. Okay, oud the bitch, oud the white bitch. Okay, that's the smell of that. In this life, you can never go anywhere smelling like oud the white bitch. It never gave manhood. You got to fight for your manhood. You said what you said. You believe what you said. Now look at him like he don't even know how to sell the foolishness. It's a dangerous game that these depleted people play. You are depleted. No integrity ass. This Tim Pool boy, I hope I meet him one day. I will cuss his ass out in real time. You are such a fool. You're so weak. You're so weak. Look at him. And allegedly he lives in West Virginia. So, you know, they do incest out there. So maybe that's why he moved there. Try to make it make sense.
That's what the argument from the left has been, I think.
And listen, 30 pounds is a lot.
Oh, 30 pounds is a lot. So what you going to say about 55 pounds? Now, here is the mama, y'all. Because you know me. One thing I sure do love when Megan brags about her son and his weight. Let me make sure I stop at the right place. Where's that? 9:45. I've gotten good at this, y'all. I've gotten good at this.
He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds. Both of them big boys. And
one more time, Megan. Say it again, Megan. 9:45. Okay, let's go.
He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds.
Okay. And even also, when you go to let me show you this, right? Let me show you this, right? Even when you go to his Twitter, it is right there on Twitter. These white people are so despicable. His stuff is here. He said he was 6 feet, 220. So he might be 220, 225. You know how like your weight can fluctuate, whatever. So it's cool. It's on his actual X. It's on his Twitter profile. His weight is on his Twitter profile. Like, make it make sense. Seriously, I rather deal with Nick Fuentes, Jake Lange. At least they're going to stand on the race and not hide it. Exactly. That's what I tell you. Me, Marlene, I have more respect for Nick Fuentes. I could probably even be friends with Nick Fuentes. Because he'll be like, I don't want to be around you animals. I'm like, yeah, that's how I feel. Right? Because I'm with the shits. Like, I am really with people who talk shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sensitive. But this whole fake, like, trying to be, no. Stand by your racism and own that mess, right? But the boy has it on his Twitter profile. He has his height. He has his weight. He has his GPA. Maybe that's even his phone number. I don't know, right? So it's not hard to find. Tim is on Twitter. Yeah, no way he didn't see that. But he has to lie. White people, they always love to lie. The truth is not in them. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Where is he? Oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is really crazy.
That's what the argument from the left has been, I think.
And listen, 30 pounds is a lot. So if you do any kind of combat sports like wrestling or something like that, you know, they separate you into levels by 8-pound gradations, right? So
white people, you know what? I told you this. I'm like, the reason why they're doing so much because they know Karmelo is right. They still want to ruin his life because he's black. I told you this. We have gone over this, that if it was boxing, they will never be in the same weight class because at 160, Karmelo is a middleweight and Austin is a heavyweight. It will never happen. The white men told us. He said because it's a matter of what? Of fairness and safety, right? Let him say it again. They love to be so fake.
Officially recognized weight divisions in the sport of boxing. You might be thinking, wow, that is way too many. But the reason that there are so many is actually quite nice. The reason there are so many is really twofold. It's fairness and safety.
There you go, right? So I'm like, even they know this. They know Karmelo is correct. Even if they were the same weight, it's the fact that it's 2 against 1. And let me say, it's the entire 10 against 1. It's out of order. It's out of order. It is so, like he said, Tyson versus Mayweather. It is out of order. So if he's saying like 30 pounds is a lot, because even in wrestling, they separate people by 8 pounds. Y'all, 8 times 4, it makes 64. Austin is like 65 pounds bigger than Karmelo. So they would have had 8 different classes, even in wrestling. So wrestling, your weight matters. Weight division matter in wrestling. And in what's it called? In boxing, weight classes, your weight matters in boxing. So wrestling, boxing, you name it, they never would have fought each other because Austin is going to win. So this is why when you're bigger than people, you go and you pick on somebody your own size. White people know this very, very well. They just want to act stupid, okay? And they don't want to have an America where you can see white boys get shot up by black boys for infringing on their rights. You can put your hands on people, but they know he's right. They know Karmelo is right. And the thing also that the guy, even though he's a criminal, Dominic said that really like perked my ears yesterday. He said that Karmelo claimed self-defense right away. He didn't claim self-defense the day after, 3 days later. Like, no, when he was detained, he said it was self-defense. So that right there shows that he believed he was acting in self-defense. If he had waited a week or 2 weeks or 3 months or 3 years to say, oh, you know what? I think it was self-defense. Okay, that's kind of suspicious, right? But he told the police officer, he said, I'm not alleged. I did it. He asked if Austin was going to be okay. And he also said it was self-defense. These are the 3 things he told the first police officer, the one that got the Mexican name, okay? So they know this. He didn't wait a day. He didn't wait 2 days, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2,000 years. It's, oh, I think it's self-defense. I don't know. No, he said it right then and there. It was self-defense. But the problem with these racist white people is that when you're black, you don't have the right to be vulnerable. You don't have the right to be afraid. You don't have the right to be scared. No, you're black because they think black people have a propensity for or a threshold for pain. I don't know. I really don't know how they see us. Only white people have the right to be afraid. Only white people have the right to cry. Only white people have the right to say they're in pain. Black people can be in pain. Black people cannot be afraid. Black people cannot have anything that expresses vulnerability. Because I guess like we're some kind of like beast or something. I don't know. It's so weird. They are truly, truly weird. He has the right to be afraid. It didn't happen to you. If you were in his body, in his shoes on that rainy day, you don't know how you would have felt looking at Austin. You didn't see Austin's face. You didn't even see his energy. You didn't even feel his energy. You're safe and you're in your right shoes in a safe location at a resting heartbeat, trying to opine on what someone should do or not do when the threat was not done unto you. Make it make sense. Bunch of weirdos. Bunch of weirdos.
This would be
less, 5 pounds.
like right, even less.
Yeah.
So it can make a difference, but we also have to consider the what we call the lawyers call the totality of the circumstances. This wasn't a back alley at 3 o'clock in the morning. This was a crowded environment. There's lots of people around.
It was not a crowded environment because obviously there were no coaches. There were no coaches. There were no adults. Here is the video. So he's saying, oh, this is not a back alley somewhere. Sir, it's at a stadium. This is around bleachers and concrete steps in the rain. As if a back alley makes it any better. Like, do you make no damn sense? Right? All of that is to try to give a lifeline or like some goofy ass arguments to these racist people to have some kind of hope. And that's why I say they hate these white people. They truly hate these white people because if they actually love these white people, they will tell them clear as day. Austin was in the wrong. Austin was bigger. He had no business putting his hands on that boy. And given the fact that it's raining, they're around metal bleachers and concrete steps. This right here could have gone seriously left. Now, is it the outcome that you would like to see a white boy get stabbed? No. But at the same time, too, though, white boys got to keep their hands to themselves, right? That's it. When you love your people, you tell them the truth. And you see Nick Fuentes, oh, blacks can't have difficult conversations. It seems like whites can't have difficult conversations because they have a hard time with the facts. Right? And so we have laws in this country. And when the laws are not on the side of racist white people, right? Now they want to talk about what's morally correct. No one give two shit about your morals, fam. We talk about the law. Because we can argue morals all day. What does the law say? In Texas, what does the law say? Because self-defense, it means something specific, right? Self-defense is not just whatever. It means something very, very specific. Hold on. They're just crazy. Okay, so let's see what even AI says, right? In legal terms, self-defense is the use of force to protect oneself or others from an imminent threat of harm. There you go. It's a justification for using force, even if that force results in the harm or death of another person, right? The threat must be immediate and not merely a possibility. Exactly. He put his hands on him. Reasonable belief. The individual must genuinely believe that they are in danger and imminent harm. Yes, it's 2 people, 3 people. Everybody weighs 65 pounds more than me. Oh, yeah, I'm scared. Oh, yes, I'm scared. What the freak? What the freak? And who's not going to be scared? 2 big ass. Hold on. I got the picture, y'all. I got the picture. You know I got the pictures. Huh. They hate to see me coming. They hate to see me coming because you know I got the pictures, y'all. I got the pictures. They hate to see me coming. Right? Hold on. Let this load. They just love to be so dishonest. But they're going to tell you, oh, it's not about race. If it's not about race, then keep it about the facts. Because if we keep it about the facts, we're done with this. This is too much. Okay? So here's Austin, number 11. Okay? Number 11, that's Austin. You're 160. So here's Karmelo. Where's Karmelo? Hold on. Here is Karmelo. Because these people are crazy. Okay? And that's why they always make it their business to not show pictures of Karmelo, like his full body and his mosquito legs, okay? Here is Karmelo. Here's Karmelo. And then here is Austin, number 11. Now, you know it's not just Austin. It's Austin and Hunter. But Austin is the one who grabbed him, right? In the rain. In the rain. Like in the bleachers around concrete steps in the rain. Oh, yeah, we're scared. And then he knows jiu-jitsu. He knows jiu-jitsu. Okay. Right? Proportionate. The force used must be proportionate to the threat. Yeah, it's a big one. Not the initiator. Generally, self-defense is not available to someone who started the conflict. Well. What do we have here? Right? We have Hunter. There you go. Hunter, explain to your racist kinfolk what exactly happened.
Before I knew his name now,
Oh my
this
God.
kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stopped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay. So if we go back to the definition right here, not the initiator, who created all of this? First of all, for me, I really feel like the main instigator is Hunter. Now, the one who made things go physical was Austin. But Hunter started all of this foolishness. Hunter and whoever else, because Hunter is somebody else. But because that other person is also 17, they're not releasing that person's name. Because he said, we asked him to move. So who is the other person? Or persons, right? And then Austin stepped in and said, you got to move. My brother grabbed his backpack and he did more. You know he lied. His brother did more than that, right? And there's a reason why you have so many teenagers with iPhones and nobody has released this video, because most likely it does not look good for Austin, does not look good for Hunter. And that's why they ran to the media to control the narrative and paint this image of this 4.0 all-star football student who got stabbed in the heart by this deranged YN who came to a track meet with a knife because he wants to stab white people for the crime, for the sins of slavery. What? What? This is insanity. This is really insanity. Keep talking, you fool.
It's hard to believe they're all going to stand there and watch Austin Metcalf beat Karmelo Anthony to death in front of them. I mean, this is not going to end up being a sustained beating.
What? Look how he's looking down. So he's saying that it's hard for him to believe that all the white boys are going to sit back and watch Austin beat Karmelo. They would have intervened. Did you ever hear Hunter say they intervened? So they don't want him to sit there even though it's raining. But somehow, once Austin beats him up, they're like, oh, no, stop. Look how he's looking down. This is despicable. These people are actually comical. Hunter, I keep telling these white people, I said, y'all keep playing these games and you keep trying to curse Karmelo. You're going to see Austin, you're going to see Hunter in handcuffs. Keep playing these games. Keep thinking that you can go around cursing people. Oh, he gonna go to prison. Yeah. You're gonna see Hunter in prison. Keep playing these goofy ass games. Keep triggering God. Keep triggering God. Keep doing this. Because when you hear this and you don't hear how Hunter started this and got his brother involved, keep playing these stupid games. Because when they turn around, Karmelo's gonna walk. That's my problem. But when the DA turns around and puts charges on Hunter, don't start crying on the internet. Do not start crying on the internet. That's why I said if Hunter was some kind of smart and he feared God, he would start telling the truth though. Like, no, Karmelo was really protecting himself because we did too much. But no, he wants to be white, stupid, and a liar. Let him do it. This dunya. In this dunya, you reap what you sow. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think, Tim, to what you were saying earlier about the right's reaction to this, I think it points to this element that's running through society on both sides. I particularly because I thought, I lean to the right. I'm conservative, that these are some of my values in the campaigns and the support that we had, that the right was just as principled as the left. And what we've seen is the moment that the tables turn, all of a sudden, the same principles of free speech, of presumption of innocence that they championed loudly for these other cases, they've thrown out the window, literally.
Exactly. But you see how he's also afraid? And you know what, you guys? I've come to realize this, right? Whether it's white conservatives, like, because, we have to also be honest, right? There's always going to be some people with integrity. Not every single white person is evil. Not every single white person is racist. But my point is, even the white people who are white and conservative and who know the truth, they're scared. They are truly scared. They're scared to say, you know what? If this was me, I'd have stabbed his ass too. Because they understand how deranged the people on their camps are. It's the same thing like, and it's not just them, I have to be fair. It's the same thing with Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith also, damn well, he does not agree with Democrats. He does not agree with liberals. I don't even believe that he really voted for Kamala, right? But Stephen A., he doesn't want to admit to himself that he has Republican values because he's also afraid of the backlash from Black people. Right? And this is why you have to be very, very careful building your entire business model on people liking you, agreeing with you, having some tribal ethnic base. Because you see this? So this guy is scared. Stephen A. is also scared. Like, these people are so scared. Even Charlemagne. Charlemagne also is very scared. Because sometimes when you don't catch him in the Breakfast Club and you catch Charlemagne with Andrew Schultz, right? It's a different Charlemagne. It's a different Charlemagne. As soon as he gets around Black people, he starts acting all kinds of stupid, right? Because people make money keeping certain people happy. Like they get to a point where they're like, okay, Black people want to hear this from me. White conservatives want to hear this from me. This is slavery. This is real slavery. Like Stephen A., it's for him, it's the worst. It really is the worst. I'm like, Stephen A., it is okay to say I'm Black, I'm Republican. Because this is excessive. Okay? This is really excessive. And they're so afraid of people being unhappy, turning their backs, unsubscribing, canceling their Patreon membership. Let them do it. You were born without any of this. If you lose it, okay. But guess what? People get mad for a second and they always come back. They always do. They always do. But they have to know that you're not to be played with. But when you start being afraid of losing subscribers and this and that, child, you're going to do something. You showed the devil he can use you. And that's incredibly dangerous. You didn't have a YouTube channel. If you lose it, okay. Hopefully YouTube tries to be fair. But if they feel like, okay, you still have to lose a channel, no problem. Right? If you lose subscribers, okay. They can come and talk to you. Like, you have your DMs, you have email. If they really care about you, they can come and have a conversation. If they don't want to have a conversation and be petty, unsubscribe, who cares? Life goes on. You lose some, you gain some. But one thing you cannot play with is your self-worth, is your integrity. You got to be who you are. You got to be consistent. If you say, I'm a Christian, I'm conservative, I believe in self-defense, I believe in stand your ground, then you got to stand beside that. Like, it has to cost you something. You can't let people put pressure on you. Oh, well, I don't know now. What you mean you don't know? Yeah. People are just too afraid. And I'm like, you see, now everybody has a massa. The white conservative, their massa is their audience. The black liberals, the black Democrats, their massa also is the black audience. Y'all gotta be brave and stand up for what you believe. And if they're mad, let them be mad. If they never talk to you again, it's okay. Because you know you are standing beside what you believe. You're fighting for your integrity. What's the point of having an audience if they don't even respect you? What's the point of having an audience or a community and you're the leader and nobody respects you? They want to bully you. You're not going to bully me. We can talk about how you feel. We can talk about your point of view, but you're not going to bully me. You can go. I didn't know you before. And if I never talk to you again, trust, I'll be just fine. This is crazy. This is really crazy.
Really just like, nope, I don't care about those things. It's fascinating to me. And it's just goes to me, it's just like this narcissism, this pride that's developed within our culture because we do have a phone and we think we have all the information at our fingertips.
Yep.
It's just, it's unfortunate. I think it goes to deeper issues within our society, but it's amazing to see it just as strong on the right as it was on the left and is on the left.
So actually the left is arguing, and I do not believe this is correct, that Austin Metcalf was 6'1" and 225 pounds. And that is, I'm going to go ahead and say absolutely false. I've seen.
Okay, you are crazy. It is right there. This is his Instagram. Sorry, this is his Twitter. He is, like here he said he was 6 feet, 220 pounds. And that's his GPA. It's not even a 4.0, it's a 3.97. Cool, I guess. Did he take any AP classes? He even have his email right here, right? Now, we also have his mother. Where's the mama, right? The mother also said her son was 225.
He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds. Both of them big boys. And they.
Okay, so this is not hard to find, right? But once again, because Tim wants to make it seem like he's fighting for the white boy, he's fighting for the tribal identity, right? He's fighting to be a tribalist, right? But somehow Nick Fuentes said it's black people who are ethnic, narcissistic crybabies. No, it's you people. Because otherwise you would have respected Tim and what he said the first time. But now he has to do this to placate these people. Oh, I don't believe that. Tim, you mean to tell me you didn't go on this boy's Twitter? You sound crazy. You sound deranged.
Nothing to corroborate any of that, but that's the viral claim. I'm going to go ahead and say absolutely false. I've seen nothing to corroborate any of that, but that's.
You haven't seen because you choose not to see it, right? Here is Austin. Here's Austin Metcalf, right? You haven't seen anything that corroborates because you don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. Because once you see it, you can't lie because you know what you saw. Austin is number 11. So there's no way he weighs 160. That's not what 160 looks like. And he's a linebacker, right? All these pictures are on his page, right? You come to his Twitter, all the pictures are here. Here he is. He does not weigh 160, okay? Here he is. That's where I got the picture from. I got it from here. And here he is. All these pictures are on his Twitter. So you people mean to tell me that you didn't go through his X account? You're so full of it. These people are so full of it. Oh, I have seen nothing. I have seen, oh boy, be quiet. Be quiet. Stop lying. So here again. Okay, took 3:15 for work today. There he is. Oh my Lord. These people are crazy. Okay. Yeah, people get bullied for being humane. They're insane. Let them go. They're crazy. Right? So I'm like, Tim, if you didn't see anything to corroborate whatever, it's because you didn't want to see it. You are on Twitter. You have a Twitter account, right? You didn't think to type this boy's name. And if the left says it, why not look into it, right? Because you don't want to see it. Don't want to see. And that's the thing about racism. That's the thing about being prejudiced, is that we don't want to see anything that could change our perspective of a person because we are committed to see somebody as evil. I want to see evil. I want to believe that this person is evil. So therefore, I don't want to hear anything or see anything that could force me to acquiesce that this person is not who I thought the person was. There you go. Exactly. Like you don't want to see it. And it's not that hard. It really is not that hard. If you look for pictures of Austin Metcalf, they're not hard to find. So what was it special about me that I found it? Like, there's nothing special, right? If you wanted to find him, you would have found him. Here he is. Here he is, right? So you know damn well this boy, yeah, he's big. He's really, really big. I think the squatting 405 was I think the 405 is Karmelo. So then I think that's Karmelo. But he's big. So he's 225, fam. His mama even said it. So I didn't see anything to corroborate that because you didn't want to see it. You're a bigot. You're a bigot. And you have built an audience full of racist people. So you can't see it. So you know what I'm saying? They just love to lie. Look at him lie. Look at him lie.
And that is, I'm going to go ahead and say absolutely false. I've seen nothing to corroborate any of that, but that's the viral claim all over the internet. Newsweek says that his profile lists him as 6 foot. Really? Newsweek is reporting he was 6 foot
big in the
225.
picture. He looks like a heavy set kid.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Newsweek says this.
Look at him tweaking. Look at him tweaking in real time. Oh, Newsweek said it because it's on his Twitter. Like, what is this? What is this? It's on his X page right here. And it's not that hard, but you don't want to look for it. Yes, they don't realize running to the media was the worst thing they could have done. And you know what, too? Let me tell you something, right? You know what this GoFundMe reminds me of? I'm telling you, this money here is going to be cursed money. These two GoFundMe, but especially for the dad, not the mom so much, but the dad. It gives me the kind of feeling like when somebody wins the lottery. You know how people who win the lottery, bad things happen to those people? You get what I'm talking about, right? Like most people who win the lottery, they either like end up dead, they end up bankrupt, they end up in prison. Like bad things usually happen to people who win the lottery. I'm saying this money right here is going to bring this Jeffrey Metcalf a lot of problems. It is going to bring this man a lot of problems. You know how they say, like, laugh now, cry later? It's like right now you're laughing. This money is going to be a burden for him. It's going to bring a lot of problems. It's going to bring a lot of problems, because, when anything happens, like when a story first breaks out, people always think they know who's right and they know who's wrong because they've watched so many Disney movies that they think they always recognize who Maleficent is, right? Ooh, I've watched so many movies. Okay? So they always feel as though they can easily recognize who is evil and who's good, right? Because the movies make it so easy. And they think because in the movies, you could quickly identify who's evil and who's good. So, if I look at somebody, I can just tell, like, I can just shut up, right? But eventually, the truth always comes out. It takes as long as it takes, but the truth always comes out. Even that lawyer, when he first started his videos, he was saying all kinds of nasty things about Black people. Today, he's saying on Tim Pool, oh, yeah, Austin did commit battery. Austin was a lot bigger. In wrestling, when you have an 8-pound difference, it's a different weight class. We're talking about 65-pound weight difference. 8 times 8 makes 64, right? Life is not a movie. White people look at life like it's a cartoon, like it's a Disney movie where they can easily identify the villain. But the sad thing also about white people is that they never even ask themselves, why does a villain become a villain? I used to be just like their goofy ass too, but I'm like, okay, why is Maleficent? Everybody has a backstory. Was Maleficent born evil, or did somebody wrong her and that's how she became evil? Right? And it's the same way. When they tell you somebody's a villain, they want you to believe, oh, Vladimir Putin is an evil person. What makes him evil? They can't even say. Right? Vladimir is evil. And then Zelensky is a good person. Yeah, right. I don't know any of these fools. So why would I say, oh, I'm going to hate Vladimir and I'm going to love Zelensky? Why would I love Zelensky? I don't know Zelensky. Do you know Zelensky? I don't know Zelensky. Right? But this is what they do. They want to be responsible for telling you who to love and who to hate. And that works for most white people because they're quite simpletons. It doesn't work for me. You know what I mean? Let me show you a video. What's that brother's name? Hold on. Let me find this Black brother real quick. Hold on. Brother Brian, he's Black. Hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you his video. Was it Brandon? I don't even know. What's his name? What's his name? I can't think of his name. Hold on. Subscription. Let me see. Let me see. It's crazy how you watch people and you can't remember their names. Like, that's crazy. Let me see. History. What about my like video? Let me see if I can find my like videos. Hold on. Hold on. I will find him for you guys. I watch this stuff all the times. Hopefully I can see. Oh, Lord. Is my name Brian? Yeah, Brian Maxwell. There you go. Okay. So let me see this. Let me see. Zelensky. Let me show you a video of this guy. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Give me a second. I will find this for you. Okay, let me see. I will find this video for you. Like, you have to see this one video of Zelensky. Like, it is so crazy. It's really crazy. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, Lord. I should have saved that video. I don't see it here. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this video. Oh, see, here he is, right? Here is Zelensky. Have y'all ever seen this video of Zelensky? You ever seen this? This is the president of Ukraine. Y'all, look at this mess. Hold on. Look at this man. This is the man that America gave $300 billion to. Let me fast forward. Here he is. Here he is, y'all, wearing heels. Have y'all ever seen this? This dude, this is him. This is Zelensky, you guys. Did you ever see this? Have y'all ever seen this? This is the man that America gave $300 billion plus of taxpayers' money. Okay? When I first saw this video, look at him. Look at this guy. What the freak is this? Here he is. Here he is. That's him. Oh, Jesus. Look at Zelensky. This is the president of a country, y'all. Y'all, this is insanity. This is insanity. Have you ever seen this? Oh, Lord Jesus. Have you ever seen this? This is Zelensky. Look at him. Oh, my God. Here he is. Here he is. These people are crazy. Look at that. And this is who America said, oh, we need to fight for. They're fighting for democracy. He's a good man. Here they are. Here they are. Here's Zelensky. Oh, Lord Jesus. Who are these people? What is this? Oh, my Jesus. Okay. You see this, right? Girl, you didn't see this, Elena? Brian exposed me to this. Oh, yes, girl. This is him. I'll share the community page so you guys can see it. She said, is he a stripper? I don't even know what's going on. But this is the man that is the current president of Ukraine. And these Joe Biden and the Trump, whatever, you never seen it, right? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Now you've seen it. I will share this in the community page, okay? But you see, they'll tell you Zelensky good, Vladimir bad, right? And people just eat that stuff up. People just eat this stuff up. Oh, Vladimir's evil. Vladimir's a Satan, a man you never even met. But they will have your mind so messed up that you will hate Vladimir and you will love Zelensky, even though you don't even know these people. You don't even know these people. I've never met these people. I never sat down with these people. I have no personal experience. So why should I decide based on what you tell me who's good and who's bad? But you'll start to realize, like, every time they tell you to hate somebody, that person is usually good. And when they tell you to love somebody, that person is usually diabolical. And it's funny how mainstream media has not made it their business to make this public. You know, they know this video is out there. They know it's out there. But you see this? Look at this. And that's Zelensky right there. Look at him. Look at him right there. Look at these people. And they gave this man $300+ billion. Look at this. Look at him. Look at him. And this is him. See, that's him right here. That's him. Right there. That's him. Look at this. Okay, that's him running here. Hold on. That's him running and that's him turning. Look. Look. Not look. That's him. That's him right there. That's him. That's him. Here he is. Here he is. You see? Okay. This is what they do. These are all the men out there. This is who they chose. Yeah, they chose somebody like Ryan. Come to find out, you're going to go look and see Zelensky's first name is Ryan, okay? Because he didn't want to fight back all his life. He was bullied in school, and he didn't want to get stabbed. So he out here just giving it up, right? They love a submissive white man. They sure do love themselves a submissive white man. Okay? Yeah. That's it. That's what Terrence Howard said. Don't give up your man card. You are crazy. You are really crazy. So when they tell you to love somebody, when they say, oh, you got to love this person, usually that's a bad person. When they say to hate someone, usually that's a good person. They love to mislead people. And people keep falling for this foolishness. They are crazy. They're really crazy.
Newsweek says Metcalf was listed on the Frisco Memorial High School huddle. He was listed on huddle as 6 feet 225. I thought he was 5'9", 160. That's what I had been seeing. Newsweek says he was 6.
Look at Tim. Look at this look at this goofy ass white boy. So he said he thought a linebacker was 5'9", 160. But when it was time about Karmelo, he was like, oh, 5'9", 160. That seems so frail. But for Metcalf, he's like, oh, I thought he was 5'9", 160. So you wanted him to be the same measurements as Karmelo. Man, go sit down somewhere. The person that is 5'9", 160 is Karmelo. The person that is 6 feet, 225 is Austin. But because they want to paint a picture that, oh, what's his name? Karmelo used excessive force. They want Austin to be the same height and the same size as Karmelo. And it will never happen. They don't have the same armor. And even if they did, everybody's different. Okay? They're crazy.
That's what I had been seeing. Newsweek says he was 6 foot 225.
Regardless of what's true, certainly the more there is a disparity of size and the weight and power, the more favorable it's going to be for Karmelo Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Did you guys?
Oh, you see? Look at the white man having to admit. Look at the white man. They've known this all along, y'all. They've known this all along. It's okay to say, you know what? We didn't think that Austin should have died behind this. I get that. But to try to railroad Karmelo like he was just a crazy YN who just went to a track meet with a knife trying to stab white people for the sins of slavery. Are you actually okay? That's a very, very dangerous narrative to put out there. It is so dangerous. You know, I'm not going to be mad but say, oh, you know what? We wish Austin wouldn't have died. I get that. He's 17. He was 17. These are young people. That's why I'm like, why can't y'all even be friends though? Like, and I thought you young people, when you met up, you exchanged like your Minecraft usernames. What the frick is going on here? Right? What the heck? This is nothing to even fight about. A seat though and the bleachers, like that's crazy. Nobody should die behind this foolishness. And also nobody should put their hands on anybody behind a goofy ass seat at the bleachers. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. There are no assigned seats. Have people, Austin and Hunter, but especially Hunter, because he started it, have people move with kindness. None of this would have happened. Y'all can get to know each other. Like this is, I'm like, this is so silly to me. So yeah, in the bigger scheme of things, Austin died for something excessively silly. But it could also be that the spirit of death, yes, I'm going to say it. It could also be that the spirit of death was following Austin already. Because maybe he was not polite. Maybe he was rude. Maybe he was a bully. Because this is really, really crazy. Maybe the spirit of death was following him. Here's what it is. What can we do about it? Right? Because it could have missed his heart. It could have grazed his little stomach. It could have gone somewhere else. But it was the heart for a reason. So that's why even the Bible says, like, honor your mother and your father, that your days might be prolonged. But if your life is cut short, well, maybe there were things that you had to change in your behavior also. The spirit of death, it follows people, you know? It follows people. So, hey.
You guys know that that's what was reported? I did not know this.
No.
Do you think that plays a role?
It plays a role, sure.
It's going to.
Does it change your view in any way?
No.
I just don't see it. Again,
We said no, of course not. Because you hate losing. You're sore losers.
I did not know this.
No.
Let's say
But
again.
225.
Regardless of what's true, certainly the more there is a disparity of size and the weight and power, the more favorable it's going to be for Karmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that that's what was reported? I did not know this.
No.
Do you think that plays a role?
It plays a role, sure.
It's going to.
Does it change your view in any way?
No.
I just don't see it. Again, if this was an alley at 3 o'clock in the morning and there's no bystanders and you're worried about suffering a sustained beating by someone who outweighs you by 50 pounds, yeah, I could imagine that being a realistic
Like
threat.
not a track meet, surrounded by
Not a
500
track meet
people
with
where a guy just
families
tells you to
and
leave.
fathers and mothers. And again, they're not going to stand there and watch a beating to the death happen in front of them.
Okay, so what he's saying is, since it's not a dark alley at 3 o'clock, so it means like, so not, they're not, you see how they keep moving the goalposts? So first they didn't believe it was a weight difference. Now that they know, like, oh shit, oh well, you know, at least it wasn't 3 o'clock in the morning in a dark alley. Like as if people only die in dark alleys. As if we haven't seen people jump people in broad daylight. Like we haven't seen children stab each other or even grab each other's head and pound the head on the concrete in broad daylight. Y'all so damn crazy. And then what he's saying is, what he's also trying to say is, oh, but they were not just going to sit there and watch them. They're not going to sit there and watch Austin like pretty much kill him. So now Karmelo should have just waited on the good, I guess like the good generosity, or I don't know, like the intervention of Hunter. So he should wait for other people to intervene. So he's going to beat me, but I should just believe that somehow his brothers and people are going to step in. It's raining. If they don't want him to sit there just because it's raining, they don't have good sense. They don't have good sense. And I keep saying, you guys, there's a reason why this video is not out yet. It doesn't look good for them. And that's why they ran to the media, right? So Karmelo should have banked his life, his whole life, on a possibility that maybe they're going to intervene, right? They're going to intervene, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. People who want to beat your ass for sitting under a tent that they didn't even pay for while it's raining, all of a sudden they're going to be, oh, well, it's okay. Don't hit him. Yeah, right. Watch your mind. But you said, why is the body language weird and vibe so weird? It's like they aren't comfortable talking about this. Yeah, because it's not good. It's not good. He's a defense attorney, so he knows it's not good. He knows. He knows. He knows. First of all, Karmelo versus Austin is not a fair fight. Hunter, Austin, and other people. Oh yeah. Oh yes. And then when you have the autopsy, like I said, they will see, right? When they have the autopsy, they will see the way his heart was like pierced and stuff. It was not like, most likely he slipped on the knife because it was raining. Most likely he slipped on the knife. It was raining. You'll see. We're sitting here, right? We'll see. They're crazy. They're really, really crazy. Because that racist spirit is showing. They can't hide it with this case anymore. They have nothing yet. Like the other guy, does this change your feelings? No. Why? Because he has a base to answer to. That's it. If the roles were reversed and Austin had poked or whatever, or Austin's knife had poked Karmelo in the heart, and Karmelo was 225, and Austin was 160. Oh no, keep your hands to yourself. You were too big. He was scared, right? But today, Karmelo was actually right. Why? Because he was raised in a two-parent household, and they put God first in everything they do. There you go. There you go. He's a bully.
If not mistaken, I think
there's a bunch of coaches. I mean,
there's like 3 videos that they've collected already.
Right.
Yeah.
There were no coaches. If they were coaches, why did they even go this far? They're just lying.
There's apparently there's more than that.
School track meet with high schoolers and their phones. Yeah, I probably live streamed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, and they did grab everybody's phone. The police did. That's in the police report.
Well, they're definitely, this is what the defense is going to do.
Yeah, this is what they have to do. Again, they have to craft an answer to that question. Was our client reasonably perceiving an unlawful imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury? The answer to that has to be yes in some form. So they have to take
He knows. Yeah.
the evidence, and they have to, like Lego blocks, and they have to build it into a narrative of innocence consistent with self-defense. I will point out, it's not their job to prove self-defense. It's the job of the prosecution to disprove self-defense beyond any reasonable doubt.
Okay, you see? You see? He knows. He knows. You guys, imagine a bunch of people accosting you in this venue, you guys. Even me, Marlene, I would be like, even me, even you by yourself, y'all, even by yourself, nobody, just you by yourself, right? Walking up these concrete steps and it's raining, you gotta, let me make sure I don't fall, right? Because you can slip and fall. It is raining. And then God forbid, you even see how badly it was raining. Like, what the heck? And you're pushing and shoving somebody? Because what did I tell you, y'all? What did I tell you? How did Ivana Trump die? Okay? How did she die? Okay? How did she die? How did Ivana Trump die? They want to act brand new. On July 14, 2022, age 73, Ivana died of blunt impact injuries to the torso after falling down the stairs at her home on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. If she has a beautiful house, by the way, her thing is beautiful. But my thing is, if Ivana Trump died falling down the stairs, and now she could have been pushed, she could have been murdered. She could have been murdered, y'all. She could have been murdered. But nonetheless, if somebody pushing Miss Ivana down the stairs got her killed, now imagine if somebody pushes you down these concrete steps from here, the blue tarmac, all the way down to the bottom. You're going to die. You're going to die. It was raining. Even like when you read the police report, they also said like when they were doing CPR on Austin, it was downpouring rain so badly, they had to move him inside. So only God knows. And that's why they don't want to show the videos, because the videos do not look good. They don't look good. If somehow it was good for Austin, his friends would have found a way to leak information on TikTok and this, and that. But the reason why nobody's talking, these kids are so well behaved. They're keeping their mouths shut. They allow the family to lie to the people because Austin doesn't look good. Nor does Hunter, which is why I said Hunter gonna get charged. And if this Megan does not talk to her son, if Jeffrey don't talk to his son and tell his son to go ahead and tell the truth though, you know what I mean? This ain't going to end well. They're going to lose both of their sons. They will lose both of their sons. You don't do stuff like this. You have to tell the truth. You messed up once. It got your brother killed, right? Now you're going to lie because you want to see somebody else go to prison because you don't want to tell the truth about what you did because your family wants to grift and make money off of their sons being bullies, right? Make it make sense. Because it doesn't look good for him. Okay. I'm telling you, if it was Karmelo's fault and these kids would have found a way to leak that information one way or another. Because the thing is, even if the police think about, these people think they're slick. They're not slick. Even if the police took your phone, we know that the vast majority of these young people have iPhones, right? When you record something on your iPhone, it goes to your iCloud. It goes to the cloud. So it's not a matter of the police retain the phone. It doesn't matter because everything you have, most people have their stuff back to the iCloud. So it's in the cloud. It's in the cloud. We're not idiots. It's not the days of, oh, when you record, the stuff stays on the actual phone itself. No, stuff goes on the cloud. Like the stuff that's on my iPhone is on my cloud. I can sign into my cloud right now and get all my stuff. Exactly. So why are these kids releasing it? Think about it. Karmelo is the only one from Centennial High School sitting under that yellow tent. It's Memorial High School. Hunter and Austin and their friends, they go to Memorial High School, right? Look right here, right? This is the school's colors, the black and the yellow, black and yellow, look like bumblebees, okay? Right? You see, Memorial, the Warriors, okay. Austin and his brothers, they go to Memorial High School. Karmelo goes to Centennial High School. Y'all get that, right? Because it matters. Right? I think you see it here. Let me see. There you go. If you look at Karmelo's picture here, you can see it on his jersey, right? He goes to Centennial High School, right? So Austin, Memorial High School. Karmelo, Centennial High School, right? I repeat, Hunter and Austin, they go to Memorial High School. Karmelo goes to Centennial High School, okay? Karmelo was the only student from Centennial High School sitting under the Memorial High School track team tent, okay? So when you look at this picture, even though they moved the tent, it wasn't here, but they moved it because I read the police report. They moved the tent. This is their tent. You see the colors and you see the Warriors. So this tent belongs to Memorial High School. He was the only student from Centennial High School sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Oh, my Lord. Okay. So he's the only one there. So even that right there, they outnumber him. So they cannot say that him just sitting there made them feel threatened. It's one Karmelo. It's a lot of Memorial High School student under that tent. Also, when you read the police report, because I know white folks don't read, when you read the police report, it also says Karmelo was wearing his Centennial High School track team uniform. He was fully dressed, which is why I also said it is very possible that Karmelo could have been wearing track. He could have been wearing his cleats because he was dressed, right? I said this. I'm gonna say it again. Oh, Lord Jesus. People are something else. People are really something else. When people don't like you, they just do too much, right? I also said it is very possible and most likely because when he was arrested, he was wearing his Centennial High School track team uniform. So maybe he had the cleats on. Most likely he had the cleats on, right? So when you have cleats, you pretty much don't have a sole. And the front is full of like the little spikes, whatever they're called, like the spike stuff, right? It's the spikes. So it's like, it feels like you're walking on heels and you don't have soles. So maybe that's why that's why he said, let me just sit my ass down real quick before I hurt myself, right? But the problem is, as you can see, a lot of these white people are overweight. A lot of these white folks are morbidly obese. A lot of these white people do not exercise. A lot of these white people don't even walk 500 steps a day. So imagine them thinking about even thinking about track shoes. Baby, they wear orthopedic shoes. Have you ever seen orthopedic shoes? Probably not. Oh, Lord Jesus. Orthopedic. Ooh, there you go. There you go. There you go. Right? Okay. These are the shoes that most white people wear. Okay? These are orthopedic shoes. All right. Do you see the shoes? See if I can make it bigger. Can I make it bigger? How can I make this any bigger? Okay. So here you have, okay? So here you have orthopedic shoes, right? These are orthopedic shoes. So when you have people who can barely walk, when you have people who can barely walk 500 steps a day, they can't relate. They can't relate because these are the kind of shoes they wear. So you see, if you have orthopedic shoes on, you probably have a better grasp also of the ground because look at the shoe, look at the sole, look at the gum, okay? But look at the sole. Do you see all this right there? Look at that, right? So when you wear orthopedic shoes, you have way more you got way more friction with the ground, if I can say it that way. All right. You look at cleats. Cleats look like this. You barely have a sole. And on the front of the shoe, you have these spikes. Like it's like you're walking on these heels, like on these nails. Like it's very bizarre. So that could be the reason why he felt like he had to sit down, because maybe the rain just started out of nowhere. So you know what? Let me sit my ass down before I fall over and bust my ass. They can't think like that. No, he sat there because he wanted trouble. He sat there because he wanted to steal. He sat there because he's a YN. He sat there because of the culture. He sat there because of drill music. These people are deranged. And this is how you know that you are dealing with insulin-resistant, overly overweight, morbidly obese, lazy-ass Americans. Okay? They're a bunch of fat people. Bunch of obese people who want to comment on what a track person does. They could never, right? So most likely, this is why he decided to sit down when it started to rain, because these are not the kind of shoes that you can walk in rain. They're meant to run on dry areas, okay? It's not that hard. It really is not that hard. And also, had they read the police report? It even said, the person said, I don't know him personally, but he has a friend on the memorial track team who can recognize him. So he also had a friend over there, which is why maybe he felt comfortable sitting there, because maybe his friend was there, or he thought his friend was going to come eventually. Oh my God. Everything is not about stealing from white people. You're not even rich. Half of y'all dead broke. You're waiting for factory jobs from China. You don't even have it like that. Make it make sense. They are insane.
So the defense doesn't have to show to the jury, hey, we have 80% evidence it was self-defense, or even 50%, or even 30%. They just have to say, listen, there's a reasonable doubt this could have been self-defense, and that's supposed to be an acquittal.
Having just learned that, again, what I had read before was that he was 5'9", 160. And I was like, oh, he's a high school athlete, so he's got some muscle on him, and this kid's not, or whatever. 6 foot, I'm imagining a scenario where he's sitting under a tent. This big guy comes up and he thinks he's going to be justified in the event dude tries to touch him to use lethal force because of the disparity in size.
And he could be right. If there's a sufficient disparity of size.
What I mean to say is, I could be totally wrong on this. I'm just saying, in my mind, what I see is Anthony sitting there, and when he sees this big dude come up to him, he's thinking, if this guy tries to fight me, I'll be allowed to use a knife. He was thinking like, I'm not going to try and run away. I'm not going to de-escalate. This guy can't touch me because I can do what I want.
So this white boy is saying it's the black boy that should de-escalate. It is the black boy that should walk away. It is the black boy that should be like, oh, okay. No. This is crazy. Tim, oh gosh, these people are so, I cannot. I really cannot. Let me play this boy again. Oh, Lord Jesus. Let me play this boy again. These people love to act stupid. Oh, Lord, you don't mind what happened.
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't.
Of course you don't remember what happened. Be quiet. Anyways, let's go.
Certainly possible. Karmelo Anthony believes that what he did was lawful self-defense.
I'm not saying that I think he thought in his mind what he was doing was self-defense. I think he thought the perception of it.
Oh, how other people would perceive it.
Right.
So what Tim is trying to do, Tim is trying to look for premeditation, but he's a coward. Just say it. Say it. You want to make it seem as though premeditation is whatever you do right there in the moment. So if he comes over here, I'm going to use the knife, right? He's looking for premeditation because now he's understanding like, oh, the weight difference is serious, right? So now, once again, Karmelo has to, it's like no matter what Karmelo does, if the weight is different, if Austin overweights Karmelo, okay, but maybe this, but maybe that, these people are so, like, they're so dumb. You know, like, white people in America, like, they deserve whatever Trump does to them. I'm really serious. Whatever Trump does to these people, they deserve it. Okay? Yeah, like, hey, Lonnie, what's up? And it's not even just two, Lonnie. Listen carefully. Let me play it again. It is not just two. It is more than two people. Because listen. Listen.
If you don't mind, what happened? There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move.
See, we asked him to move, right? Okay.
He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said,
my brother stepped in. So the initial confrontation does not involve Austin. It's Hunter and somebody else, or it's Hunter and other person, because he said we. So how many people? Right? And then I guess Austin hears the commotion. So then Austin steps in. And then Austin makes it go violent. That makes sense? So it's not just, oh, it was 2 against 1. No. It's a lot of people. I think it could have been the entire team for all we know. Exactly. Hunter said we. Then he said Austin stepped in. Who was we before Austin came? There you go. Y'all gotta listen when people talk. So Austin is not the initial aggressor, but he's the one who escalated and he made it violent. Right? Now, I do believe that a Hunter and whoever he was with, they are the initial aggressor and they made it disrespectful. Now, Austin is not the initial aggressor, but he's the one who escalates it and makes it violent. You understand? But even that too, oh, Karmelo should have walked away. Karmelo should have ran. Karmelo should have begged for forgiveness. Karmelo should have this. Karmelo should have that. What about Austin keep his big ass hands to himself? Of course not. God forbid they tell a white man to have self-control and composure. Because they think they could just run wild and rabid like crazy-ass barbarians like it's back in like the 1600s when they came here killing all these Native Americans a month. Times have changed. We are in 2025. It's like I don't know. I feel as though every time I do this, I am realizing more and more that white Americans are just not fit for a civilized society. Like white Americans need to go somewhere, like maybe back to England or something, where they can go and be these barbarians in these little hamlets. They're not built for a civilized society. Because when you live in a civilized society with institutions and laws and things like that, and people are telling you can't put your hands on other people, and you're still refusing to just agree, oh yeah, you're right. It's a reasonable ask to not touch people. It is a reasonable request. Why do you want to put your hands on people for? Why do they have to touch people, touch their hair, touch their this? Like, what is this with these people? Okay. So Hunter is a bully, and us have to step in. It's given. Yes, he's his brother's keeper, and he says that too. Imagine Logan and Jake Paul pulling up on Aiden Ross. These white conservatives need to stop lying to themselves. Okay. They are so demented. And Tim Pool, he's such a bitch. Like he's such a little bitch.
I don't have to get up. This big dude can't push me around. I'm allowed to use a knife because he's so big.
And then everyone else will agree that was lawful self-defense.
Right.
He might have been thinking.
I believe he felt disrespected because what we learned from the police report is that either it was raining or about to rain. And so I think he's like, I'm gonna stand in this tent. I ain't staying in the rain. And when the dude told him, he's like, you can't make me stand in the rain. Who the F are you? You can't tell me what to do. And so
you see how disgusting they are. So they recognize that it's not proper to ask somebody to stand in the rain. But somehow it's Karmelo that has premeditation. They are so pathetic. I see why the vast majority of white men are truly cursed to have the smallest wieners known to man. You see why? The white women were cursed with small lips and they were cursed with small male parts. They got the mama's child in between their legs, okay? The C part, the CLIT part, that's what they got between their legs. That's why the vast majority of these white men are shrimps. They have nothing but these little shrimps. That's why they call them crustaceans. That's why it was crustacean, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy. They didn't deserve to have the big plantain. No, he's not going to say anything. What is that to say? He needs to mind his business. They didn't even allow Hunter to grieve, whose brother allegedly died in his harm, before asking him to do interviews. That's how you know how insensitive they are. They show no compassion for the rain. No compassion at all. Many white Americans that are obsessed with blaming black culture simply can't compete. Trump Trump's tired of them too because he's about the money. No, he's about the shmoney. He does not care. Trump's like, I don't care about these people. Right? But it's like, oh, he felt disrespected. How would you have felt, Tim, if somebody asked you to skin in the rain? You wouldn't feel disrespected. Oh, I think he felt, man, shut up. Man, be quiet. Oh, I think he felt disrespected. No, you don't say.
He escalates it.
Well, that comes in with the provocation, which I think is going to be the massive hurdle that the defense is going to have to overcome.
I disagree with this.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He was provoked. Who provoked him? Look at this goofy ass white boy who has to pay his mortgage. These people are so destitute.
Let me stand in the rain. Who the F are you? You can't tell me what to do. And so he escalates it.
Well, that comes in with the provocation, which I think is going to be the massive hurdle.
Who provoked him? Who provoked them? Did you guys hear Hunter say they were provoked? They just make shit up as they breathe. These people are sick as hell.
You don't mind what happened. There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
So at which part? What part are they being provoked? White people are so dangerous. White people just, they lie too damn much. At what point are they provoked? They're asking somebody to move into the rain, but somehow they're the ones that are provoked. These people are crazy. They are so deranged. They are so deranged. A kid is sitting there under our tent. And you see how he made sure not to mention that it was raining? How convenient. Okay? So they're asking a young man who is not bothering them to move into the rain, but somehow they're provoked. Somehow they're provoked. I'm telling you, white people do not, these white Americans are not fit for a civilized society. You cannot build a United Nations, a perfect union with people who lie this much. They're not built for a civilized society. And you see, this is why also the vast majority of Europe does not like white Americans. They're savages. They're not fit. You see why they shipped them out of England and they brought them here? Because they're not fit for a civilized society. They were not then and they're not now. Probably will never be. This is unbelievable. If they were provoked, why would Hunter get the coach? Bully, yeah, they're bullies. The bald guy definitely goes to Klan meetings. Of course. Of course. Look at him. Look at him. All he does is drink beer. No exercise. Look at him. He's lost all his hair. And you're going to go and check. He's not even 30 yet. They're so miserable. They live in West Virginia, y'all. They don't run track. They thought they were the team bodyguards being big, bad football players. They're evil. They're bullies.
That the defense is going to have to overcome.
I disagree with this.
Ooh.
Yeah, I could understand if he said, touch me, I dare you.
Mm-hmm.
I could understand if he said, touch me, I bet you won't.
What?
You know, something like that. But my perception of touch me and see what happens is 50-50. It could, I understand it could be perceived as a provocation or a warning. And of course, the defense is going to say he was trying to appear tough and saying, do not touch me.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, I'll ask you.
And you see the words they use. So because Karmelo is black, he's trying to appear tough. Hunter, who's asking somebody to move in the rain, what is he trying to appear as? It's not his tent. He's not on the track team. So why is he asking anybody to move in the rain? But you see, everything bad always has to go on Karmelo. But then they're going to tell you they're not racist. They are a bunch of dirty-ass racists. They're a bunch of racists. And maybe they're incestuous racists because what person would leave Chicago to move into West Virginia? Like, the stuff that goes down in West Virginia is always incest. Always incest. So why in the world would you leave Chicago to move to an incestuous place like West Virginia? Like, what kind of demonic, freakish things are you into? Okay? You demon. You goofy ass, you pale demon. Make it make sense. You low hemoglobin having ass demon. Okay? You low iron having ass demon. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. This is so damn crazy. Oh, he's trying to appear tough. No, he's trying to exert that you cannot come near me. Don't put your hands on me. I don't have to appear tough to say to somebody, don't touch me. Right? But when you try to move somebody into the rain, what are you trying to appear as? They sound so damn stupid. I can't wait for these people to work at these Chinese jobs. They deserve it. Simple is part Latino, if I'm not mistaken, and knows his audience. But he knows if his hermano was attacked, it'd be a different story. Exactly. That's why he walked it back. When he first came outside, he was like, oh, yeah, I support Karmelo. Like, if it was me, da-da-da. But now because they applied pressure and he feared his money running low because he sold his soul to these goofy-ass racists, he's doing all this demonic activity. But do not be surprised if tomorrow this man comes outside and says his YouTube channel not making money. He can no longer pay his employees. Do not be surprised, y'all. When I tell you, people attract curses over themselves. People attract curses over themselves. The vast majority of these people are struggling financially. They have too many expenses. Their personal expenses, their studio expenses, their editor expenses, right? Because the AdSense thing, the whole algorithm stuff, it don't hit the same all the time. I say he ain't got the same energy for Casey, and that's Casey and Allison, right? Joe Ramirez was stabbed in the chest, the arm, the leg, the back. No outrage. Bond was reduced to $175. And maybe that's why they're focusing on this Karmelo case so that people don't focus on this white boy and that this white boy maybe can get off or not do as many years. White people, all they do is like magic trick. They bring your attention over here when you should really have your attention over there. They're masters at distracting people. They love to distract people. But we need to cover this case, and boy, we got to cover that. That's why they had time to start the judge and the Anthony family. Weirdo behavior. They're always weird. They will forever be weird. They're a bunch of weirdos.
Like where the line is. Both of you view this as it was a clear provocation to say that.
I think there's a strong argument that this was provocation with intent, that this is akin to go ahead, take a swing and see what happens.
So you see how initially they say, oh, Karmelo could have walked away. Oh, Karmelo. So Austin is such an idiot that even when he's provoked, he has to reply to that. But this is a man who's telling us he has a 3.97 GPA. That don't even make no damn sense. These white people don't even know how to sell you a lie. If their dirty mama's private part dependent on it, okay? That's why half these people don't even know who the real daddy is. You know, they're in the trailers, they're in the mobile park homes, doing all kinds of foolishness. The vast majority of white folks, especially white men, don't even know who the real daddy is. Don't even know who the real father is. Okay? The vast majority of white women cheat on their husband. They cheat on the man. They have a baby over here and give it to this man right there. Okay? Commit all kind of paternity fraud, right? A man that has a 3.97 GPA, who's trying to go to college and play football. Even if Karmelo says, touch me, he can be like, man, you ain't worth my future. He can't say that. He can be like, man, with your skinny ass, I'll pick your ass up and shove you. I ain't gonna ruin my future. No, he has to do it because he's brainless. Which one is it? Either he's smart or he's a big idiot and his grades are highly inflated. Because like I said, 3.97, did he take any AP classes? I would love to see his report card. I would love to see his 4-year transcript, okay? Because this is ridiculous. Oh, it's provocation. So he can walk away also? He weighs 65 pounds more than Melo. He can be like, man, with your mosquito-ass legs, I'll pick your ass up, fucker. I'll pick your ass up and toss you up like a damn salad, okay? Have you ever had a white woman salad? Well, you don't want to have that one today, right? So he also could have walked away. When you're 65 pounds bigger than people and you know jiu-jitsu, you can also walk away. You can talk big shit and walk away. Why you can talk smack and walk away? No, he just had to respond. He just looked like he's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot. Because if he goes through life and people trigger him and he responds to being triggered, obviously his future did not matter to him. You can't have it both ways. You can't tell us that he's a 4.0 GPA student and at the same time he's a whole damn retard. Which one is it? So is he just a meathead or is he actually intelligent? You got to pick a side, team. You can't have it all. You can't have it all. And I get it. You're white people. You think you can have it all, but you cannot. Okay? If you're a smart person and you know you're trying to play college ball, I'm not about to waste my damn future on your goofy ass. Why would they even dare? Getting turned up at 9 a.m. for a track meet, you're not running his crazy work. Exactly, with his big ass. He ain't running. Okay. They failed to mention that quantity also equals provocation. But grabbing someone's stuff, throwing into the rain while shoving someone in the rain on the bleachers isn't being provoked. Of course not. They are criminalizing African-American vernacular. They know what he meant. They sure do know. They sure do know. They want to act brand new. So I'm like, which one is it? Somebody can say things to provoke you. Why don't you walk away? Ain't you smart? Don't you have a 4.0 GPA? Right? That's the whole point about being smart. It's looking at the bigger picture. I can whoop his ass or I can play college ball. He ain't worth it. I don't even know this fool. I don't know this fool. Okay? No. He like, oh, I'm provoked, so I gotta do something. I gotta do something. So then you're an idiot. You are an idiot. And I guess you got exactly what you asked for. You're an idiot. Just because somebody provokes you, you can walk the other way. Right? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. So essentially, Hunter and Austin were Karen's over a tent they don't own. They could have also walked away. Exactly. But they don't want no, because he's white. He doesn't walk away because the white man got to be heroic, right? The white man can't stand down behind a black person. The white man got to take ownership of the place. No, we're all American citizens. So if I can walk away, you can walk away too. If you're provoking me and I provoke you, you can like you provoke Karmelo. He didn't put his hands on y'all. You asked him to move in the rain. He didn't touch y'all, even if he's talking reckless. Of course you can laugh yourself. Like, laugh as much as you want. You defend Zelensky. So I guess like you laugh, we laugh too. Who gives a fuck? Like we people in Europe, you guys always want to put yourself in the center of the world. Who gives a fuck? You Europeans are broke. Where the fuck are you from? Like Poland? You people make $22,000 a year. Are you kidding me? Where the fuck are you from? Great Britain? You fuckers make like $49,000 a year. You bitch asses. We subsidize you fools. You're a dumbass. We're laughing at y'all. Yeah, because you're socialists. You don't work. So you have nothing but time to sit at home and laugh. You lazy fucks. You unemployed bitches. You government collecting welfare ass white hoes. Right? Of course, I'll be at home too laughing. If I got a free check, you get free housing, free healthcare, free everything. Of course, you got time to sit your fat ass and laugh. Because I know KFC made it to Europe. I know you hoes is fat now. KFC made it to Europe. Popeyes made it to Europe. Okay? Chips and chips. What's it called? Chips and fish, whatever you call it, right? What the fuck? Europeans are laughing. You broke asses. How much did you fuckers give to Ukraine? How much? 5 billion? Well, America gave 300 billion? Bunch of goofy ass, white pale, social welfare queens and kings, right? You live off the fucking government. So if I lived off the fucking government, I would have all the time in the world to laugh. We in Europe, we don't give a fuck. Europe is going down. Y'all some broke ass, socialist, weak ass people who stay home and deplete your public treasury. Now that's a joke you should laugh at. Because in the next 10 years or so, you people are also going to be begging for Chinese factory jobs. Yeehaw. Get the fuck out of here. It sounds so damn stupid. No, because you sound dumb. No, you're the ratchet one. Bitch, you don't even have running water. What the fuck are you from in Europe? Ratchet. You slut. You barbaric Hamlet slut. Calling somebody ratchet. Your mother is ratchet. That's why you live in government housing. Council housing. Tell me where you're from. Tell me where you're from. All the vast majority of fucking Europeans, all you do is collect welfare. You barely even have access to dental health care. Make it make sense. Okay, please tell me you're British. Please tell me you're British. So I can show people what British people and their teeth look like. Please tell me you're British. Please tell me you're British. Goofy ass people like this, you're broke asses. Every year, America has to send money to y'all. We send you fuckers money. We fight your military. We take care of your military for you, right? We buy your goofy shit. You don't buy our shit, right? You take money, you don't work. Right? Because I know you ain't German. I definitely know you're not German because Germans actually work. That's why they always have a trade surplus, right? Your basic ass, with your welfare ass, with your council house living self. Crazy ass. Please tell me you're British. Why are you quiet now? You want to brag about being European. Please tell me where you're from. Tell me where you're from, right? Oh, we Europeans. Child, you broke ass people. You are broke. You are broke. If America stops bailing you people out tomorrow, you're going to all file for bankruptcy. You will all file for bankruptcy. And Vladimir's going to whoop that ass, right? It's a luxury to sit at home when you collect welfare to laugh. Because the vast majority, Norway. Yeah, you want to pick Norway. Yeah, right. You picked Norway because your goofy ass is from Norway. Man, get the fuck out of here. Get your goofy ass out of here. You're so damn stupid. Norway. It's probably done told you acting stupid. Anyways, it's probably done told you acting stupid. Like they're so damn stupid. Okay, they're so damn stupid. Like they are. Oh, we Europeans, like we're supposed to be like, oh my gosh, we're impressed. Are you Chinese? We're not impressed. If you are Chinese, we don't give a fuck. If you are not Chinese, we do not care. Europeans, what the fuck do y'all produce but a bunch of goofy ass little bastards who just wait for free council housing? Your daughters get pregnant at 15, 16 for free housing. An entire plantation of little promiscuous girls who just need to get pregnant to get housing. I know you're not talking. We Europeans are laughing at y'all. Yeah, because you don't work. Duh. Your dumb ass. They sound so damn stupid. Like seriously, Europe. What the fuck is Europe? What the fuck is Europe? Like even Mexico. Mexico has the 13th largest economy in the world. Like at least brag about being Mexican. They got great weather. They got good stuff going on. They got good food. They got hard workers, and they have a thriving economy. What the fuck is going on in Europe? What the fuck? They have dog shit everywhere. Their homes are dirty as fuck. Their teeth are nasty. Their menus are horrendous because they can't cook. They can't cook, y'all. Like we Europeans are laughing and we're laughing at y'all. Yeah, because you don't work, bitch. If I also collected welfare all day, I would sit my fat ass down, eat the chips and the chicken, and laugh. Dumb bitch. Go watch BBC. Go watch BBC or something. They're so weird. They are so weird. Like their whiteness is enough to say this foolishness. Europe is terrible. It's like we Europeans, like they're a status symbol. Like they're a status symbol. You don't think we sit here, we see Europe? You don't think we see what Poland looks like? Or we see what like Germany looks like? Or we see what France looks like? Or we see what England looks like? It's so dilapidated. It's so horrendous. Okay. Literally, all Europe has going for it is art and museum. That's all they have. He said Norway. He made sure to pick the wealthiest country because they have a sovereign wealth fund. So, but he's from Norway. You're not from Norway because Norwegian people are extremely busy. They don't even care about American affairs because Americans are barbarians. Okay, you're most likely British. Get out of here with that. What Norwegian is going to come up and talk about ratchet? That is no. Norwegian people are extremely classy. The moment you use the term ratchet, I knew you were British. You were British. Go sit down somewhere. Your ghetto ass. Okay. Council house living. Your mama lived in a council house. You live in a council house. Your aunties, your whole bloodline lives in a council house. All y'all do is just collect welfare. You don't work. They do not work. They're so damn lazy. They do everything they can to only work 30 hours a week, 26 hours a week. It's a lazy ass people. Europeans are so lazy. Like, where would the West be without America? They're just so lazy. America gave $300 billion to Ukraine. They only gave $5 billion. So trust and believe. You're laughing at way more than this. You're laughing at how stupid these white Americans are, just giving all this money for y'all to be out here dancing like this. Where's the video? Okay? About we're laughing. And we're laughing at this. How can this be the president of a country? Huh? We're laughing at this. This is Zelensky. We're laughing at this too. You weirdos. You weirdos. Okay? We're laughing at this. So look at Zelensky, y'all. Look at Zelensky. We are laughing at this also. No, he really thought he ate. He don't know who he messing with. He don't know who he messing with. Okay? Council home galore. Okay? Look at this. We're laughing at this. This is the president of a country. This is somebody that these white Americans look at his ass. Look at Zelensky. Look at Zelensky, y'all. What is he doing? Okay? So we're laughing at this too. This is Europe, y'all. This is Europe. This is what presidents in Europe do before becoming president. Okay? They have orgies with other men, right? These people are so damn stupid. Okay? This is also Europe. Okay? This is Europe. We're allegedly, the first lady is a man, right? This is Europe. Oh, we're laughing at y'all. Oh, this is Europe. Where's France? Where allegedly, according to Candace, the first lady has a penis. Okay? So we're laughing at that too, because that's quite comical. How does that even work? Okay? Because Candace says she got a penis. She got a male part. Make it make sense. This is Europe. Who else should we laugh at? Who else should we laugh at? Okay, who else do they have, y'all? Okay, this is Europe. We Europeans, like y'all, you people are a standard. Okay, look at this. This is Europe. This is Europe. Okay, they vote for people like this. Boris Johnson, what the heck is wrong with this man? What the heck is wrong with this man? That's Europe, y'all. That's Europe. This is what they do. This is what they do. The only sane person, or I guess one of the few sane people in Europe, is Vladimir Putin. Can't even comb their damn hair. We Europeans, shut the hell up. We know exactly what you Europeans are about. You don't even shower. You don't bathe, you don't shower, you don't work. And that's so sad because you don't work. So what else do you do? No, they want to sit there and laugh. We sit there and we laugh our asses off because that's all you got is an ass. You sitting there all day anyways. We sit there and we laugh our asses off. That's all you got, bitch. There's nothing in the bank. All you got is your ass to sit on and laugh, right? Can you actually go to the bank? Can you pull money out your card? What's your average daily balance on your card? 5 pence? What? 2 euros? Bunch of destitute people like this. They are so destitute. They live in squalor. They live in squalor. Are you kidding me? They live in squalor. Have y'all seen Europe recently? It's full of refugees. It is full of like these crazy immigrants, these crazy refugees all over the place. What the heck is this? You think I'm some random black woman on social media? I will read you your rights. I know more about your country than you know about us, okay? Because all y'all do is just think you know so much about black people defending murderers. You people are a bunch of murderers. That's why you got to be so wealthy. The audacity, like the alacrity. Okay, climate change, right? Europe. This is what Europe is about. Okay, so here you got that, you got this. Allegedly, this right here has a penis. This is a man who slept with this boy when he was 13, 14 years old. He was like 13 or 14 when Brigitte Macron, who could also be Monsieur Macron. Okay. Imagine the whole, like at the, oh my gosh, at Elysee, huh? That's how they call the White House, Elysee. Right? That in the bed, in the presidential bed, there are 2 penises. Ah! Jesus. Okay? Go laugh at your own goofy ass joke. Go laugh at the fact that you're born in Europe. And go laugh at the fact that you people that used to be so wealthy are rapidly descending into third world country status. Okay? That's tragic. Okay? They're so damn crazy. They are so damn crazy. Even their food is nasty. Okay? They're insane. We sit there, we laugh our asses off. You ain't got no damn job, boo. What else you gonna do? What you gonna do? You gonna actually go apply for a job? You gonna get out this damn house and actually go work? You actually gonna walk? No, you're not. Okay, then. You have nothing to do but collect government money. Okay, that's all you people do. They're in Europe, they all collect money. Everybody collects money. Nobody wants to work. Nobody wants to work. They're so damn lazy. Anyways, you guys, let's continue.
I understand your interpretation. I think it's perfectly reasonable. And I think reasonable people could disagree. So each side's going to have to make their argument.
That's why I think it's 50-50.
I will say this, however. Under Texas law, if it's decided it was provocation with intent, that obliterates self-defense, obliterates it. In fact, it's perfectly within the court's discretion to not give the jury a self-defense instruction at all. Wow. If he decides that the only interpretation of the evidence is a provocation with intent.
The judge could say.
You see? And this is why I say Hunter is going to get arrested and charged for his brother's death. Because who in their right mind is going to sit there and not believe that asking someone to move in the rain under a tent that you don't even own, right? What if he harms himself? What if he hurts himself? Oh, they don't care because he's black. So then the provocation is all them on multiple occasions. And then the videos will come out. Hunter is going to get charged with his brother's death. Oh, I can't wait to see it. I cannot wait to see it. I cannot. That's why they're so desperately hoping that somehow there's premeditation. They are begging. They are crying for premeditation. There is none. There is none. They don't know each other. Okay, Hunter said it. We don't know him. He doesn't know us. So how can I premeditate the kill if I don't even know you? He is going to get arrested and charged for his brother's passing. You guys, the videos are real. The videos are real. What these boys were doing to Karmelo, it was probably inhumane. It was probably inhumane. For that boy to feel like he really had to do this, it was not good. It was not good. It was surely not good. And I'm telling you this too, huh? For as much as some people might be scared, because they know, white people know that white people are bullies. They know that they're diabolical. But you know what? There's always one person that's brave enough to say, you know what, it is what it is. And people will come out. Even if it's one person at a time, people who have been bullied by both Hunter and Austin will come out. They will come out. Because nice people don't just suddenly start doing this. It is not normal. You don't live a life where you're anti-bullying and you don't bully other people. You're very nice to people. You're very friendly to people. You know what I'm saying? And that one day there was something about this kid that you had to do all this in the rain. No, they've done this before. They've done this. I even feel like they've done this all their lives because these are troubled white boys from a broken home. They are seriously troubled. They have bullied before. And I'm sure they felt as though today was going to be another day of bullying per usual. And fortunately, it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Because people who are nice don't just become crazy like this. Unless you took some drugs or somebody poisoned your coffee. Right? But you act in tandem with your character. If you're a nice person and you're a friendly person, you're a loving person, you, especially under the rain, you might even be more loving, more kind, more hospitable. Like, yeah, it's really raining, like he can sit here. If the rain makes you want to even see somebody walk in the rain, there's something demonically vicious about you. This is not normal behavior. It is sociopathic behavior. He's a sociopath. Hunter and Austin are sociopaths. It's like they enjoy shaming people when they have an audience. If there's an audience, we have to shame you. They are sociopathic. And I will do that. I will do another live about this. It is not normal because it's a lot of them, right? It's giving hazing. It really is giving hazing. It's not one. It's not two. It's multiple students under the tent. So there was an audience. People think, me, Marlene, I am so familiar with sociopathic behavior. These are sociopaths. These are psychos. They're psychos. They had an audience of other boys, and they've decided to bully this black boy in the rain. They were not threatened. They did not feel endangered. No, because it's just one of him for multiple of them, and everybody outweighs this boy by 65 pounds. They ain't scared of him. And that's why these goofy-ass racists, when they do these little moments, like when they sit on their goofy-ass podcast to opine, they do it by themselves. They don't bring anybody in there that could challenge what they're saying because they don't want to see right. Tim, he's cursed. That white man, he's all of them. But I don't know, the one with the hat, he didn't talk to me, so I'm going to leave him alone. But those three people right here, they're cursed. Nothing good will happen to these people. Nothing good would ever come to these people. The Lord hates liars. These ones are sitting there just lying like this. It is not normal to be with your entire team and then to want to see one student walk under the rain. That is not normal. Like y'all want to see someone, huh? Oh, yes. Oh, of course, Ronke. You already know, boo-boo. The video does not look good. Because I'm telling you, it's multiple people. It's not just Hunter and Austin. It is not. And maybe the other people too, they're getting the lawyers ready. Okay? How can it be premeditated if they don't even know each other? These people are deluded and grasping at straws. They're white. They were born deluded. Daddy with the SHRs. I wouldn't be surprised to broke child. Okay? You see what I'm trying to say? It is not normal. These boys are sociopaths. And we already know white people have a tendency of painting villains as good people and good people as villains. They told people Zelensky was good and Vladimir was bad. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. If you hear testimonies about how people describe Zelensky in Ukraine, you're not going to believe it. Because I have a friend who's Russian, right, Julia? Julia sends me all the tea. She sends me all the tea. And I'm like, the stuff he's doing, the stuff Zelensky is doing in Ukraine to the Ukrainian people. And they protect him. He's a dictator in Ukraine. This is what they do. They love to make demons look good and good people look bad. Anytime you see these white Americans demonize somebody, smear somebody, malign somebody, you already know the person is a good person. When they tell you, oh, like this person, love this person, oh, yeah, support this, you already know they are dangerous. When a white man tells you the sky is blue, it's probably red. He said the sky is red, it's probably blue. They're born to lie. The truth is not in these people. I will never stop saying it. I will never ever stop saying it. They have a gift. They have a demonic gift for lying on good people. They lie on good people and then they praise evil people. One day we're gonna go do our research. We're gonna realize that everything they told you about World War II was a lie. You'll see. One day people will go do their research and realize everything they told us about World War II was a lie. One day we're gonna wake up, go do our research, and realize everything they said about Saddam Hussein was a lie. They love to lie on good people. You understand? And because it's some people who love to believe the worst about people, they always go right into it, right? Because they're deranged, they're psychotic, they're hysterical, right? They're neurotic and they're manic. Then they're crazy. They're truly crazy. Psychotic, neurotic, hysterical, and what else? What else? Manic? Yeah, that's how they are. They love to hear lies. Tell me more lies. Tell me how to smear somebody. I want to hear evil about somebody. They are manic. They're psychotic. They are neurotic. And what else? Terroristic. Whatever. They have mental afflictions. They're mentally afflicted. You see how they lie like this? They're so sick. They are so sick.
Say this is provocation. Self-defense arguments.
Provocation with intent. In other words, not just provoke, like calling someone a name and trying to start a fight, but so one way to lose self-defense is to be the initial aggressor, right? Throw the first punch. The other way is not to be the initial aggressor. It's to get the other guy to be the initial aggressor by
where is that? You see how they lie like this? Where is that? These people they make things up as they go. And this is why people should know not to sign any treaty contract with these white people. They are not capable of keeping their word. They are not capable. Self-defense means something very specific. Hold on. What are the requirements they just keep lying. They just love to lie. Okay, so let's look here, right? So this is Virginia, right? Okay, maybe we're required for self-defense in Texas. Let's do Texas. Okay, let's read this. These people just love to lie. In Texas, self-defense requires a person to reasonably believe that the use of force is immediately necessary to protect themselves or another person from the other's unlawful force. It's unlawful. Don't put your hands on me. This belief must be based on imminent danger. And the fact that it rains, y'all, is helping us so much. You don't understand. Because the rain makes everything more dangerous, you guys. God really was out there watching for us, for Karmelo. God was truly out there watching out for Karmelo. You guys, the fact that it rains, it makes Austin and Hunter look more deplorable. Because what kind of persons will ask somebody to move under the rain if they're not bothering you? Right? And also, when they arrested Karmelo, did they recover anybody's property on Karmelo? No. Did anybody say their stuff was stolen by Karmelo? No. So why are you asking this other student to move under the rain if it's not safe for him to do so? Because they're disgusting psychopaths. They are deranged. This belief must be based on imminent danger. And the fact that it was raining, it helps. And the force must be proportional to the threat. Yeah, it's multiple people versus one. Additionally, Texas is a stand your ground state. Oh, my Lord. That's why Karmelo didn't have to leave. You don't own the tent. You don't own the stadium. You don't own the bleacher. These people have no ownership. Okay? The METCALF'S have no ownership. The tent is not theirs. It belongs to the school district. It was bought with taxpayers' money. The stadium is not theirs. The bleachers, not theirs. Nothing was their actual private property. They don't own shit but their badass temper. Don't own shit. Okay? They do not own shit. They probably own the stuff they had on their bodies. Don't own shit. Let's keep reading. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. This is just too much. Where is it again? Where am I? Okay? Additionally, Texas is a stand your ground state, meaning there is no duty to retreat before using force if in place they have been a legal right to be. Exactly. And guess what? If you have a legal right to be there, Karmelo, I repeat, Karmelo was dressed in a Centennial High School track uniform. It's in the police report. He was registered to run track. He belonged there, right? When you look at Austin, he does not run track. Oh, Lord Jesus. Okay? You see how big he is? He does not run track. Austin is not on the track team. Hunter is not on the track team. Maybe they went with their friends to support their friends or God knows what. They don't run track. So it's going to also come out that Austin and Hunter were not even registered to run. So these big bag ass linebackers had no business being there in the first place. Number two, given the fact that they're there to support their friends, they have no reason to bring all this energy at 2 o'clock in the morning. So if anybody had a legal right to be there and therefore not retreat, it was Karmelo, because he's a track star. He's a runner for real, for real. And when he got arrested, when he got detained, he was wearing a Centennial High School track uniform. It's in the police report. But you know, white people don't read. Damn. It is crazy. Then you have this goofy ass, dirty ass white from some goofy ass hamlet who can barely afford paper towel and some toothpaste telling me, oh, we laugh our asses off. Boy, go scratch your ass. Go scratch your dirty ass. Because we know you don't wash your ass. Okay? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. They can barely afford like energy during the wintertime because they owe so much money to Russia. Broke bitches on my damn chat trying to brag about being Europeans. It is so passe. It is so passe. The days of old where people were impressed by the Europeans. You never heard of China? China took over. No one cares about Europe. Okay? You guys are like you fell into like irrelevance. Without America, who are you people? Without even Germany on your side, who are you people? Because I'm sure Germans are the people who keep the euro standing strong. You weak ass people. Go pay your energy bill to Russia. Vladimir needs his coins. Make it make sense. They're so damn crazy. They are really, really crazy. They are really crazy. Where should that happen? Austin threw his stuff first. Hunter yelled at Karmelo first. Austin grabbed him first. Karmelo warned him to stop. How is Karmelo the aggressor? They're saying all kinds of foolishness. Okay. Exactly. That's why I said we have to wait for the autopsy report. I also think people usually survive being stabbed once. Karmelo didn't want to unalive him because maybe he fell on the night because it was raining. That's why you don't push and shove people in the rain. You sit your goofy ass down somewhere. He probably slipped. It was raining. It was raining. He probably slipped. Like, what the heck? I still get weather alerts from Frisco. I can check and see if it was a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning that weekend. Yeah, it was raining. Because of the police report, they even said like every police report, because it's multiple police officers, and it's like reports back to back to back to back. Everybody talks about the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain. Even the mama, like Karmelo's mom, when she came outside, she spoke about the rain. It is very probable that Austin slipped. Look at the location. Like, look at the location. Bleachers everywhere. Concrete steps everywhere, rain everywhere. It is very probable the boy slipped. Karmelo took the knife out. The boy could have charged Karmelo and then boom. Because he thought he was a badass, doing too much to impress people. Goofy shit. Just goofy shit. The police found Karmelo's bag in the rain. Unbeknownst to the cop, he used it as freeway to hold down the blue tarp. What the heck? You see? You see this? And my thing is, if it's raining, listen to me. You got to think. If Karmelo sat there because it was raining, is his book bag on the ground or is his book bag on his body? They sound so damn stupid. And what they forget is their boy Hunter, we're going to put that little fucker on the stand and we're going to press that bitch like he's some fucking line on my freaking margarita while I'm chilling at a freaking resort in Mexico. Can somebody say fucking Tulum or Acapulco? I'm going to press you like a lime, baby. I'm going to press you like a lime. I'm about to put that on my freaking, like, what's it called? Okay, my arroz, like, what's it called? Cilantro rice, whatever you call it. I'm going to squeeze you like a damn lime for my margarita. Who you playing with? Who you playing with? You know, when you were talking in the interview was one thing. He's not a good liar. You put Hunter on the stand and you press that little boy, everything gonna come out. Okay, he's not a good liar. He's weak as F. He's so weak. Because when you're not a trained killer, it's really hard to control your conscience. Because as you're lying, your mind is like, what? You know you're a lie. And it makes it hard to lie. Okay? They can cover whatever they want to cover for. It doesn't matter. Because when you sign up to run the track meet, you don't sign up that day. You sign up beforehand. And then you have your numbers and things like that. But because you got to give the names ahead of time. And usually also you pay for people to run. So you're not going to do it the day of. You don't even know anything about these track meets. Remember when you go ask people who run track? You don't sign up the day of because they have to plan all of this. Everything is planned. Everything is planned. You see? And when you go on Austin's when you go on Austin thing, you can see he does not run track. He doesn't run track. He plays football. And he knows jiu-jitsu. So he wasn't registered because you pay in advance. Hunter was bored and wanted to bully other kids. Unfortunately, Austin, the taller one, paid the price. Yes. The current white people lineage are the Northmen, Viking and Teutonic tribe from medieval Europe, barbaric maniacs. They are maniacs. And you see it in Games of Thrones. If the boys didn't have a track uniform, they were on the team, just in trouble. They're not runners. It's like look at his damn ex. And even look at his body. He doesn't run track. He doesn't run track. He wasn't even registered. So the coaches can't cover for anything. Because these high school who run like this, it's a high school, like it's an actual body that takes care of all this. Like, I don't know, like maybe like the local Frisco running club, I don't know. But just like when you run the marathon, you can't sign up the day of. You sign up ahead of time and they send you all your stuff, your number, and when you go, with the day of the race, you just go in to check in. You're not going in to register. Okay. Yeah, let him do that. The fact that Andre said he didn't see what happened. Yeah, Austin definitely slipped while trying to do jiu-jitsu. I think he slipped. I would think he slipped. Because most likely he tried to charge Karmelo and then bloop because it was raining. And that's why you don't put your hands on people. Hunter is a horrible liar. He's a horrible, horrible liar. But then again, he's white. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's like he wasn't ready to run. He's not a runner. He doesn't run. So my thing is, and also, if they try to cover that up, even though he was not registered, once again, it's obstruction of justice. I'm telling you, white people are going to have to decide if they want to live in a civilized society where everybody has to follow the same rules and the same laws. They're going to have to decide that, because if you cover up for Austin and Hunter, even though they never ran track before, that is obstruction of justice. And these coaches going to get locked the fuck up. But they can do it though. Maybe, and then they can raise a GoFundMe, maybe. I don't know. Right? Even the parents told themselves, Austin did football, baseball. Was a lot of football, baseball, soccer, and jiu-jitsu. Yeah. And I can see why he thought he was bigger than life. Like this boy was out here thinking like he's the Incredible Hulk or something. Like you're crazy. Like pipe down. It's raining. Sit your goofy ass down somewhere. It is raining. Okay? So let's keep reading this. Where are we? Things right here, right? Okay, so right there, right? Cool. So you don't have to. So you see, you don't have to retreat. You have the right to stand your ground. Okay. So he's like, oh. So he said, oh, like you can be the initial aggressor, or if you provoke somebody. I'm like, what are you even talking about? Okay. There's no duty to retreat before using force in self-defense, especially if it within one's home. Okay, it wasn't their home. Now, self-defense law is linked to protecting one's home. It wasn't their home. Their property, the tent is not the Metcalf property or even other people. Oh, sorry. Self-defense extends to protecting one's home and property. Okay, so his book bag. Sorry, my bad. I'm somewhere else. Okay, so you have the right to protect your property. So when he says Austin grabbed his book bag, well, he has the right to defend his property. He has the right to do that.
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track, We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay, so Austin grabbed his property. There you go. We have laws. At least I'm like, the vast majority of what are you talking about? Foolish. You say you people, like, you're so exuberant. Foolish. Don't act your name and impress me. Be cogent. Okay. All right. Calm down. I'm not your enemy. Okay. I don't go to your school, but I'm not your enemy. Okay. Thank you. I will not come under your tent. Don't have to worry about that. Don't care to sit next to your ass. Right. Calm down. And whatever you wrote, try to rewrite it in a way that's actually like coherent, so then I can read your comment. Stop being so emotional. Damn. Stop being so emotional. You would think your ancestors were enslaved. Damn. Okay. Loosen up. Stop being so damn emotional. Calm down. I'm not going anywhere. So whatever you wrote, write it all over again and make it sound more legible, like more coherent, because I don't know what you're writing. It's crazy. Okay. Just like make it make sense. There's no duty to retreat before using force in self-defense. So I'm like, what is this man even talking about? He's just making things up as he goes because he knows that his goofy ass white audience, they don't know shit. But because he's a lawyer, he can use what seems to be his authority and his legal knowledge to try to convince you that what he's saying is actually in the law. It is not in the law. He is lying. Let him say it again.
The evidence is a provocation with intent.
The judge could say, this is provocation. Self-defense arguments.
Provocation with intent. In other words, not just provoke, like calling someone a name and trying to start a fight, but so one way to lose self-defense is to be the initial aggressor, right?
Okay. So is Karmelo the initial aggressor? No. Hunter actually is. Hunter and the other person, whoever Hunter was with, they are the initial aggressor. Now, who made it physical? Austin. Okay. We got that part. Let's go.
Throw the first punch. The other way is not to be the initial aggressor. It's to get the other guy to be the initial aggressor by provoking him to throw the punch.
Okay, so where is that? Where in Texas law is that? Where is that in Texas law? These people just sitting here just making stuff up, right? Where in Texas law does it say that, what's it called? The individual must not have provoked the person they are using force against. Okay. So who started it? Oh, it's this, but it can also be this. Where is it? Like, where is it? Just making shit up. Just making shit up. Yeah. White people are a bunch of sore losers. And this is why you do not sign contracts with white Americans. It's a dishonest people. White Americans, you looked at two-piece. Oh my gosh, foolish. You can't even write. This is crazy. Like, what the freak? Son, you had to write correctly. I'm not doing this. What am I going to say, right? This is why you do not sign contracts with white Americans. They are not capable of keeping their word. They're not capable of being honest. Understand? They're going to sign the Panama Canal Treaty and then say, okay, in 100 years, we'll give it back. Only to say, you know what, I changed my mind. Okay? You cannot, these people are insane. It's a bipolar people. It's an untrustworthy people. And you heard the other white man, he even said it. He said, we don't honor our word. The first white guy I played, he was like, we do not honor our word. And he's like, watch, we're going to leave Ukraine a hot mess. Did he not say that? Okay. Where is my other white boy right here? Where is he at? Let me go find him. Let me go find him. He was like, we do not honor our words. Where is he? Where's that white man, y'all? Where is he? Child, I played this video. Where did he go? Where's him again? Big back something, child. Forgot. What's his name? Oh, here he is. Here he is. You see? What did he even call the video? Broken oaths. You see this? You see this? He even knows that white Americans do not keep up their word.
Back to Washington, D.C.
Where is
freedom? Wasn't on the agenda. Freedom, people won't even fight to get to the ballot box. People don't vote much that they've read the Bible that they said they have.
Oh,
they talk about the Constitution. They talk about the Declaration of Independence. They even talk about the Bible. But the fact is, Americans don't read And I doubt very much that they've read the Bible that they said they have. Because there's nothing about this country that screams Christian. It really isn't. Not when you put a celebrity before everything else in your life. I can't take people seriously who bedeck themselves in the name of another person. You are just a cartoon character. That's what you are. You're not a serious person, so your ideas shouldn't be contemplated. They shouldn't be internalized. They shouldn't be taken for anything except humor. Our media is filled with people that if you saw them in public, in our unwillingness to call people to account, because the reason we've gotten to our position right now, you can't blame it on just one person. It is an entire system. And that system would not have risen and cannot exist without the complicity of the voters, without the complicity of the American people. They've given us bread and circuses. They've given us comfort. But at the same time, the margins of those things are becoming smaller. And now people are starting to realize the dilemma that we're in. Does this feel like a golden age to you? Does this feel like we're stepping into a miraculous new era of American golden age? Serious people anymore. We're a dumb country with a really nice military. And that's a scary thing because the people in charge of our country are also dumb. They're smart, dumb people, which are the worst kind of people. Because arrogant, dumb people are the ones who really ruin the world. But I guess that's the way that it goes. And I guess that's how empires fall. Because the countless oaths that have been made over the centuries.
The countless oaths that have been made over the centuries. Look, he's coming.
To dying men on battlefields that we're going to carry this country into the direction that we promised it's going to have been broken. Because that's what America is now. It's a nation that breaks oaths. It's a nation that turns back on promises and allies. It's what we do. In modern times, we saw it in Iraq, we saw it in Afghanistan, and eventually we'll see it in Ukraine as well. When the benefit stops being there, or when the public sentiment changes from one party to the next, we'll move out of these things, and we'll leave the people there who allied with us, whether you agree with them or not. We'll leave them with a check, and we'll leave them in a hostile situation that will eventually lead to their death. Because
you see this? You have an enemy, but it's not mine. You have an enemy, but it's not. I don't. But why would my enemy be your enemy? We're not kin. I don't understand that. Let's find the what that makes my argument look sensible. Sir, I don't even know what you're saying. Look at your culture. Who runs it? Jewish people, Ashkenazi Jews. Yes. Any other questions? Ashkenazi Jews. Absolutely. Just like they run America too, huh? Like who runs the White House right now? Right? Who surrounds Trump right now? Anybody around Trump, who are they? Right? Who does America give the most aid to, the most military aid to, the most money to? Are you actually okay? What the heck? These people are funny. Anyways, y'all, you see, you don't sign contracts or treaties with these people. They are not capable of telling the truth, though. They're not capable.
If you provoke with the intent of then using deadly force on someone, you're trying to fabricate a deadly force self-defense scenario, that obliterates your claim of self-defense.
So if he said...
And that would be the argument here, right? He had the backpack, he had his hand on the knife, and he's goading the guy. He's provoking the guy to do something so he'll have an excuse to stab him. That's probably...
But then why not walk away? Why get stabbed? Like, is Austin that dumb? Like, I'm so serious. Like, you're that dumb. You see somebody with a book bag, a knife, whatever, and you walk towards that person. Is your name Isaac? Like, is your name Isaac? Like, did you feel like being a living sacrifice that day? Where the fuck was the goat? Where was the goat? Is his name Austin or Isaac, the son of Abraham? Like, what the heck? You see somebody with a knife. You see somebody with a book bag, getting a knife out the book bag. Why are you walking towards that person? Why don't you walk away? Like, I'm so confused. Like, this Austin dude, like, yeah, I really think he thought he was the Hulk. Like, he really thought he was the Hulk. Because white Americans, they consume so much TV. They really think that they are these Marvel characters. They watch too many movies made by Marvel. So this is who he thought he was. You are out your damn mind. Who if was Kamala? What the heck? What are you writing? Who if was Kamala? What does that even mean? Okay, this is who he thought he was. Knives don't go through me. Bullets don't go through me. Sir, you're a human being. But who in their right mind sees a knife and they walk towards a knife? Like, what? So does he have a 4.0 GPA or not? Because right now it's giving like 0.4 GPA. Okay? Even a retard would have made a better choice that day. Like, what is this? I'm going to see somebody with a knife and I'm going to walk towards the person. Are you actually okay? Or is he on drugs? What the heck? Because they spend too much time watching TV. White American people spend way too much time consuming entertainment to the point that they see themselves as these characters as opposed to seeing themselves as actual people. So let's say it's not even a knife. If he saw a gun, what would he have done? He would have walked toward the gun. Then this boy is not too bright. This boy is not too bright. So you see a weapon and you walk towards a weapon. Okay, Choice, thank you so much. Thank you for letting me know that I'm giving a fake choice. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you for caring about me, right? You see somebody with a weapon and you walk towards the weapon. What do you think is going to happen? Y'all see this boy, he's pulling out a knife. Y'all not going to call the police? Y'all going to call the coach? No, you're going to walk towards him. Are you actually okay? Or are you just dumb? Like I said, I really don't believe that this boy had a 4.0 GPA. Because even without a high school degree, okay? Because there's a lot of dropouts out here, child. It's a lot of dumb people. It's a lot of dropouts out here. But I think most people have enough common sense to say, hey, this guy has a weapon. Let me back away because this is crazy. And we're going to call the police. You're going to get arrested. You're going to get arrested. No, I'm going to walk towards this. I'm going to walk towards a weapon. Are you like in here? Does it actually work? That's why I think I'm like, if he had a 4.0 for real, like a 3.97, his grades were inflated. Because most likely he didn't take any AP classes. He took them basic ass, regular ass high school classes because it's not possible. I'm like, anybody, child, don't engage with the crazy. Do not engage with the crazy now. Okay? Don't engage with the crazy. But I'm like, anybody, if you see someone with a weapon, people run the other way. Ah, you have a weapon, you're crazy. Who walks towards someone with a weapon? Unless you have a death wish. Foolish, I don't know what you're saying, Babu. I don't know what you're saying. I can't. You're not writing proper English, so it's really hard. Okay.
Provocation with intent.
But I do think a lot of people in a lot of cases would argue that if you felt threatened and put your hand on your gun and said, you know, something to the effect of, I will shoot you, don't do it. You don't want to find out what comes next.
It's a difference between self-defense, what you just described, and provocation with intent. Provocation.
But what's the difference? You sound so damn stupid. So it's self-defense. What's the difference?
We'll shoot you, don't do it. You don't want to find out what comes next.
Exactly. What's the difference?
I do think a lot of people in a lot of cases would argue that if you felt threatened and put your hand on your gun and said,
you see, he said, if you felt threatened and you put your hand on your gun, right? So how's that any different? How's that any different? If Hunter said, we asked them to move, hold on. What happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stopped at it and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried.
Look at him lying. Let me play this other video by, where's Brother Logan real quick? Okay. Let me play this video for you guys. Oh, Lord Jesus. These people lie too much. This is a mental illness for these people, man. It's a mental illness. Let's play this video. Hold on.
All over the place. I had to give my 2 cents. It's so many false and incendiary narratives out there. I wanted to give my 2 cents on the story. Let's watch this right here. This is local news out there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Tonight, we have new information from the deadly stabbing at a high school track meet.
Since 5 o'clock, Frisco police released the arrest report that details the moment officers arrived at the scene. The arresting officer writes when he reported he had an alleged suspect. The officer said Karmelo Anthony said he did it. According to the arrest report, the tragic event began with the suspect sitting under another team's tent as rain fell and being told to move. A witness told police Anthony immediately opened his bag and reached in. telling the victim, touch me and see what happens. When the victim pushed him, witnesses say Anthony pulled a knife from the bag and stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest.
Let's pause right here. Now, the news, they're not telling the full story. This is pretty much what happened, but there's a little bit more. There's a little bit more that may add some context, okay? Let's go to People, and we're going to scroll down a little bit in the article. The affidavit also details just how quickly things escalated between Metcalf and Anthony. An eyewitness told police that Metcalf asked Anthony to move from out under the tent that had been set up for members of his high school track team on that field that day. Anthony then reached into his bag, according to the eyewitness, and told Metcalf, touch me and see what happens. The eyewitness said Metcalf touched Anthony, at which time Anthony allegedly told him to punch him and see what happens, according to the affidavit. Metcalf then went to physically move Anthony, which is when Anthony allegedly pulled a knife out of his bag, stabbed Metcalf in the chest, and fled from the tent. Now, this is what it says right here. Okay, I'll link to it. This is a real thing. Okay, like, I'm not making this up. The local news, I got sources. So look, let me just say this before we get back to the video. I'm sitting under a tent at a high school track meet because it's raining. There's no assigned seats at a high school track meet. If you come up to me and tell me to move, you're trying to bully me. I say, hey, don't touch me. I'm reaching in the bag. Don't touch me. That's a warning right there. You know I got something, and you probably with your brother, your twin brother, and some other guys. I'm not trying to get beat up, jump. Don't touch me. He touches him. That's strike one. Hey, don't do it again. He does it again. Strike two. Now the fight happens. Some are going to say, well, look, ABL, don't you think that was over the top? Shouldn't have just been a regular fist fight? Well, we could say that. Sure. We could say it was over the top. Absolutely. But guess what? If you don't touch me, if you respect my wishes to not be touched, then this doesn't happen. As simple as that. It's very simple. And you know what? I've said the same thing before. Matter of fact,
but the problem is you don't have the right to tell white people not to touch you. That's the issue here. Is that in their mind, who is Karmelo to tell this white boy, don't touch me? Because they should be able to do whatever they see fit with his body in the rain. That's why I say these white folks are deplorable people. It's a deplorable people. Because anybody here that it was raining, you would say to yourself, why can't he sit there? Right? If it's raining, why can't he sit there? Because these whites are a deplorable people. They are deplorables. It's like I'm telling you, like it is only with white people that you even have to try to understand why something is wrong with asking another student to move from the tent in the rain if he's not doing anything wrong. These white people are not fit to live in a first world country, a civilized country with laws. They do not have the humanity, they don't have the civility, nor do they even want to be reformed. They're a bunch of barbarians. They need to ship them back to England, wherever they came from. They're like the America of tomorrow does not need these white Americans here. They need to go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. Truly go somewhere else. And we are in 2025, right? These are all 17-year-olds. In a few months, you're going to be 18. You're going to be adults. When you're a few months shy of being 18, you of all people should understand, like, don't put your hands on people. If we're talking about kindergartners, if we're talking about first graders, second graders, right? You know, you still have to teach the young people, you know what I'm saying? But by the time you're in high school, you are a senior in high school, you're about to go off to college, you're about to be 18, a whole adult. I expect so much more from you, right? When you see another student in distress or in need of shelter, let him sit there. Now, if the rain stops, most likely he will leave on his own accord, right? But we are in 2025, and you will think that we are in 1925 in Birmingham, Alabama. You will think that we are in 1925 in Memphis, Tennessee. You would think that we are, I don't know, give me somewhere else, right? No, seriously. You would think that we are, like, I don't know, like Columbus, Georgia in 1925. We're not even in a sundown town. Like, we are in Frisco, Texas. What the freak is this? Seriously, what the freak is this? But it's only white people. They're deplorable. White Americans are a bunch of deplorable people. It is only to white savages, like these white, deplorable, barbaric, conservative white Americans, that you have to explain that when it rains, you allow people to seek shelter. This is insanity. This is insanity. I don't even know how these black girls marry these white boys. Are they really that much of a savage? How do they put up with these people so they can have biracial children? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. These people are savages. They are savages. You have to teach white people in 2025 that we are not in 1925 Selma, Alabama, right? Oh, please, foolish. Go to sleep. Time out. You get on my nerves. You're going to say nothing relevant. Okay? This is ridiculous. And that none of these white parents are even outraged that young people are asking another young man who's there by himself to move and walk in the rain. This is perfectly normal to white people. This is why I said, when you're a black parent or the parent of a minority, do not allow your children to go to their house. Do not allow your children to sleep over at their house. Do not allow your children to go on vacation with these people. They are savages. They are truly savages. Because if their child does something to your child, right? Guess what? They're going to lie and protect their child and lie on your child. Do not have your children around these people. White Americans, especially white conservative Americans as a whole, I don't think these people are equipped to live in a civilized society. They're barbarians. They are truly unrefined. It's an extremely unsophisticated, callous people. Like, you have to be heinous on the inside of you. You got to have rivers of hell running through you for you to be able to make it make sense that it is conceivable for students who don't even own the school tent to tell another student from a different school that he has to leave the tent and proceed to walk in the rain, no regards for his health or his safety. Who raises these people? But then again, we know it's always an overweight, fat ass, orthopedic ass wearing big back ass white woman. White American especially, huh? Lazy as fuck, big as hell, can't raise their children. They raise the most insidious, nasty ass, bully ass children. They're so damn evil. They're so damn evil. They're so damn evil. Okay? No, they're so damn evil. They don't raise their children to have any compassion whatsoever. And in their mind, this is completely acceptable. It is acceptable for some 17-year-olds to tell another 17-year-old who's just sitting there, not even bothering them, that he has to leave right now and he has to leave in the rain. And if he does not leave in the rain, they're going to physically grab him and do stuff to him. So they can bring their barbaric ass nature to a highly sophisticated track meet in a very expensive part of Texas, but they are so offended about a knife being at a track meet. Your barbaric ass sons were at a track meet. What else is new? Go cry me your indignant tears somewhere else. Who gives a damn? Who gives a damn? Do not allow these goofy ass whites to distract you. Oh, he brought a knife. And your sons brought their barbaric ways from your filthy ass cave to a highly prestigious, expensive place in Texas. It's Frisco, Texas. This ain't no goofy ass backward town in some goofy ass Alabama somewhere. Have some fucking class. But you see, there are certain places where you cannot allow trailer trash to show up. There are certain places where you cannot allow white trailer trash to show up. They don't know how to act places. They've never been nowhere. They behave like cockroaches because they from the swamp. They out there eating possum and stuff. You know they eat possum, right? They eat raccoons, possum, you name it. They're so backwards. You know, when I live in New Orleans, we had a place called West Wego. It's like the bayou. Like they're so backwards out there. They're so backwards. They eat possum. They eat raccoons. Do you know white people eat possum? Have you ever seen white folks eat possum? It is just so damn bizarre. Let me show you. Hold on. White people eating possum. Hold on. Because y'all got to see this. Look at that. Look at them. You see this? They're going to eat possum. How can you eat possum? You see this? Catch, clean, and cook. Possum chops and biscuits. What the fuck is wrong with these people, y'all? How can you eat this? These are dirty creatures. Look, they're eating chips with the possum. Giving French fries, and they gonna eat the French fries too. These people are not even afraid of rabies. What is wrong with these people? They eat possum, y'all. Y'all, look at this. Possum is really delicious. But what is this? How can you eat possum? Oh, child, the things you don't know about these white folks. The things you don't know about these people. You will be surprised. The things they eat. The things they eat. They eat possum. They eat raccoon. Whatever kind of rodent is out there. They probably even eat the right. Sometimes they call them mongoose, whatever they call them things. Girl, they eat it all. Look at this ugly ass creature. But they're going to eat it though. Y'all, the stuff I have, when I lived in New Orleans, the things I saw from these white folks, I said, but damn, these people is crazy. Sometimes they even grab cats. Oh, they're so evil. They will grab cats. They put the cats in the bag, and then they just pow, pow, pow. They killed the cat. They eat squirrel. They eat squirrel. They eat possum. They eat raccoon. They torture cats. They eat alligator meat. I mean, all kinds of stuff. Oh, my Lord. You people are crazy. Go to timeout. Okay. Make it make sense. This is insanity. This is real insanity. This is real crazy. I'm like, what is this? Unbelievable. I'm like, how can you eat this stuff? This is insanity. Oh, my Lord.
You know, it's something to the effect of, I will shoot you, don't do it. You don't want to find out what comes next.
It's a difference between self-defense, what you just described, and provocation with intent. Provocation with intent, you're not actually scared of that person. You're trying to...
Oh, how can you say he's not scared? Look at him being so desperate. He said, oh, you're not really scared. Oh, no, he was scared. Somebody that is 65 pounds overweight. So you guys, you know what? I think ultimately we know Karmelo's going to walk. Because when you see people that desperate to lie like this, it's looking good for Karmelo. It really, really is. It's looking good for Karmelo. And it's going to start to look more and more gloomy and stuff like that for Hunter. Hunter is going to get charged with this. Hunter is going to get charged with it. Hold on. He didn't finish, right? He didn't finish. Hold on.
We'll get back to the video in a minute. But remember this from 2023? I posted this September 30th, 2023. There was a YouTuber who got shot in the mall by a guy because the guy did not like the prank that he was trying to do on him. Let's watch this right quick, and then we're going to get back to the news out there in Dallas-Fort Worth. And I'm gonna cut it right when the actual gun comes out, or when the gunshots ring out.
What's that?
We're thinking about my twinkle.
No.
We're thinking about my twinkle.
Get out of my business. What else? Stop.
We're thinking about my twinkle.
Stop.
Now, I cut that part out where the gunshot happened, but you can see right here, there's a gun in this man's hand, and he shoots the YouTuber. Now, the YouTuber did live, so shout out to him. But this man has a gun in a shot.
It's not about what you think. I don't know who you are on that. Nobody cares what you think. Nobody gives a fuck. There is the law. What you think? Who the fuck are you? I don't think so. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you people? Like you wrote the laws in Texas. You're a congressperson in Texas. Nobody gives a fuck what you think. That's what y'all don't understand. All you goofy ass whites. You don't get that. The law is the law. Even Texas is a stand your ground. Like the law is the law. Are you crazy? You think because it's an all-white jury that yes, I told you what the fuck I told you. Nobody gives a fuck what you think. Who the fuck are you? Like, who the fuck are you? Oh, I just don't think so. We don't give a fuck. Just like I'm sure you're also in denial about your dress size, right? Probably think you're a size 8, but you're a size 18. Nobody gives a fuck what you think. Nobody gives a fuck. Have you seen your credit score? Nobody gives a fuck. I don't care what the fuck you are. You think because you're black, you can't be a white supremacist on the inside? You sound insane. You think because you're black, you're like, oh, I'm black. And so what? Who cares? Once again, who cares? I'm black. Who cares? You think every black person is helpful? You think every black person is intelligent? You think every black person has good intention for Karmelo? Right? We're showing you everything. We read the law. We read what self-defense is in Texas. And you know, I don't think he's going to walk because of what the heck? Nobody gives a damn. You'll be banned. Go sit down somewhere. You're an idiot. Nobody cares. You're gone. Like, what the heck? I'm black. I don't give a fuck. You're not intelligent. We want intelligent people over here. Go sit down somewhere. You are insane. You're banned. Don't come back.
Shopping mall and produces it and shoots the man. Now, I'm sure a shopping mall is a gun-free zone, right? The same way that a high school track meet might be a knife-free zone.
Okay.
But the guy who did this, the DoorDasher, minding his business with the gun, he did not get locked up. He beat that case.
Exactly.
It was self-defense.
Exactly.
And a lot of the comments under this, you can go to my page right now. I'll put it on my website. You can see the comments and what they say. FAFO, don't harass people. But now I think things are just a tad bit different. just a tad bit different. But let's get back to the video.
All right. So here is the thing. Hold on.
You can't really dictate.
Right there. Hold on. Boom.
As I close, I want to say this. You cannot put your hands on people. You can't do it. We could say that it was an overreaction, and you're right about that. But I was always taught, hey, if you pick a fight with somebody, if you touch somebody first, then you can't really dictate or regulate the way that they react to you. Keep your hands to yourself. That should be the lesson here. And I know people are not going to like that, but it's the truth. Same thing I said with the case in the mall. Okay, stop harassing people. Get out of my face. Leave me alone. I'm trying to leave. I'm giving you warnings. You're not leaving me alone. Okay, now the gun comes out. Some say it was over the top, but the jury of his peers said it was okay because they let him beat the case.
Exactly.
That's kind of what happens. And then some are going to say that I'm defending this guy because he's black. Meanwhile, I defended Daniel Penny. And the Daniel Penny case was actually worse because Jordan Neely didn't attack anybody. He was just menacing like he was going to attack somebody. I said that Daniel Penny is a hero because he came in and restrained him to prevent him from crashing out, which he had done before. And unfortunately, Jordan Neely died, but that was not Daniel Penny's fault. The same way that if we get into a fight and then somebody gets hurt, it's not my fault if I was the one who was aggressed upon first.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'll leave that right there.
Exactly. She's like, oh, what she said? Oh, I'm black. We don't care. People really think like for me it's a complexion thing. I do not care. I have seen so many black people do so many nasty things and say so many evil things about Karmelo. I don't care about your color because people don't understand that a mindset, it don't have color. White supremacy does not require white skin. You can be black and talk out white supremacist points. You can be Latino. We do not care, right? But it's not about what you think. It's about the law. And Karmelo says it's self-defense. So you have to look at what constitutes self-defense in Texas. Oh, but it's a white jury. It doesn't matter. You think because everybody is white, everybody believes and thinks like that? No. There are people in Texas who believe in stand your ground. So the vast majority of people you're going to get in Texas are people who are sympathizers to stand your ground. That's it. So it's like, this is really crazy. This is really, really insane. Nobody cares what you think. It is about the law. There is a specific law in Texas that pertains to self-defense. Number one, you cannot be the initial aggressor. Boom, we check that. Initial aggressor is actually Hunter. The one who escalates and makes it physical is Austin, right? Number two, you have to believe that you were either in like an imminent threat or you feared for your life. Boom, boom, we checked it, especially the fact that it was raining. Boom, what is the problem? Well, I just don't think no one gives a fuck. You're slow, right? You probably went to public school and got the free lunch. You're slow. Your school district failed you. We do not care. Like, this is not hard. This is not hard. Even this racist white man told y'all the weight difference alone gives Karmelo a reason. Like, it gives good grounds to Karmelo's claim of self-defense. Because even in wrestling, they wouldn't have been the same weight division. But we know it's not just Austin versus Karmelo. It's not just Austin and Hunter versus Karmelo. It's Austin, Hunter, and other people versus Karmelo because he was the only one under that tent that did not belong to that school. What the fuck? Why are you people so damn remedial like this? I don't think. Well, duh, you're slow. You're slow as hell. Your school district failed you. I don't know what to tell you. Damn. Oh, I'm black. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. These people are just so damn crazy. Okay? It doesn't matter what you hear. Why are you still here? You hear a man, you hear a woman, who cares? As if you have an issue with trans. Shut up. Shut up. Your tight ass jokes. Like, nobody even cares. Like, you're dry. It's not even funny. Like, go somewhere with that. You're dry as hell.
Provoke them to do something so you'll have an excuse to stab them.
So the challenge I see with that is if he reached and grabbed the knife and said, hit me, do it. Come on, hit me. I would say that was premeditated murder.
You don't think there's a difference between what he said and what you just said?
When you tell someone, see what happens, the reason I do that is to threaten them not to do it. I don't, if I want someone.
In my mind, I would be saying, don't touch me or see what happens. Not touch me and see what happens.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Now we're playing semantics. These people, you guys is looking good for Karmelo. This is ridiculous. What did he say? Let him say it again. What did he say?
I don't, if I want
But
someone,
in my mind, I would be saying, don't touch me or see what happens. Not touch me and see what happens.
But so he said, what did he say again? Let me say it one more time.
Or see what happens.
Hold on. What did he say?
if he reached and grabbed the knife and said, hit me, do it, come on, hit me, I would say that was premeditated murder.
You don't think there's a difference between what he said and what you just said?
When you tell someone, see what happens, the reason I do that is to threaten them not to do it. I don't, if I want someone.
In my mind, I would be saying, don't touch me or see what happens. Not
Okay. Don't touch me or see what happens. Okay.
touch me and see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. And the funny thing about these white people, let's even assume, right, that we play these games of semantics with what's that? Don't touch me or see what happens. Don't touch me, because I can also play logic. Don't touch me or see what happens versus touch me and see what happens, right? So one uses an or. Hold on. What? So one phrase, one warning, you're using or, right? Don't touch me or see what happens versus touch me and see what happens. Let's start saying, we start codifying terms like or and and. Is that really the kind of America they want to live under? Right? Because now when premeditation comes down to whether you said or versus and, or and versus or, a lot of white people are they're illiterate. Okay, come on, if that's really how you want to write a law, where it comes down to or versus and. Did you say or see what happens, or did you say and see what happens? What? This is not an English class. This is not a class on logic where we're saying what's and versus or. Do you want to write laws like this? If you say and, it's premeditated. If you say or, then it's self-defense. You sound hella stupid. They sound so damn stupid. Oh my Lord, these people are crazy. Okay. There is reasonable doubt. Twins and their football goons against a track runner. This ain't rocket science. Most people in Texas are armed with pew-pews. They don't care about a knife. AFB sounds different, huh? The amount of reaching this lawyer is doing, as if when someone is scared, they're going to be correcting grammar. Like, this is logic and or. This is crazy. Don't touch me or see what happens. Touch me and see what happens. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Imagine if we started writing laws like this. Do you know the number of whites who would be locked up in life for prison? Like life in prison? He sounds so damn stupid. Basically, do not touch me or see what happens. Now, he's saying there's a difference between the or versus and. He sounds so damn stupid. Touch me and see what happens is a common phrase. What's this guy's problem? There's 17 is not that deep. He's definitely reaching because he knows it looks good for Karmelo. He knows if Karmelo was white, he'd be like, yes, you're gonna win this case. But it really hurts his feelings. This is so pathetic. Okay? This is crazy. This is really crazy. To not negates the touch. So therefore, if you say, do not touch me, but like either way, the person has told you, either way, the person has expressed a desire to not be touched. So now who are you to go against that? And you did it multiple times, which is what ABL was saying. You were given multiple warnings to not touch the person. This is reminding me of those trans women that harass the waiters for getting the wrong pronouns. That's exactly what it is. White people, they're so crazy. He's saying, he's saying F around and find out. 50 states, many ethnicities, and so many dialects. The point was made exactly. Ultimately, he is saying, don't touch me. Now, you trying to play semantics or try like a logic class on it's or versus and versus or. So if you use and, you actually mean premeditated with intent to harm. And if you use or, then it's self-defense. Who's going to even believe this bullshit? Oh, yeah, the goofy-ass whites who believe that Trump is going to bring them factory jobs. These people are so damn remedial. Okay? See how we have to focus on these details when it comes to Karmelo, but they didn't psychoanalyze Kyle Rittenhouse. Exactly. They didn't go and try to depict, trying to go through every single word. Did he say and? Did he say or? Did he say if? Did he say but? They're so intellectually dishonest. I think the thing is ultimately white Americans are truly struggling with the fact that every day America is becoming more and more fair. Is that today more and more America is becoming more colorblind. It's not perfectly colorblind, but it's not the America they used to know, where a white person could just accuse you when you were black and boom, your life is over, right? Where white people are always right. Today, they truly, truly have to make their case. Today, more and more, the law is fairer, right? So it's really hard for them. Okay, sure, foolish. I don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy. Okay, that's crazy.
I feel like
an invite.
Touch me and see what happens is what if he said, if you touch me, I'll stab you?
I still think that's different than telling someone.
I know.
Touch me.
I'm asking, like, let's say he clarified his intention. He said, if you put a hand on me, I will stab you.
To me, that's just a defensive statement. I'm prepared to defend myself. If you do this thing, if you cross this line, I'm prepared to use defensive force.
When you say see what happens, what is the expectation of what will happen?
There's going to be a defensive use of force consequence.
So why would you argue that doesn't qualify for it?
Because in one case, you're telling the person not to do the aggressive act. And in the other case, you're telling the person to do the aggressive act.
I certainly understand the way you're saying it.
So this Austin boy, is he a robot? He don't think for himself. So whatever you tell, is he a dog? Because it sounds like they're talking about a dog. Don't try to be mean. But the way they're talking about Austin, you will think they're talking about an actual dog. Like you give orders to a dog. Like I would say, shoo shoo. Where's shoo shoo at? Shoo shoo. Shoo shoo. Well, maybe she's downstairs, right? But it's like, it sounds like when they talk about Austin, they're talking about a dog. Touch me, see what happens. Then see what happens. Don't touch me. This is not a dog. It's like he's not giving, like you're a human being. Does he have a 4.0? So what does his mind tell him to do? So Austin, he doesn't know right from wrong. I don't even know Sean, you entertaining foolish. The person came here with a name called foolish. Leave that person alone. Okay. It's premeditated. Person came into a black space with a name called foolish. Premeditation. Queen, be careful. Be careful. I don't even know which one it is exactly. So Austin is some our hero or a toddler. But even more than that, it sounds like it's a dog. If you didn't even know any better, you would think they were talking about a dog. Like, do this, do that. And the dog just responds to orders. Like, this is not a dog. It's a human being. Like, yeah, like he's some kind of dog or something. Okay. Like, this is crazy. Paul showed his hand 10 years ago. Revolution. I don't know what that is. Foolish. You're crazy. You're crazy.
My view is largely just there's a lot of people in this country who are going to say that's not a threat, that's a warning. Like I feel like if you went to Times Square,
that's how the defense will characterize.
If you go to Times Square and you walk around and ask people, you're going to find 50-50. They're going to be like, you're warning them, and the other side are going to be like, you're provoking them. It'll be mixed reaction.
Right.
That's why I'm saying I don't see it as so.
It's going to be 50-50. You sound stupid. Anybody who hears "don't touch me" and see what happens, be like, okay, don't touch the person because they're warning you. Why would you even touch the person? They told you don't touch me. Then you see them grab a book bag. You see them get them out the book bag, and you're still doing it. You are crazy. Like you are really crazy.
So clear as to call it immediate provocation. Like obviously he should not have said that because that's a tough guy statement.
Right.
It's a tough guy statement. So when you are not a tough guy, what do you say? They sound so damn stupid. Bunch of goofy ass racists on this app. They're a bunch of clowns. White people are failures. They are real failures. I can see why the Indians are taking over. I can see what in America, the Indians are taking over this country. Then it's the Asians. Around the world, the Chinese are taking over. These people are so embarrassing. They are so embarrassing. So anytime you tell somebody, don't touch me, you're trying to be a tough guy. Do they even hear themselves? Like these people are just so pathetic. Okay. These people are so damn pathetic. So now anybody who says, don't touch me, you're trying to be a tough guy. So if a fifth grader says to another child, don't touch me, oh, you're trying to be a tough guy. If you say to somebody, please don't touch me, you're trying to be a tough guy, you sound asinine. You sound ridiculous. And this is why I keep saying, y'all, it's looking good for Karmelo. It is the more and more I watch these people, the more and more I have peace that Karmelo's going to walk. Because this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. This is truly, truly embarrassing. So now if you tell people not to touch you, you're being tough. What? So what's the easy guy statement then? Beat my ass, I'll let you do it. They sound so deplorable. This is what they have to do to make money. This is what they have to do to get super chats. This is what they have to do to get people to sign to their Patreon. These people are disgusting. Honestly, Karmelo warning him twice is what saves him from all this mental gymnastics. These losers are doing. Yeah, touch me, see what happens. Is a black woman saying, don't touch me. Wow, this is just stupid logic. They make my head hurt. And telling someone to move from a tent that you don't own is not being a tough guy. Exactly, Queen. Thank you, boo-boo. You don't own the tent and it's raining, but you're gonna make this boy move. But that's not making you a tough guy. But they won't tell you, oh, it's not about race. It's not about race. Did you ever see these white people apply any pressure on Austin, apply any pressure on Hunter? No. Everything is what Karmelo should have done, what Karmelo shouldn't have said, how Karmelo should have said it. Say the and, not the or. Said the or, not the and. Like, what is this? They are truly insane. They are truly insane. It's like when the liberals came at Trump with those cases. Karmelo's walking, yeah, those cases made no sense. Come to find out, too, even Letitia James, y'all. Letitia James, they're coming after her for mortgage fraud. Everything she went after Trump for, she did the same thing. I'm like, what is wrong with people, Chad? You know, people don't understand. Do things with integrity. Fannie Willis going after Trump, knowing damn well she's a side piece. You know damn well you sleep with a married man. When your house is not in order, don't go after people. Because even in the courthouse, you have to swear on the Bible. These people don't fear God. They truly do not fear God. The rumor mill is saying Karmelo didn't even have a knife and it was a cleat sharpener for his shoes. I told you he was wearing those cleats, but I think it was a knife because when I read the police report, when Desalini read it, it was saying the knife was where the blue tarmac was. So they put the blue tarmac to protect the knife because it was raining. But we shall see. We shall really see. The level of mental gymnastic is insane, Queen. Me, I can tell y'all, Karmelo's going to walk. You guys think it's a joke? I told y'all this. I don't know how to explain it. Me, when I first heard the story, I was so confused because I'm like, the kid sat under the wrong tent. Somebody stabbed in the heart. I'm like, what is going on? How did we get here? This is too serious, right? So I was so confused. So then I decided to sit down and to make the live because I didn't understand why he was sitting under the tent. I'm like, why is he sitting under their tent though? I really didn't get that part until I sat down, right? Nobody said you voted for Trump. Nobody's talking about you. I'm talking about myself. Nobody's talking about you. I don't know who you voted for. Understand me? That's why I wouldn't assume that. Anyways, so I sat down, and when I sat down to do my first live, it was with Officer Tatum. So then Brandon said, oh, he was sitting there because it was raining. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. So it's not like he was going there to be antagonistic. It was raining. I said, okay. Then I said, okay, but why can't he sit there? Why can't he sit there? Was he doing something wrong that he couldn't sit there? So then I'm listening to Hunter. He said, oh, no, the kid was just sitting there. So I'm like, but did he take something? Was he harassing y'all? Was he threatening y'all? What was he doing that he couldn't sit there if it's raining? I'm so confused, right? Then I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Like, you can't sit next to them? Like, what's going on here? I was like, this is insanity. I'm like, but these have to be bullies. These have to be bullies. You know, and then also the fact that Karmelo said that it was self-defense. He said, can it be considered self-defense? I said to myself, why would he say that? Why would he say it was self-defense? Right? So I was like, okay, I have to also try to see it from his perspective. Because first of all, I really wanted to know why Karmelo was sitting under their tent. I was like, why was he sitting there? Why was he not sitting with his other team, with his own team? Why was he sitting there? So I decided to do like a whole live for a whole day so I could watch as many videos as possible to understand why this young man was sitting on under another's team tent. But then Brandon answered that for me. He's like, oh, it was raining. I said, okay, what's the problem? Why he can't sit there? I'm so confused. Right? Why can't he sit there? It's really confusing. And they have yet to answer that because they know it sounds racist. Oh, he went to a different school. Okay, and who cares? You don't think that there's somebody else that's from another school that is sitting somewhere at a different tent? What are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? Then they're like, oh, because then Brandon was like, oh, these black people, they're hateful. They're only raising money for him because he's black. But I'm like, what? Why do you care? Because to me, I said, okay, even if black people want to work, because I still did not understand what was going on, right? So, okay, if black people want to raise money for him, it doesn't mean they believe he's innocent, but they probably want to make sure he has the best lawyer possible. Why is that a bad thing? We saw Zimmerman raise money. I know anytime a white person kills somebody and they have a GoFundMe, they get all kinds of money, right? So why can't he have a GoFundMe? I'm like, is he not an American citizen? I'm so confused. Like, is he illegal? What bars Karmelo from also having a GoFundMe? Or is it only a white assailant? The only white criminals, like white people that are white male who are presumed to kill people, who get to have a GoFundMe? I didn't get that part. You know, because even me, I don't see it, because at that time I still thought, because at that time with the whole money thing, I still thought Austin was innocent. But I said, okay, but getting somebody an attorney it doesn't mean that you believe he should walk. It's just saying that we know how this country goes. Let's make sure this young man has the best legal representation possible. But the more I kept listening, and you know what really got me? Hunter got me. And I said, hold up, y'all bullied him. And then when the mama said the weight, and then I saw the weight, I said, hold on, 225. Because at first I even thought he was 130 because the police report said he was 130. I said, how you going to be 225 and go after somebody that is 130 pounds? Are you sick? Because I thought he was 95 pounds over Karmelo. Then the other guy, Devin, was like, no, he's like 167 or whatever. I was like, okay, sure, whatever. Okay, he's 160. But even at 160 to 225, that is still 65 pounds more. So then Mark was like, Marlene, do you even realize that in boxing, that Karmelo is a featherweight and then Austin is a heavyweight? I said, boxing? I'm like, you're right, Mark, because Mark came up with that. That was Mark. Like, if we had the dream team, y'all, we'd be winning this case. Because Mark is the one who brought the whole boxing thing. Mark was like, Marlene, in boxing, Karmelo, because we thought he was 130. So Mark said Karmelo would be a featherweight and Austin be a heavyweight. I said, damn, featherweight versus heavyweight, the boy's going to die. The boy's going to die. If you're 130 and you fight someone that's 225, that's 100 pounds more. They will kill your ass. I said, oh, hell no. The boy was scared. And I said, but you know what? I would have done the same thing. Because the more I listened to it, I said, yep, if it was me, I would have done the same thing. Don't put your hands on me with your big ass. Okay? Go pick up somebody your own size. You out your damn mind. Okay? If it was me, I would have done the same thing and maybe worse. No, you're not about to put your goofy ass white hands on me. Okay? Make it make sense. You see? And then I started seeing, and then also like it was the black conservatives, like, okay. And I started to notice that they were all signed to Charlie Kirk. I said, ooh, they are truly trying to run a narrative out there. I'm like, but why would they do that? I said, something gotta be bizarre. Something in the water ain't clean. Because they're trying to get ahead of something. They're trying to get ahead of something. We've seen this before, y'all. We have seen this before with Rhoda and her forehead. We saw that. When it came to even Keke Palmer and Darius trying to get ahead and trying to make Darius look bad, right? Remember, because Keke released the pictures. Remember, Keke released the pictures, domestic violence, right? And I said to y'all, I'm like, Keke, now that you have introduced your security footage, now we're going to ask for all of it. And are you sure you didn't put your hands on Darius? Remember I said that? Because I said, once you introduce certain clips from your security footage, right? Now everybody can ask for the entire thing. And I said, Keke, are you sure that you've never put your hand on Darius? And if you remember, when they went to court, Darius also asked for evidence. And then Keke said, what? Oh, we're going to resolve this peacefully. I was like, there you go. There you go. Right? Whoever comes out first is usually trying to get ahead of a story. Okay? Whoever tries to come out first and go through the media and cry, oh, I'm a victim of this, I'm a victim of that. Y'all be careful, child. Because most likely they're the actual assailant, they're the violent one, they're the crazy one. What I'm saying? And I said to y'all, I said, oh, hold on. I said, hold on, where were we at? Okay, hold on. They are really insane. Finney is crazy. He saved the life, an A student, 2 jobs, captain of the football team, no tattoos, no criminal history, has a great family. Karmelo's getting up here. And even that too, I said, this is not normal. Because you know, children, young people that are evil, that are troublemakers, they've always been troublemakers. They've always been trying. You don't just wake up one day and start stabbing people. Like, what the freak is this? So you never did any, like your entire life, you've always been a good boy. But on that day, you decided to be a YN and walk around like you I don't know, like your Chief Keef or your NBA young boy. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make any sense. It's the same thing I told you about Mercy Gono. When Mercy came outside and she was talking about Nandi did this, Nandi did that, Nandi blocked the PayPal account. And I was like, this is very bizarre. I'm like, so you've known this man for 17 years. He's never done this, but today he's doing this. I said, no, Mercy's hiding something. Maybe Esther is asleep. Okay? They're like, no, Marlene, you have to believe her. I said, no, I don't believe her. This doesn't make any sense. People don't just wake up and go crazy. Something has to happen. So 17 years, I'm like me, because Mercy, I've watched some of her videos, but I'm like, Nandi has always been so supportive. Why would he just block the PayPal account? Like, what is going on here? And then there was a part when she was in the car. She said, oh, somebody came into my life. I knew it was a man. And I was like, you see, that person right there is the reason why he blocked the account. You see? And in the beginning too, in the beginning, Mercy was having such an amazing time destroying Nandi. Because the girls were just eating it up. Oh, this black man is attacking this black woman because she's successful. Man can't take it. These black men, they can't take a black woman being successful. Black men are such haters. I'm like, these women are so stupid. I'm like, they're so dumb. Right? But eventually, slowly but surely, what happened? We start to see Mercy and Gerard fighting. Put hands on each other. Grabbing each other like this. And then Gerard said, you lied on your baby daddy. And she said, no, you told me to lie on him. I'm like, what? You see this? And I just sat back. People ran to my DMs. Marlene. I was like, I told you she was lying. People don't just start acting deranged out of nowhere. Something has to happen. But she came outside because she didn't want Nandi to expose her for having an affair. She was cheating. And she took money from that business to buy stuff for Gerard because she bought his love. She did. You see what I'm saying? That's why when you lie on people, it will always come back to you. In the beginning, it seems like you're winning. In the end, it will expose you. Today, she came and posted on her main channel because her name is ruined. Her name is ruined. Gerard has his foot on her neck. She had to go create another channel about all these narcissists. The narcissist. I'm like, girl, shut up. Okay? Girl, be quiet. Okay? This is what they do, you guys. And I swear, I think maybe after this, you'll understand me, right? Be very, very careful with people who are always the first to come outside. The first to want to tell their side. They're trying to get ahead of something. Okay? All right. But my thing is, right? Oh, you sent me a video where? I sent a video of one of the parents saying that it happened. Where did you send that to me? Oh, that one time you played a video, I didn't play it. I forgot to play it. Mama says my big boy, and we saw him deadlift 300 pounds. It was 315 actually. David and Goliath times 10 because it's raining on the bleacher. Love runs in my blood, and we are the dream team for real. No, it really does, because you came up with that. 160 versus two people who are 225. So that's 450 pounds. Are they crazy? Daily Wire trying to give views on why Matt Wall did that tweet. Yeah, because they're about to go bankrupt. I almost ran into the same situation. I keep a Pookie for my safety. That video must be, it's not a good video. Austin doesn't look good. Nor does Hunter. You understand me? Right? Darius leaked the audio and Kiki and her mom to our moms. But remember too, not just the audio. Kiki went to court, and when she took the steals from her video stuff, from her security footage, right? And she wanted, because she wanted a protective order, and she wanted some kind of custody where the judge will give her custody without even considering Darius. I forgot what it was called. But it's some kind of custody order where the judge can just say, oh, fuck the parent. You can just have full custody, pretty much. That's what she wanted. And Darius, his lawyer, said no. She has to give us all the footage from her security camera. I was like, yes, because once you make steals from your camera and you put that into evidence, then, hey, now it's fair game. Everybody now has fair game to your security camera. And if you guys remember, I said, Kiki, are you sure? Are you sure you never put your hands on Darius? Right? Because if you remember too, from what I think it was like in Darius's countersuit, is that when he tried to leave, Kiki put herself in front of the car. I said, huh? This girl is crazy. Right? You were in front of the car. Because she stood in front of the car. She didn't want him to leave. But you're afraid of him. That don't make no damn sense. You understand? And even when if you recall the Kiki situation too, I told you, I said Kiki's an instigator. Right? Because she knew Darius had plans to take baby Leo to the football game. And she intentionally chose not to answer her phone. That's what she does. She blocks him. She does all kind of stupid stuff. Right? And then that's why she knew he was coming to the house. That's what she does. She's insane in her head. There's a whole drag queen in her head. Right? So she wanted to create a conversation because she's really insecure. She's extremely insecure. Women who create wahala in their relationships like that are insecure women. They need to get a man always hyped up so they're like, oh, look, he cares about me because I got to poke his button. She's insecure. Kiki's extremely insecure. When it came to, what's his name? Trey Songz. She said, oh, I was so scared. I hid in the closet. So for Trey Songz, you hide in the closet. But for Darius, you stand in front of a moving car. Girl, you're crazy. You're crazy. Scared people don't act like this. Scared people do not act like this. She's antagonistic AF. And she thought because she had the bigger audience and she's a black woman and the vast majority of black women in America hate black men, that somehow she was going to get these people, I mean, she did, to just believe her. But we don't care what they believe. We are a country of laws. You and your goofy ass, misandrous ass audience, so nobody care. Okay? Because he also has the right to have his day in court. And you see, as soon as what's his name? As soon as Darius's lawyer asked to see to have the entire footage, she said, oh, no, never mind. Oh, no, never mind. Because she knows who she pretends to be to her audience is not who she is privately. Kiki's a mess. She's a serious mess. And messy people live just like that. She's not mature. She's not mature, right? She antagonizes that boy. You understand? And there's a reason why, as rich as she is, she went and got pregnant by a freaking trainer at Planet Fitness. She wants control. She wants control. So you already know she's toxic. What kind of woman wants to control a man? She's not right in her head, you know? She's crazy. Exactly. Same thing would happen with Amber Heard. There you go. She came up with a lawsuit and now look at her. You see what I'm trying to say? Amber Heard was the first one to come out here and say, Johnny did this, Johnny did that. He lost everything. Pirates of the Caribbean, his reputation. People thought he was the biggest piece of crap, a filthy person. And it took as long as it took. But God is faithful. Johnny Depp got his day in court. When you heard the stuff that Amber Heard was doing, this lady deserves to get her ass whooped. She will poop on the bed, y'all. This lady will poop on the bed and she will proceed to smear her feces all over the bed. She even bought him a knife for his birthday, even though she knows he has issues. She would do stuff and say, well, I hope you hurt yourself. I hope you do this to yourself. I mean, this lady is so dangerous. I'm like, the Amber Heard trial, you realize that women, for as much as men can physically hurt a woman, psychologically, a woman can be so manipulative and so destructive. Be very careful, y'all. The lady is sick. How can a grown woman poop on the bed and then proceed to smear the poop? The only company that stayed beside him was Dior. That's the only sponsor, his Dior partnership. They never took that away from him. Okay, yeah, because I knew she was going to circle the block because she's insecure. And she's really attracted to Darius. For as long as Kiki has been in Hollywood, nobody ever found her attractive. Let's be so for real. That's why these girls don't get it. They think, oh, if you have money, men will start lining up. No, men do the chasing. Men don't care about how much money you have, right? Men do not care about how much money you have. But all the years she's been in Hollywood, most people don't find her attractive. She's like a cute, annoying-ass little sister with drag queen voices in her head. Okay? Darius is the only one who even looked at her that way. So let's stop playing. Because I guess they didn't want to pay her the money. I think she wanted more money. Okay. Look, even Scott Jackson too. These people are toxic. These people are just so toxic. Blake Lively, there you go. Blake Lively also. And if you remember too, the Blake Lively situation, Blake was the first one to come outside. Oh, he did this to me. Oh, we didn't have an intimacy coach. Oh, this, and that. Y'all, the stuff that this lady said about Justin Baldoni, it was so disgusting. And people believed her. And also, she's friends with Taylor Swift. So two lying-ass, scheming-ass white women. You understand? When you hear the thing about Justin Baldoni, a movie he worked so hard for, had his movie premiere, he had to be in a basement. In the basement. Him and his entire family. I'm like, when I heard that story, I just cried. I said, Justin, your issue is you were just too nice to these white people. You're Italian. You're dark-skinned. They will never. These British are crazy. These Anglo-Saxons are racist. You're Italian. You might as well see yourself as black. She was up there, red carpet, taking pictures while Justin Baldoni was in a basement with his entire family. Who does this? He paid for the movie rights. He wrote. He turned the He paid for the movie rights. He turned the book into the whole like the whole script thingy. He paid for everything. He had his own production company. Anything she asked for, he gave it to her. Blake Lively is she's disgustingly, she's just an awful human being. But if Blake Lively can lie like this, then what about regular white people? This is crazy. You see? But look how long it took, even though a lot of people bullied Justin Baldoni, but eventually people saw his sign. And Candace came outside because she said that's her cousin, right? So Candace said, that's my cousin because, he's Italian, so he might as well be black. Okay? And she stood up for him. And she helped people to see how much of a liar this Blake Lively is. Her, Taylor Swift, and her husband, Ryan Reynolds. These people are so damn sick. They are so sick. There's even parts like Ryan Reynolds was working on another movie, and in the movie he was making fun of, he wrote, like he went and changed the script just so he could make fun of Justin Baldoni. How disgusting is that? Bunch of bullies. Then she was like, oh, I have dragons. My dragons. I think, no, Ryan told Justin Baldoni that Blake has her dragons. And I guess that means like Taylor Swift is a dragon. Whoever else is a dragon. I'm like, the dragons. What the fuck are we even talking about dragons for? This is insanity. He hired like costume designers. Because I guess the lady in the story, right? The protagonist, like she works in the flower shop and she's not really rich like that. So he hired costume designers to make it more believable. Blake was like, no, she wants to dress herself. How can a flower designer who's broke wear Louboutins or like $10,000 shoes? It don't make no sense. Then she also wanted director credit, even though she didn't direct nothing. She didn't write anything. I'm like, Justin, your problem was you thought white people could be civilized. You thought they could respect you. Fam, you're Italian. They will never respect you. Understand? They wanted to change the script, change this, change that, give me credit, give me director credit, one. This white woman doesn't want to do shit, but she wants to get all the acknowledgement. They are a bunch of bullies. I will never stop saying it. But the problem too with Justin, he went in there too friendly. Oh, okay. I look up to you. I look up to Ryan. And they smell bitch assness all over him. They're a bunch of bullies. These white Americans are bullies. Leave them alone. They need to stick with each other. They're such bullies. They're not civilized people. And you cannot reform these people. Who acts like this? Oh, she has dragons. I'm like, dragons? Okay, dragons. I'm like, what dragons? What are we talking about? But and also it's like that, yeah. And also imagine also if Candace Owens did not have the size of her audience, and if Candace never stood up for Justin Baldoni, he would have been ruined. They're going to attack this man as a misogynist, abuser, that he took advantage. He's trying to kiss her and do this. She said, oh, Justin wanted to see her boobs. The whole time. She knew she was breastfeeding, and she asked Justin Baldoni to come into her dressing room, even though she knew she was breastfeeding. Because I think she likes to make Ryan jealous by making him feel like making other men are into her. These people are sick as hell. You see? And I said this, I'm like, anytime these white people make you like somebody, it's an evil person. Anytime they tell you they hate somebody, it's a good person. Okay? That means it's always out here manipulating people. Whoever they tell you to love is horrible. It's a bad person. Okay? Peligroso. Be very careful. Okay? Cuidado. Right? When they tell you to hate somebody, usually it's a good person. That's why I say, me more me, Vladimir Putin, he's all right with me. If they hate Vladimir so badly because he probably can't be controlled and he's not a pervert, he's not in some weird cabal, right? He's probably a good person, way better than these people. That's why they can't stand him. They only like people they can control. Yeah, that's exactly that. So if they don't like Vladimir, because Vladimir cannot be controlled, he cannot be bought, he cannot be manipulated, and he's not afraid of him. They can't stand it when you stand your ground. That's the whole thing. Whatever Karmelo is going through with these white people is no different than what Vladimir is going through. You don't have the right to stand your ground. You don't have the right to stand up for yourself. It's like, oh, we're the Americans. When we show up, just lay down. Let us trample you. And that's what he's trying to explain. Vladimir Putin trying to explain this. Right? What did he say? Hold on. Y'all, we outside like it's like, we out here like it's 7 o'clock at night. We crazy. Right? But what did Vladimir Putin say? Vladimir Putin said that when they with the end of the Cold War, Michael Gorbachev and the Americans agreed that if you break all of this, we're not going to move any further towards St. Petersburg. That was the agreement. But you know, these are white Americans. Did they stop? No. They went and got Poland. They went and got this. They went and got that. And because these white Americans are so remedial and they can't even sit and listen to a 2-hour conversation, you know, they're so dumb. If you don't make it a 5 seconds or 30 seconds, they cannot take history. They barely know their own history. But when he sat down with Tucker Carlson, he explained exactly what the issue was. He said America made an agreement with Michael Gorbachev as it pertains to NATO. You stop the Cold War, and we're also not going to move any further into St. Petersburg. And certain countries will not join NATO. You think these white Americans held their bargain? Of course not. They're white Americans. They always cheat. So Poland joins NATO. This other country joins NATO. He's like, what the heck? Right? And now it's Ukraine. It's like, no, Ukraine cannot join NATO. And they have an agreement. And they know this. These goofy-ass white Americans know that they have an agreement. But you think white Americans have any kind of honor in them? No, they don't. They're a bunch of lying-ass, cheating-ass, scamming-ass, bunch of disgusting people. So he said, okay, then, this is what it is. Let's go to war. They said, oh, no, Vladimir's only going to last a week. Remember that? They said, oh, Vlad's going to last 2 weeks. Y'all, it's been almost 4 years. Trump was there. Trump left. Trump came back. Vladimir is still sitting. Now, Trump is saying, oh, well, I guess we got to sit down now and talk about, you know, how we going to stop this, because now he don't want to fight no more, because he met a man. He met his match. Vladimir ain't no punk. And he knows his country, he knows his history, and he knows what treaty the Americans have signed with Michael Gorbachev. They signed a contract. They signed an agreement that you're not going to move any further, like near St. Petersburg, and you're not going to get any former country or territory from the USSR to join NATO. They're so dishonest. You heard the white man tell you, we don't respect our oaths. We just go around just lying to people, make false promises. We break promises. Incredibly dishonest. White Americans are a dishonest people. Look at how they're dying to try to make it seem like, oh, well, you should have said and or and this. They just lie. They're a bunch of deplorables. Stay away from these people and never, ever sign an agreement with these people. They're not capable of holding the end of their bargain. They will always cheat. They will always lie. They will always want way more than what they're entitled to. They're not an honest people. This is what they do. They go with China. They give their job to the Chinese. America is also the country that advocated for China to join the World Trade Organization. These people are crazy. They are really crazy. But now, because the Chinese are making $13,000 a year, they're losing their shit. These people are so dishonest. They have the Panama Canal. They wrote a contract. We're going to have this thing for 100 years. Then we'll give it back to you. Okay. Panama is a small country. What can they say? They agreed to it. Now Trump is like, oh, you know what? You're giving it to the Chinese. I don't like it. Who cares? It's no longer yours. There is a contract. You got to use it for 100 years. It's over. But of course not. They're white Americans. The rules never apply to them. The same treaties that they make you sign, that they write. And the funny thing is, they write the treaty. And they always write it in a way that benefits them. And even that is still not enough. White Americans are a bunch of deplorables. It's an incredibly dishonest people. And you know why they're so dishonest too? Because they're incredibly greedy. And as long as you have greed in you, you can never tell the truth. As long as you have greed in you, you can never be trusted. This is what they do. Look at America here also, huh? Everything they promise the people. If you go to the Civil War, we'll give you this. What happened at the Civil War? Zip zero. 40 acres and a mule. What happened? Where's the mule? Where's the acre? Right? You see it here. They always make false, empty promises. And then when it's time to deliver, they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. What? Me? I never told you that. These people are crazy. They're really, really crazy. Let's keep going.
I understand. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I think reasonable people can disagree on that point. I just wanted to point out that if someone does conclude it was provocation with intent, there is no self-defense here.
That'll be interesting. Thanks for watching this.
And nobody will conclude that. Now, let me play my last video and then we're going to go to bed after this, right? Is this it? I think this is it. Let's watch this video. Hold on.
Divine justice in this dunya.
Hold on.
We should talk about justice.
Mm-hmm.
Different concepts of justice: moral justice, legal justice, and what you can call epochal justice.
So he said moral justice, legal justice, and epochal justice, which is the justice of God.
What we understand as divine justice justice in this dunya. Now, moral justice, or what I'm calling moral justice, is basically a sentiment. It's a feeling that we have, the feeling, that you have when you suffer or when you witness what you perceive to be injustice, unfairness, harm or hurt or some kind of wrong. This originates in our fitra. It's in our nature. It might be even subconsciously informed by an innate recognition of divine justice, meaning we're born with a sense of good and a sense of what is upright and natural behavior and a sense of our rights and responsibilities as human beings. So when something violates that, or when something happens that violates that, we have a visceral emotional reaction. And I think that most of us tend to operate on this level. The emotional reaction to issues of justice and injustice is what prompts people to activism, prompts people to resistance and opposition, or to become involved, even to give charity and so on, or even to become militants or what have you. It's the sense of moral justice. But of course, this innate sense of justice also gets filtered through all of the add-ons of our personalities, our ego, our nefs, our self. It gets polluted and diluted by our own psyches, by our own interests, and our own learned or accrued biases and prejudices and so on.
Amen.
So this makes it incredibly subjective. It's variable and it's unstable. And it's always debatable. It can tend to lack balance or proportion, and it can be easily manipulated.
Yes.
So it's unreliable.
Exactly. You see, that's exactly what Tim Pool and that crazy white lawyer were trying to do, right? Moral justice. No, we have a law for a reason.
The sense of moral justice is unreliable. And because it's unreliable, or anyway, this is one of the reasons, this is why we have laws.
Exactly.
Legal justice.
Yes.
Legal justice represents the formalized system of laws, rules that societies establish in order to govern behavior and to resolve disputes and so on. It aims to remove the subjectivity and personal emotion of moral justice from the administration of justice by enforcing clear rules with proportionate consequences. Generally laws are derived from a sort of consensus over time about what's right and what's wrong, what's fair and what's unfair and so forth, and about how best to keep order in the society and stability. It isn't ambiguous. It's predictable and it's fixed. Now, it's obviously imperfect, and it can be meddled with, it can be manipulated. But this is less the case than with so-called moral justice. You know, it can conflict with any individual's sentiments about right and wrong, and not everyone is going to be satisfied with the outcome of legal justice. But it's much easier to prove that a law has been broken than it is to prove that an action is unambiguously and unanimously regarded as unjust, objectively.
Exactly.
So when we're talking about Israel, for example, when you're talking about Israel-Palestine, for example, you'll notice that they always try to keep the conversation, or they always try to veer the conversation towards subjective senses of moral justice. Like, do you condemn Hamas and so forth?
Or like you see, like in the case of Karmelo, it's going to be like, oh, why did you bring a knife to a track meet? Why did you bring a knife? Right? Goofy ass, tribal ass, basic ass sense of moral justice. We don't care. Why did you bring a knife? Why did you bring a knife to the track meet? Why did you bring a knife to the track meet? Okay, like what? What are we even talking about? No. What's the law? What is the law? What is the law in Texas as it pertains to self-defense?
It's irrelevant. And in fact, both sides do it. We focus on the evil of Israel's actions rather than on the illegality. And that's exactly the way that the Zionists want the conversation to be, because it is subjective. As long as it's a subjective dispute, it goes nowhere.
Exactly.
It's just everyone has their own opinion and so on.
And that's what they want this whole Karmelo thing to be. Let's turn it into a moral justice. And they're going to do all these goofy videos, pay their favorite black tokens and say all kinds of foolishness, right? Instead of truly talking about the law. In Texas, what is the law about self-defense, right? What's required for self-defense to hold in Texas? Just focus on that. Everything else, the way you bring a knife to a track meet, foolishness. We don't care, okay? And that's what's going to happen in court. That's what's going to happen in court in Texas. What do you need to satisfy self-defense? And Austin Wade alone, not him and his brother's Wade. Yeah, like stop. You're crazy.
But if you're talking about the law, it's incredibly clear.
Yes.
You know, if the legal frameworks that the world claims to uphold, international law, were to be enforced on Israel the way that it's enforced against other nations, well, there would be no ambiguity whatsoever about this situation. This isn't speculation. This is not opinion. This is simply what the law states. This is what the law dictates. So, for example, there would never even be any question about an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. In fact, an unconditional ceasefire would have been imposed on Israel under the Fourth Geneva Convention. Collective punishment, indiscriminate bombing, and targeting of civilians. These are war crimes.
You see? And once again, you don't go look up who was at the Geneva Convention. Let me see. Let's see. Which countries, hold on, were at the Geneva Convention? Which country signed? Let's see this. 196 states, okay, including United States. Okay, so like, see, so the U.S. was there too, right? So you see, they signed these treaties, they agreed to the term, but they were like, I don't want to respect it. You see? White Americans. This is what they do, y'all. And the man told y'all, we don't respect the stuff we sign. We don't respect our oath. We don't honor our words. We just do whatever we want to do. Where is he? Let him say it again.
Washington, D.C., which is a place I've spent a lot of time in my life. And you're met with the videos that have been made over the centuries, ruin the world. But I guess that's the way that it goes. And I guess that's how empires fall. Because the countless oaths that have been made over the centuries to dying men on battlefields that we're going to carry this country into the direction that we promised it's going to have been broken. Because that's what America is now. It's a nation that breaks oaths. It's a nation that turns back on promises and allies. It's what we do. In modern times, we saw it in Iraq, we saw it in Afghanistan, and eventually we'll see it in Ukraine as well. When the benefit stops being there, or when the public sentiment changes from one party to the next, we'll move out of these things, and we'll leave the people there who allied with us, whether you agree with them or not. We'll lead them with a check, and we'll leave them in a hostile situation that will eventually lead to their death, because that's what America does now. We are a nation of oath breakers. That's what we've become. And yes, I do disdain that.
Okay. Now, even right here, look at the Constitution, right? This is something that when you are a U.S. citizen, everybody agrees. Everybody agrees to abide by this, right? We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, right? Promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves, our prosperity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America, right? This is the whole Constitution. And I think when they wrote this, everybody in there was white, right? If I'm not mistaken, right? When they wrote this, everybody there was white, right? Was white. Hold on. These people are crazy. They are really, really crazy. Let me see if I can, you see? Okay. If you went to school here, if you grew up in America and you went to school here, everybody should remember this picture, right? There was not a single Black person in sight. White people. There was not a single, I don't know where these people went to school, if they were born here, I don't know, but if you went to school in America and you were a citizen, you should have seen this picture so many times, right? But you know, when they signed the Constitution, first of all, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Thomas Jefferson wrote it. But my thing is, when they signed it, it was all white people, child. It wasn't no Black people. Okay? It was all white people. Right? So this is a document that white people wrote, agreed to, and they signed it. Today, we're saying to white people, you have to commit to the contract that you signed called the U.S. Constitution. What? Ooh, what do you mean? Ooh, what? Are we surprised? No, of course not. You're dealing with white Americans. Why would you ever be surprised? Right? They only agreed to the contracts that they wrote, that they signed, that they forced you to live under, as long as it gives them a disproportionate advantage over you, right? The day when these goofy ass contract that they wrote, that they forced you to sign, enables you to be equal to them, they're like, oh, well, let me see, right? This is who they are. The U.S. Constitution is a contract, not just between the government and its people, but from people to people. If you're an American citizen, in the words of John Locke, because John Locke talked about this, right? That when you are part of a society that you have joined, right? You're joined in a contract. There's a social contract. There's an implicit social contract that you have agreed to follow. That is the U.S. Constitution. And I do believe that John Locke was British, right? There you go. There you go. There's a serious problem with white Americans. They have a serious problem. They truly do. I think part of it is their nature. I think another part also is the fact that maybe they don't have access to good education. I don't know. But either way, they have a problem. But you'll see time and time again, they write the contract. They force others to sign the contract. Sometimes they sign it themselves, right? They will compel others to submit to the contract. But as soon as that contract erases any kind of advantage or power that they have over you, they're like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I like this contract anymore. Well, I'm not going to follow the contract. Well, I don't care. Well, it's subjective. Well. Right? And that's what they're doing. We have a constitution. It's as clear as day. It's not that hard. It really is not that hard. It really, really is not that hard. So I don't know. Maybe white Americans are just not civilized enough, or will never ever be civilized or fit to live in a civilized society. I don't know. Maybe we can send them to El Salvador. I don't know, because they don't belong in a civilized society. They really don't. They're too much. Hold on. Where's the man? Okay. Is it this one? No. Which video did I play? Yeah, it has to be this one, right?
Meanwhile, this is exactly how Israel has conducted its military campaign in Gaza. That's literally their approach. Entire families wiped out, hospitals bombed, food supplies blocked, and so on. Okay, these are not just tragedies. These are crimes under the law, and it's not ambiguous, and it's not open to debate. It's literally what they have been doing.
Okay. And if you remember the video, when the video starts off, what does this man say? Let's start right there. What does he say?
He definitely had a right to defend himself against the contact from Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery.
He was committing battery. We have laws. This is not hard, y'all. We have laws. We have laws. Austin was committing battery. He even, it was probably more than battery. It's probably more than that. He starts off the video saying Austin was committing battery. Karmelo had the right to defend himself. But by the time we get to the end of the video, we go from the legal law, the legal sense of justice, like legally, what is justice legally, right? To by the time they end the video, like 10 minutes or whatever, now we're talking about moral justice. There is a law. We have laws, right? And when you're a U.S. citizen, you implicitly agree to the contract called the Constitution. We have laws. Even the laws of your state, we have laws, right? And I think a lot of parents should probably teach their kids the laws of the state. We have laws. If you don't like the laws, you can leave. It's not that hard. It really is not that hard. It's not that hard. Hold on. Where is he?
And of course, by law, the occupation itself is illegal. Israel must withdraw under the law. Again, that's not an opinion. The United Nations Security Council Resolution 242 demanded that Israel withdraw from the territories that it occupied in 1967. That was nearly 60 years ago. The occupation is illegal under Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which explicitly prohibits any occupying power from transferring its own population into the occupied land. But every settlement in the West Bank and East Jerusalem is a war crime. This is not an opinion. If international law were applied, then all of Israel's settlers would be forcibly removed. The Israeli military presence in the West Bank would have to end immediately. And Palestine would have full control over its land because that's the law. For over 17 years, the Gaza Strip has been under siege. Israel controls its borders, its airspace, its coastline. Again, the Fourth Geneva Convention makes it very crystal clear. Blockading a civilian population, depriving them of food, depriving them of water, depriving them of medicine, depriving them of energy, these are war crimes. The UN has described Gaza as an open-air prison, as we all know. The International Criminal Court has already stated that the blockade of Gaza is a crime against humanity. According to international law, Israel should be compelled to lift the siege against Gaza immediately.
Okay. Now come here. What do you see? Hold on. What do you see? Biden and hold on. And Bibi, right? There they are. Laughing, holding a war criminal. You see? White Americans, right? What about Trump? Right? Look, right? They love criminals. This is who they are. This is really who they are. This is who they are. They love to act indignant. Oh my gosh. Oh my love. Oh, I can't. Don't fall for that. White people treat life like a theater. It's a very unserious people. It's a very, very unserious people. Okay? Everything they do is comedy. Oh, you brought a knife to the track meet. Oh, murder is wrong. It's wrong to murder people. Oh, the murder. Oh, Lord Jesus, right? But talk about slavery. Oh, this is a card. It's a race card, right? Okay. You can find that out for yourself, boo. Go do your own research. You're a big boy. If you found a way to YouTube, you can go look things up, right? I'm sure AI can help you. There's Claude, there's Gemini, there's DeepSeek, there's all kinds of stuff. Go look it up. Because if you do your own research and you can be honest and accept the results, then you'll be okay. And you'll never forget. That's why you gotta look for things yourself. You don't have to sit here and wait for Candace Owens, wait for this person to tell me how to think. Do your own research and find your own answers. So anyways, this is who they are. But then they want to say that Vladimir Putin is bad. Do not trust these people. Anything that comes out the mouth of a white American, be very afraid. Be seriously afraid. When white Americans It's one measure for some. It's a whole different measure for others, right? Trump, I do believe that a lot of the charges were fake, but I don't believe that he hasn't ever committed crimes. There are moral crimes, ethical crimes, you name it, right? But they didn't care. They looked the other way anyways, because it's one measure for them. It's a whole different measure for somebody else. If Barack Obama had 34 felony charges and he was not convicted, they never, ever, ever would have voted for him, right? When you are dealing with white Americans, you need to know who you're dealing with, and you need to know how to proceed. Do not trust these people. Act stupid, act dumb, act aloof, I don't know, but don't bank your life on it. If they make a promise to you, best believe they will break it by tomorrow. You understand me? You don't build your life around the promises of white people in this country. You understand? You don't even look at you don't even look at yourself and say, "Well, am I a good person because a white person said so?" Probably you're awful. Okay? They're not a standard. It's a shame for people. They have no integrity. All they know is greed. And for the greed, white Americans will do pretty much anything. They will lie. They will steal. They'll kill babies. Even Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney is known for being pro-life, right? She doesn't believe in abortion, right? But when it came down to this whole thingy, going to Palestine and murdering Palestinians, oh yeah, now she don't care, because Palestinian children are human beings. Right? She's only pro-life when it comes to, I guess, like American kids, I guess. But even that, too, you understand, it's just virtue signaling. Right? To make people think, oh, look at her. She's a good white woman. She's a good white conservative gun-carrying American who fights for unborn children. She's full of shit. She's a racist. Anytime you hear white conservative Christian, think of the KKK. Run for your life. Do not drink anything they give you. Don't eat any food they give you. They might kill your ass. Okay? They're not good people. You understand me? They're not good people. These are not nice people. Do you even have a white man telling you, we break oath? Trust these people. In the words of Maya Angelou, if somebody tell you who they are, believe the person. Right? Hold on. Maya Angelou. Okay? Believe. Right? Believe them the first time. There you go. Right? Let's play this. Well, let me see.
Important lesson. Well, it's hard for me to number them, but let's say one of them. The other most important lesson. Well, it's hard for me to number them, but let's say one of the most important lessons I ever learned from you. And I still am, I think I know the lesson, and then I'll walk into a situation and think that's that same lesson. And that is, when people show you who they are, believe them.
Yes, absolutely. A person says to you, I'm selfish, or I'm mean, or I am unkind.
Or I'm crazy.
Or believe them. They know themselves much better than you do. But no, more often than not, those of us who don't trust life say, don't say a thing like that. You're not really crazy. You're not really unkind. You're not really mean. And as soon as you say that, the person
lets you know
and shows you, I told you. I told you I was unkind. So now why are you angry?
When she first told me this story, I was talking about
the other most important lesson. Well, it's hard for me to number them, but let's say one of the most important lessons I ever learned from you. And I still am, I think I know the lesson, and then I'll walk into a situation and think that's that same lesson. And that is, when people show you who they are, believe them.
Yes, absolutely. A person says to you, I'm selfish, or I'm mean, or I am unkind.
Or I'm crazy.
Or I'm believe them. They know themselves much better than you do. But no, more often than not, those of us who don't trust life say, don't say a thing like that. You're not really crazy. You're not really unkind. You're not really mean. And as soon as you say that, the person
lets you know
and shows you, I told you. I told you I was unkind. So now why are you angry?
When she first told
and also let me show you this, right? You guys, people who did this to you will never love you. Okay? This whole don't see color, we should all be Americans, and it will not, as long as white people are committed to being barbarians, it will never happen. When people have done this to you for 400 years, you are insane. You are truly, truly insane to believe that they have changed. They will never change. Your job as a Black person, I won't even say just adapt, is to understand who they are. Yeah, I guess it's adapting, accept who they are. You see, this is why so many Black people will always have their feelings hurt or find themselves in trouble with these white people. It's because you think they can change. You really think that. You think they can change. You think one day they'll see the light. You think, oh, like, good. I mean, okay. Look at Jonathan Majors. Look at Jonathan. Look at every single Black person who tried to give white people a chance. Where are they now? Even Oprah. Her entire career, her couch was full of white women, right? Am I lying or am I lying? Right? Oprah Winfrey, her entire career. Okay? Like her entire career, the entire Oprah show, it was full of Oprah helping white women. Them crying, their issues, their whatever. Like they always have something going on, Chad. Oprah was having white women after white women after white women after white women, helping them, pushing their books, pushing their clothes, pushing their businesses, pushing, I mean, you name it. Oprah killed herself trying to make white people happy. And maybe that's why she has so much weight issues. Because imagine the stress. How much do I have to do for these white people to love me and to accept me? You see, when she went on to create the own network, nobody showed up. Julia Roberts didn't show up. Meryl Streep didn't show up. They don't show up for you. But yet you pitched their books. You pitched their movies. You helped them talk about all their drama and their tears. You know what I mean? Like Oprah was such a good mammy to these white people, especially these white women. I remember when Tom Cruise, with his no manners having ass, huh? Tom Cruise came on there jumping on this woman's couch. No manners. You see, look at that. These whites have no manners. You come to somebody's show, you come on somebody's set, and you take your dirty shoes and you jump on their couch. These people never been places, y'all. I guess they've been places, but just to abuse people. But I'm like, they just have no class. They have no couth. They are insane, right? Have you ever seen Tom Cruise on the OWN network? Have you ever seen Julia Roberts on the OWN network? Have you ever seen Meryl Streep on OWN? No. It was Black people who showed up for Oprah. OWN was about to go bankrupt until Inyala Van Zant showed up and helped her. The Inyala show fixed it saved OWN. Inyala fixed my life. None of these white people showed up. Dr. Phil didn't show up even though she made him. Dr. Oz, he also didn't show up even though she made him. Nathan, he didn't show up. The number of white people that Oprah made wealthy in this country, out of order. And when she built her own network, they were nowhere to be found. You have to be an idiot. You have to be a desperate ass idiot to truly believe that you will scour through the membranes or the sarcophage of a white person, their bodies, and find an ounce of love in these people for you as a Black person. You are crazy. You are truly, I will never stop saying it. And to those who are in these biracial relationships, I wish you well. I really do wish you well. I wish you well. I wish you all the best. But I'm not going to lie. My heart is really afraid for y'all because I know who these people are. But you know, sometimes to every rule, there's an exception. And I hope that you married a white exception. Because I can only imagine if you go through a divorce, the way they will weaponize stereotypes, prejudice, biases against you. May the Lord truly be your portion because you will need it. It's a violent people. White Americans are incredibly violent. They are truly mean. And there's a reason why they do everything in their power to keep Black people asleep with entertainment, basketball, Michelle Obama and her podcast, because they don't really want you to learn this history. Yes, you know a little bit, but you don't know enough. That's why you think there's something redeemable, or there's some kind. If I really take my time, maybe I can find a little bit of love. The what for you in that? No. It's not possible. It is really not possible. So before I leave, one more time before I go, okay, because this has to be said. Hold on. No. Right? Oh, there you go. Before I leave, one more time. Play the video before I go.
When I was growing up, whites were called white folks. I mean, it was one word. They were white folks. And people who were not very cultured, who had no pretensions to the niceties of the world, called them po white trash. That was one word also. It seemed to me, we blacks, we Negroes, we colored folks were humans. And white folks were those others. They were other than. And as a child, I was certain that white folks didn't have innards. They were all, their bodies, their heads and their bodies were empty. That you could put your hand on a white folks and your hand would go right through them. That was my belief. They seemed so different. They walked differently. Every action from white folks was an action of disrespect, cruelty, scorn. So they couldn't be just. Now, mind you, I read about white people in other places, and I believed them.
Oh, yeah.
I was a fond reader.
Maybe one day I'll play like a part. If you can buy the book too, but if you buy the book, I know why the cage bird sings, right? She describes, because when the grandma from Stamps, Arkansas, the one who sold the food, she had so much land that she rented her land to poor white people. That they call them poor white trash. That's what she's saying, right? So on the property, sometimes they wouldn't even pay. They wouldn't pay. And there's one scene that Mother Maya talks about where these white girls didn't even wear underwear. And so her grandma was outside, and the girls, they do a cartwheel. They start walking on their hands with their entire pubic area exposed. These people are crazy. They're really, I'm telling you, this is why they want black people to be so consumed with like entertainment, social media, shopping, drugs, all kinds of goofy ass addiction. Because that way you're not going to read. White people hate an educated black person. They hate that. They love idiots. You don't see how, like, if you're an idiot, if you're black and you're an idiot, you just thrive. Like the Kai Cenat, the DDG, like just be an idiot. They love a useful idiot. Because he's just happy to have things, but he doesn't have a mind. You see, what white people fear is a person that actually has a mind. Because when you have a mind, not only can you not be bamboozled, but you're not afraid. Because you've reached a point of enlightenment where you understand they can take nothing from me. Because I don't want anything they have to offer. And if you don't want their stuff, then they can't control you. White people love people they can control. That's why they love their tokens. Jason Whitlock, Officer Tatum, Greg, Black Perspective, right? You name all these goofy idiots. They love themselves an idiot. They all do it. It's all over the place. In politics, entertainment, you name it. But what they fear is a brilliant black mind. And that's why any black person that has ever been academically inclined, intellectually inclined, right? They've murdered those people. When you have a brilliant mind, they will kill you. Because God forbid you wake up the other slaves on the plantation, right? So they've done everything in their power. Like you see, like, oh, this thing about, oh, if you speak well, you're trying to sound white. Where do you think that came from? White people. They paid other goofy ass blacks to start saying that about other blacks who spoke well, that black people will be afraid of black people who speak well. This is what they do. They pay agitators. They buy off people who look just like you and they send them back to your community. They have your complexion, but their heart is full of foolishness. Be very careful. That's why I don't do all this blackity black. There are too many traitors. There are too many traitors. There are too many people with bad debt. There are too many people with a greedy eye, an envious heart. These people, they can easily be bought. They will sell themselves to the shaitan, right? So I say it's better to be by yourself and hold onto your Bible and converse with the angels than to waste your time in the foolish company of black people who look just like you, but were sent by whites to take you off your path. These people are crazy. You only have one life to live. Don't waste your time around idiots. Do not waste your time around idiots, trying to be like idiots, trying to emulate an idiot. But it's in the book. It's also in the movie. And in the movie, maybe I look right while she's talking. But the white girls, they don't wear underwear, and they start walking towards the mama, her grandmother, with their entire vaginas in her face. They are really insane. They've always been disrespectful. They've always been barbaric. They've always been uncivilized. They've always been uncouth. I think the issue is black people keep hoping that one day white people are going to change. Why do they have to change? Where in the Bible does God say he has salvation in store for the devil? Where? People are who they are. And I think like on this earth, everybody comes to fulfill a mission. They're fulfilling their mission. Make sure you fulfill yours. And stop wasting your time hoping and praying that a person who hates your guts is one day suddenly going to change and find the light and be nice to you. They have no intent. They're barely nice to each other. They're barely nice to each other. So who are you again? What does that make sense? That makes no sense whatsoever. You see what I mean? So Marlene, I don't live my life saying, oh, I can't wait for one day and white people. I don't care. If a white person likes me, that's cool. If they don't, oh, well, I really don't care. I like myself. I love myself, actually. I have everything I need. I have all the love I need. Like, I truly do. I don't need you. Who are you? It's an empty people. It's a hollow people. That's why they always need stuff. They always want more stuff. Stuff. Kinds of stuff. Always buying stuff. Don't even know where to put all this junk. Right? Because it's a hollow people. And I think that is their punishment in this lifetime. They are punished to never really be whole or to never really to never feel complete. And it drives them insane. And that's why they go into wars, they loot, they pillage, they plunder, they lie, because they're looking for more stuff. It's a curse. It really is a curse. And when you understand that, you stay out the way. Have no business with cursed people. You are insane. You are truly insane. And that was Karmelo's mistake. Karmelo's mistake was he thought, oh, we're all Americans. It's America. I can sit here. It's not a big deal. You know, because a lot of black parents, too, are not teaching their kids to really be careful, white people. You know, even kids that look like you, they're not nice. But, you know, a lot of black kids today, they grew up in the age of integration. They go to school with different people, different ethnicities, different genders. So they don't think it's a big deal. Right? Because they go to school and they're told about diversity, inclusion, and pronouns, you know, the stuff to bamboozle you. But you gotta tell your black children, that's just marketing. It's just white people doing good old lip service. Okay. Deep down inside, they believe in segregation. They want segregation, and they also think they're better than you. Be very careful. If you're by yourself, don't sit next to these people. If you see more than 2, 3 white people, yeah, it's enough for them to be a mob. Don't get close to them. They're dangerous. Okay? Probably have some kick garb in their book bag. Who knows? A noose, maybe? Who knows? You have to stay away from them. They're not mentally stable. And they are not capable nor are they even competent to coexist with other people who are different, who have different faiths, who have different ethnicities, right? In a civilized society. It is not possible. Stop expecting that from those people. Treat them the way you would a threat. Like the way you treat like a wild animal, like treat them like this. Oh, shoot. Let me stay away, right? You see them, go this way. They come this way, go that way. You're sitting down somewhere. Yeah, they all have it. Or even like a noose maybe in their book bag. What do I know? Okay? Even when they want to sit down and have a conversation with you, just get up. Oh, thank you. I got to go. They will start asking questions about your personal business. No, I don't want to talk about that. Got to go. Okay? You keep them at a distance. And that's how you'll keep yourself safe. I kid you not. Keep them at a distance. And every day you leave your house, always ask God to give you a spirit of discernment. And that any white person who means you harm, may the Lord make sure that you never encounter these people in the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. Do not play. Do not play. And you truly, truly have to make it your business to study Black history in this country. You have to. You don't have a choice. You know how the law doesn't like excuse ignorance, or Jesus said like my people perish for lack of knowledge, right? Right? You cannot afford to be ignorant. You have to know Black American history. You have to know the true history of Black people on this land. And that's going to wake your ass up like, oh, damn. Because when somebody has been abusing you for 400 years, stop expecting that they're going to change on 400 years and day 15. No. At this point, this is who they are, and they're quite comfortable doing that. Okay? Accept it. Stop looking for a perfect world. And I think that's like changing people. No, praying for people. No. Some people are just cursed to do what they do. Stay out the way. Like, seriously, stay out the way.
Of Charles Dickens. And so I wept with the children and laughed with the Macabre and Oliver. I mean, I've in fact read Horatio Alger Jr. And I was that little white boy. I understood him. I understood being lonely and deprived and almost forced upon one's own resources, which were negligible, if at all. But I didn't connect those people with white folks. I just didn't. There were women who worked as maids for white folks, and they would bring laundry over into the Black area. And they would stop at my grandmother's store quite often and put the baskets down. And I wanted so to go through those. You know, what kind of things did they have? But the only venturing into our area by white folks took place when people would come over to pick up cotton pickers. Cotton pickers used to gather in the clearing in front of our store, and the white folks would come over.
And they were 17, huh? You see, they were 17. And look at what they said. She said, I would always tell people about how when I was younger, I was alone with a group of white men, and they told me that if they graped me, no one would care since I'm Black. And they were 17. You see? It's like it's that age. There's something diabolical going on with them at 17. Huh? Okay. Like, so it's like it will never stop. I found the video. I will show you. I found it. But if you read the book, it's in there also. I found it. Let me show you. Hold on. It's right here. Okay. You see? If when you read the book, if you get the book, I know why the cage bird sings. It's in there too. So these 3 white girls, they are the daughters of a tenant. And mind you, they weren't even paying their rent on time, these people. But they're white. So like poor white trash, like it's not just that, they just, So look at what these girls are going to do. Look at what these girls are about to do. These people are crazy. They are truly crazy. They are so disrespectful.
Go inside.
She told her to go inside because she knew Maya was crazy. She would have fought these white girls. Hold on. Wait, watch.
Well, what do you suppose this is? I don't know. Maybe a tree. Nah, Helen, you ain't standing like her. This is it. No, you can't do it. Your mouth ain't pooched out enough. It's like this. Look at this, Annie. Watch me.
Look. You see this? You see this? Do y'all see what this looks like? Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Jesus. Oh, my Jesus. Do you see what she just did? Do you see what this girl just did? These white people are saying. I remember, because I was like 16. I think I was like 15 or 16 when I read this. And at that time, I was still taking ESL. I was like, am I reading what I'm reading? Yo, it was hilarious. This thing was, you should have seen Marlene. I don't know if I'm reading what I'm reading. Like, what am I reading here? Do you see this? Do y'all see this? White people ain't shit. Oh my God. These people are insane. These people are insane. She's not wearing any underwear. She put her vagina in her face. These people are just insane. They are so demented. They are just so demented. They're terrorists. They're insane. And this is what they would do. This is what they do. Okay. All right. Yeah. This is what they would do. They will come there. I don't know. I'm like, these are teenagers or little girls. And this is a grown-ass woman, because that's Maya's grandmother. And they would come there, they talk about her lips, talk about her hair, they would touch her. This girl would just, they would just open their legs, so they put themselves on their hands and they open their legs wide open. And they start walking throughout her property. You see, this is what they do. But if she had spanked these people, it would have been a problem. There's a reason why they don't want their children. There's a reason why white Americans do not want their children to know who they truly are and what kind of stock they come out of. But the problem is, you don't teach the kids, they're bound to repeat the same mistakes. And today, not everybody's going to put up with this mess. Huh, you are crazy. Look at that. Look at this. Look at her. Look at her.
Feed me till I want no more. Bye, Miss Helen. Bye, Miss Ruth. Bye, Miss Eva.
Yeah, so they call her by her first name, but she calls them Mrs., even though their parents are poor as dirt.
Mama, you call them Miss, and you let them call you Annie. How could you, Mama? How could you? They're children. They're poor white trash. You own the land they live on, Mama. How could you let them speak that way to you? That will never happen to me. I would never allow myself to be degraded like that. I would tell them to go to hell. I would spin their faces.
You think those crazy people won't kill you?
You see? You see this? You see? And they want to talk about, who's an antagonist, who started this. They're a bunch of bullies. That's why they're afraid to truly teach Black American history, and which actually is American history in schools. They're not ready for this, right? They like to teach about little Frederick Douglass, a little bit of Harriet Tubman, and some MLK about, I have a dream that one day. They don't really want to teach what they did to people. It's disgusting. A lying-ass people like this. What you gonna do with that? What you gonna do with that? You see, she's like, they will kill you because they know, she knows. They antagonize people. They don't pay rent. They put their vajayjay, their dirty vajayjays in your face, and you still have to put up with this stuff. These people are crazy. They are truly crazy. You need to study your history. Once you know who you are, oh my gosh, wait until you start reading like Ida B. Wells. Oh no, she got time for those people. When I tell you Ida B. Wells had time for these people, they haven't changed. If you brought anybody back, if you brought anybody back from the dead that's Black, they will be like, they haven't changed. I recognize this behavior. I recognize this behavior. I recognize that behavior. I recognize it. They haven't changed. Well, so when will they change? Never, never, never. They will never. Stay away from them. They're crazy. Bunch of crazies.
You think those lunatic cracker boys won't try to...
Just say, you think these lunatic cracker boys?
You let them call you Annie. How could you, Mama? How could you? They're children. They're poor white trash. You own the land they live on, Mama. How could you let them speak that way to you? That will never happen to me. I would never allow myself to be degraded like that. I would tell them to go to hell. I would spin their faces.
You think those crazy people won't kill you? You think those lunatic cracker boys won't try to catch you in the road and violate you? You think because you know poems and the times table, some of those men won't feel like putting on white sheets and writing over here? You do? You're wrong. There ain't nothing to protect you and us except the good Lord and a few fake words and a few fake smiles we put on our mouths. So you'd better start learning them words and start putting that smile on your mouth.
Never.
Well, that's your choice.
Yeah. You have to read the book. You really, really have to read the book. It is not a joke. It is not a joke. I told you this. It is not a joke. It really is not a joke. Because once you know for yourself, you can never go back. Now, I'll tell you the number of things I have read. No. And then when I was in New Orleans too, like when we were in New Orleans, I really felt like, because we went to the plantation. We went to the Whitley plantation. I don't know if I left there with a spirit of an ancestor or something. But y'all, I started to feel like in the previous life, maybe I was a slave and something didn't go right. Because there's something in me. I can't take these people. I kid you not. My spirit can't take them. It's a real thing. I don't know what it is. Something happened to me in New Orleans. When we went to that plantation, I don't know if I left with the spirit of somebody on me or in me, but my spirit I really cannot do it. I cannot do it. I don't even know how Black people who are fake for money and put up with these people and entertain these people, I don't even know how they sleep with themselves. I can't do it. I cannot. You cannot be a minstrel for these people. Put on a whole chitlin circus for these people. You are out your mind. And when you read your history, boy, more, you take pride in speaking well. Oh, yes. One girl was like, oh, we laugh at people like you. One of those Black girls, she was like, oh, we laugh at people like you because you use these big words to impress people. I said, no, I don't use big words to impress people. That's how I speak. What the heck? Are you okay? Right? That's how I speak. I write even better than I speak. Right? But I'm like, no. They have to know. I'm not whatever you think you saw on TV. I'm not whatever you think you saw in a Beyonce music video. I will never be any of that. You are an idiot. You are a bona fide idiot. Right? Like me, Marlene, I am always on my Toni Morrison vibe. I don't have time for these people. I have never looked. I don't look at white people and say, wow, I wish one day. Never. Absolutely not. They're barbarians. Everything they have is stolen. It's not hard work. It's not integrity, lies, deceits, cheat, you name it. They did it all because it's a greedy people. And the more you pursue greed, the less and less you'll know God. Until the day God is so far gone from you, you're just a wretched soul in whatever this is, right? Waiting for your final day, and you will pay for eternity. Okay? That's all that is. Anybody worry about this? They can have it all. Cars, houses, who cares? They're miserable.
Either in trucks or wagons and pick up the cotton pickers. And one could see them then. I could see them. And they talked. They didn't have what the West Africans in Senegal, the Serer and Tukulur, call la langue doux, the sweet language. I never heard white folks use sweet language, and I always heard Black people use it. So the sweet language was a language dependent entirely upon tone, and even the lengthening out of a word. So if I spoke the sweet language to you in the South, instead of saying, hi there, how are you? I say, hey, how you doing? Well, I never heard white folks use sweet language. And I heard Black people use it all the time, even though they didn't call it that. You simply did it. At the turn of the century.
I will play when we get to the part, because this thing is this. I remember going to the British Museum as a kid. All the stuff in there was stolen. Yeah, it's a steal. They steal. When they steal, that's, oh no, we're trying to preserve it for you. But when you steal from them, they want to kill you. You see, that's how they are. It's one measure for them. It's a whole different measure for other people. This is who they are. And they know who they are. They know who they are. They love to lie to themselves, or they come outside and try to gaslight it. We, as Europeans, we laugh at you. I'm like, what the fuck? What is this? They know who they are. It's a sick game they play. But you see, the thing about white people, they need an audience. Their mental illness requires an audience, right? I guess their mediocre gift for theater requires an audience. I'm just a black person that is just not willing to give white people an audience. I've seen it all. Okay? They're crazy. And you see, even now, too, the Chinese are not putting up with this foolishness. Yo, there was a video. You guys, we're out here talking like it's a Saturday. We are crazy. There's a video I saw. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was Sabby. Hold on. When I tell you the Chinese don't have time for these people, it is crazy. What's they doing that for? Sabby? Is that how you spell her name? Let me show you this. Let me show you this one part. We all here at 7 p.m. Let me show you. Let me show you.
Was made. They are trolling Donald Trump too. This is another one. Chinese TV shares footage of a factory dedicated to producing MAGA merch. This is hilarious, guys.
There's little evidence of a trade war at the Jiahao Flag Company in Anhui Province. Workers bustle and sewing machines hum. A current house seller, blue and white banners declaring the centerpiece of Trump's re-election campaign.
What I'm making here now is the Trump banner. I know that he's the U.S. president. Every day we must produce over 1,000 of this. We already made so many batches of them.
The banners highlight a paradox in China-U.S. relations under the current Trump administration. At about $1 a piece, even the suppliers to the Trump campaign can't resist the low price. The factory also made banners for his 2016 campaign and said its business has been great since then.
Buy American and hire American.
Meanwhile, he orders the stuff from China. You see this dude? But he's a white American. Are you surprised? These people, man. These people.
Trump has long railed against Chinese imports and launched a controversial trade strategy this year to punish Beijing. Yet his move is merely making America more expensive. The U.S. Department of Commerce said flax and other textile products will be subject to a 10% levy. One seller said that would be enough to double the price of a Make America Great Again hat to $20 a pop.
So you see, they're even making the MAGA signs. Like, I can tell you guys, we don't make this shit. Like,
and his hardline stance towards China could eventually repel suppliers like the Jiahao Flag Company.
Personally, this is my own feeling, but if he continues to demand tariff increases as he has been doing, I definitely would not be able to accept more orders. That's because everyone can have a patriotic heart, so we won't let him improve his own economy, while us Chinese just shoot ourselves in the foot.
She said that if he continues with the tariffs, I will not be able to continue making more of the MAGA, like the Trump banners and stuff like that. Like no, this is not MTV, and no, you are not being punked, but they are trolling hard, folks.
I know that Trump's tariffs targeting China will have some effect, but we're not worried at all since we're producing foreign flags every single day.
If Trump's midterm election rallies have no flags to fly, there's only one man to blame. 沈天元 EGTN.
Look at this dude. Look at this.
I don't know. I don't know.
You know, they really have a problem. Yeah, they truly have a problem. They truly have a problem, you guys. They really do. I just feel like the more you educate yourself, the more you read up on these people, you will truly understand that they're mentally afflicted. Okay? But babe, why even write it with the A word? Write it with the I. Write it with the I. Like, write it with the I. Or like YouTube's gonna ban you, whatever. Right? You were taught to respect, but then somehow you just became disrespectful. You would never race rape. You said, you're like, what the heck? Write it with the I. Why are y'all so shy around this stuff? I don't understand. Why you want to act so shy like this? You were not taught shit. Nobody raised you. You barely even know who your father is, okay? Stop it. You were not raised nothing. Like you people, you white people walk around like you think life is like it's a movie set. Who do you think believes this? You truly think people believe that white kids were raised to be good people? You are insane. You are truly insane. Write it with an I and stand on that. Nobody cares. You know this word? You people made this word. Me, it means nothing to me. It doesn't do anything to me. Your people created this word. I don't care. It means nothing to me. It belongs to you. You will never be able to use that word against me. It does nothing to me because at the end of the day, you are still a white bastard. You're nothing but a white little bastard, right? Do you even know who your father is? Now, see, that means a lot because that is your paternity. That is your DNA, right? Probably grew up your whole life without love. Look at all these goofy uncles coming to the house. He looks like me. I look like him. Could he be my daddy? Who knows? No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. Like you go around like really believing that your goofy ass N-word is like, I'm not one. I don't care. It does nothing to me. But I think you should write it with the I. Be like Nick Fuentes. It does nothing to me. You don't know me. You know nothing about me. That's why all you have is this. You can't come on and say, oh, Marlene, this, and that. You don't know me personally. You know nothing about me. What it really takes to hurt me, you will never be able to fathom any of it, right? Because you don't know me, right? But we already know you because you're evil. And therefore, you're mediocre. And your mediocrity is so predictable. You got triggered, so you try to use a racial slur. But it's not a slur to me. It's not a slur to me. I don't care. It means nothing to me. I know who my father is. You don't. Right? I grew up in a clean house. You didn't. You walk around lying to people that you were taught. You weren't taught shit. You're a barbarian. Nobody believes that. Stop being deluded. Take your medications. Take your meds. Get sedated. I don't care. Right? It's because some silly black people have made you feel like this word is so hurtful. This word, it's just a fucking word. No one cares. But your paternity, that's what you for the rest of your life. Okay? So try harder. Okay? Use the I. Use the I. Let people see who support Austin Metcalf. I've been telling the people. So I'm glad you're joining us. What the heck? Like, what the heck? Yeah, like I'm like what the a word that you people created. It's not even native to black people. It's not even native to African people. Who cares? Who cares? Motherfucker. Am I talking about? What were you taught besides tying up a noose? What were you taught? This is what you learned. Let me show you something. Okay? Lynching noose. There you go. This is what you were taught. Okay? Let's go. This is what you learned. Okay? This is what you were taught. You ain't taught shit. Okay? Yeah, you can't even spell. No, like they're a bunch of clowns. They're so mediocre. Listen, the moment I heard Trump say he's going to bring factory jobs from China, and I saw all these white Americans be so excited, I was like, oh, hell no, these people are done. They're not even worth my time. And I promise you, he's probably waiting for a factory job as well. These people are crazy. Like the average weight, like here, the GDP per capita is almost 90,000. The Chinese GDP per capita is 13,000, 12,600, right? They want to do jobs that people get paid $13,000 a year to do. What? I was taught. No, you were taught to tie up a noose. This is what you learn to do. That's why you know that word. Because in your family, y'all some KKK people, right? You were not taught nothing but hatred, murder, lying, graping, looting, stealing, yelling in the house, fighting people, putting your hands on people, cussing out your mama, questioning all these goofy ass uncles if anybody could be your daddy because they kind of look the same. Uncle Bob, Uncle Tom, Uncle Brett, Uncle Brandon. Could they be all my daddy? I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know. I guess you'll never know. You little bastard, you. It's your goofy ass. Imagine being a bastard thinking you can call somebody some slur. Are you actually okay? These weak ass people. These weak ass people. They're so weak. They are just so weak. They are intellectually fragile. White fragility. You see? They get exposed. They start itching. They're possessed. Legion. They have legions on the inside of them. They are possessed. They are. That's why I say every time they use that stupid word, don't even like, what is that? Roadkill? What do you want me to do with that? Oh my gosh, I'm going to call her the N-word and she's going to fall apart. No. I was raised in a 2-parent household. You were raised in a dirty trailer with roaches and a mama that was just too damn fat to even wake up in the morning and check you on your way to school. You crazy person. You school shooter, you. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. These people are insane. They are truly insane. The N-word, the N-word. Call her the N-word. Call her the N-word. That's all you have. Yeah, Uncle Daddy. I'm telling you, they in the trailer. Do you know how many white? Did you ever watch Maury, Jerry Springer, and things? Do you know how many white women out here cheating in the trailer? They have sex with everybody. These kids are born, don't even know who the daddy is. There's so many white people who don't even know the paternity. Don't even know their paternity, but they want to call you the N-word. I don't care. It's not my word. It's your word. It belongs to you. What the freak? Oh, I'm going to call you the N-word. Okay. Anything you? It's tired. If it's not the N-word, it's welfare queen. If it's not welfare queen, it's what is it going to say again? They call you ratchet or ghetto. Like, that's all they have. Like, oh my gosh, the N-word, the N-word. Do you not see even these rappers have made a joke out the N-word? It means nothing anymore. It means nothing anymore. I think we should go around saying N-word and cracker. Like, I don't even care. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. I truly do not care. Okay? You are a nobody. You're truly a nobody. Even Trump does not care about you. So why would I care about you? Even Trump doesn't even care about your well-being. Okay? So why would I? Ooh. Okay? That, like, you guys, I'm telling you, do not, when these people have these demented episodes where they, like, there's an Indian girl also. Do y'all see the thing about the Indian girl who was using the N-word? Do y'all see it? Let me show you. Y'all need to go to bed. I really need to give a child. My reason starts screaming over here. Indian girl. Hold on. Did you see it? Using the N-word. Y'all see it? Did y'all see this? This girl was just going off, like spazzing out. And the funny thing is, like, her, let me show you right here, right? I'm like, this Dalit is lost her mind. Even her in India, she's the N-word. Imagine being an Indian N-word and calling somebody else the N-word in America. Girl, you're dark skinned. Do y'all know the Dalits? Have you ever seen the Dalits? Let me show you. Because you know in India, they have a caste system in India, right? They have a caste system. So in India, they're called the untouchables, right? The Dalits are called the untouchable. Nobody helps them. Like, they mostly do prostitution in India, right? They're like the black people of India. They're so mistreated. So this girl right here, she's also a Dalit. She's a Dalit. Like, in her country, she will be considered an untouchable. So she would have to be a prostitute to take care of herself. And now here she is acting a fool. Watch her behind. Look at this.
So recently a short video clip, just 13 seconds long, started spreading all over social media. The video, a woman who looks like she might be of Indian origin is caught on camera using racist slur against a black woman during a fight in California just outside a restaurant called Pier Street Bistro. The clip was first posted by
Hold on, let me see.
Well, Alex, this video is shocking. This woman repeatedly uses the N-word while being recorded on a cell phone. Now, you got up. This video of a woman in a car repeatedly using the N-word in Pinole has gone viral. The argument between the two women happened in this public parking lot in downtown Pinole on Sunday afternoon. Pinole police officers responded to the scene and spoke to both women. In a statement, Pinole police said in part, due to the nature of the verbal exchange between the involved parties, the incident has been classified as a hate incident and is currently under investigation by the department's Criminal Investigation Bureau.
This is really disheartening. We're living in some very trying times.
Felicia Carr of Fairfield reposted the video on her social media and helped identify the woman using the slurs.
With the tensions that's going on and racism is at an all-time high right now. And it was just so much racism and just blatant disrespect. It was sad to see.
I spoke to the mother of the woman now under investigation. She did not want to go on camera, but told me she's sad and has been crying constantly after learning about the video a day earlier. I have learned the woman accused of using the racial slurs has a pending criminal case, charged with repeatedly stealing from Ulta Beauty in Concord. The manager of a nearby restaurant in Pinole tells me the woman...
And this is what I tell you, right? This word should be nothing to you. It's not your property. It's not your inheritance. White people want you to internalize stuff so badly. Like they want you to go around claiming luggage that don't belong to you. It's their luggage. It's their baggage. Me, the N-word, truly, it does nothing to me. It really does nothing. I don't care. And the thing is, the problem is, let me tell you this, right? Just like this young lady, most likely she got into the argument with the black women and she was not quick enough on her feet to sound smart, right? Because, black women can be quick with it. She wasn't quick enough. She wasn't throwing the shade quick enough, right? So she felt like, well, I can't keep up with her. So let me start calling her the N-word. You know what I'm saying? Because most likely she was losing the argument. Instead of saying, sis, you hurt my feelings, or da-da-da, N-word, 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 because she couldn't keep up because she's not witty. She steals at Ulta. She steals at Ulta, right? That's why you don't give these people your energy, right? You got to be a scum of the earth to walk around thinking that you can weaponize racial slurs and somehow you'll neutralize somebody. You've already lost, right? He was extremely triggered, Michael. He was extremely triggered because he's never heard these things. Because most likely wherever he goes as a white American, he's always praised. He's always told he's a good white man. He's different than the other white people. He's not a racist, right? They expect praise wherever they go because they're excessively sheltered. America is an apartheid state. America is an apartheid state. It's no different than South Africa or Israel and Palestine, like Gaza. It is no different. And that's why white people, wherever they show up, everybody should run. Everybody should just give them what they want, because they think they own everything. And they think like they're entitled. You should be nice to me. You should be this to me. You owe me to make me feel warm. You owe me milk. You owe me chocolate. You owe me hugs. You owe me kisses. They have issues, they have issues. So when they come into a space and they don't hear themselves being praised, you're not going to praise me. You're not going to thank me. You're not going to stroke my ego. It's like, no, they get triggered. And the only thing they have is these stupid ass racial slurs. I don't care. You don't know me. What the heck? And mind you, what a good child. I actually have soap in my house. I have all kinds of soap. When was the last time you were even able to afford to buy a whole bottle of Dawn in this recession? Okay. These are the kinds of people you give money to at Walmart. Like Michael, he's the kind of white people you give money to at Walmart. They're always $1 short. They're stuck at the self-checkout. Okay. They're peasants. Even where I live, you barely see white people. They can't afford to live here. They really can't afford to live here. Where I live, you barely see whites. You barely see them because it's very expensive here. Okay. Like they're pathetic. They're sad. They're really sad. So my thing is, don't ever react to that. Like, oh, a white boy is deranged. A white girl is deranged. When they feel like they're losing a fight, all they can do is try to use that word. Okay, you feel better? Are you happy now? You got to treat them like children. Are you having a moment? You need to sit down? You need some water? I'm not going to get it for you, but okay. They're like petulant children, petulant, spoiled brats. Ignore their foolishness. The whites are throwing a tantrum all over again. And we're used to it. We're bored. 400 years of whites just throwing tantrums. That's all they do. A tantrum, a tantrum. You're not giving me attention. You're not centering me. I'm not the main character. Oh my God, you're not giving me compliments. What can you do with these people? That's why I say, all these black girls who are married to these white boys, damn, sis, you are brave. I couldn't imagine doing this. Like, being married to a person and always feel like I have to babysit their feelings. I have to take care of their feelings. I got to take care of their ego. Okay. Yeah. Like they have a caste system. Like in India, she's a Dalit. She's an untouchable. And what they do in India is that they're mostly prostitutes. Like Dalits are mostly prostitutes in India. Let me show you. I would never lie to you. I'm always watching stuff. And the men are very lazy. You see? They prostitute themselves. It's really sad. Because they're untouchable. They can't work. So all they do is they do prostitution. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm telling you guys. I am telling you. When people insult you or try to insult you, look at the source. Okay. Look at the source. Like, you don't even know your daddy. Like, okay. Every time you have these uncles come to the house, you're like, damn, he looks like me. Well, this one looks like me. Okay. I pity you. Always look at the source. It's just not worth it. Okay. Okay. But I'm like in India, that's what they do. They do prostitution all day. Look.
Rajkumari is waiting for customers at the roadside. She has a young baby to feed at home and a family to support.
And the men are very lazy. So the vast majority of the women, they have to sell themselves into prostitution. Let the white man find out. They're going to go over there too. Okay? They're so sick.
So far, no luck. Rajkumari is one of the hundreds of thousands of Indian women in institutionalized sex work in a practice with roots in the age-old caste system.
It's really, really sad. Look at this one. Hold on.
She says she is of legal age, but doesn't look it. Ankita is getting ready for a client. Her clients include men from nearby villages, truck drivers, or migrant workers that pass through on the highways, and young men with disposable incomes. She joined the profession 3 years ago.
It's sad. It's really sad. Yes, Kevin, it's really sad. They have to do prostitution. And there are men even encourage them to sell their bodies. It's really, really sad. It's really sad.
And says it was by choice, as it enables her to support her family.
I know from my father that my aunt also worked like this.
Everybody does it because they're called untouchables. They cannot have proper jobs. They can't work in offices, even going to school. They can't even go to regular schools. It's insanity. It's insanity. They can't do anything. They're so mean to them. They're just so mean to them. So when you see, so I guess if you don't know, you probably will get triggered. Like me, I wouldn't get triggered because I know everybody's tea. Like no matter where you are in the world, I know your teas. I'm like, girl, like if you weren't here, you'd be a prostitute back home. Like the freak, like, are you okay? Right? And maybe her mama also sold the punani to put money together to come to America. Because they're dark skinned. They're dark. They're like Indians have different colors. But the darker you are, you're called an untouchable. Right? So look at the source. Yes. Because remember at the top is the Brahmin, like the Vivek, his people, the Brahmin, like the priests and stuff, they're at the top. And then all the way down at the bottom of the Indian caste system, you have the Dalits. They're called the untouchables. See, that's why I tell y'all, not only do you have to know your history, but you got to know everybody else's tea. So that way, it like whatever they say is not going to hurt you because you know all their business. And when you know their business, you throw it in their faces. Ooh. And a oop. Right? And a oop. Right? You know? And your mama brings you here, and what you do, you still at altar. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They should have left her back there to do this to her body. Okay? Make it make sense. So that's what they do. And also, and another thing too, they have a lot of HIV. Many of them have HIV. Many of them have HIV and AIDS. It's really, really bad. I'm not trying to be funny. It's really, really bad. I'm just trying to say you got to consider the source, and therefore you can't let everything get to you. It's just not worth your energy, right? This means nothing to you. You decide to give words power. Don't let words have power over you. That is a no-no. You got to be stoic, right? You give words power. You don't allow words to have power over you. You decide what's going to mess you up. You decide what's going to make you sad, right? But besides calling you the N-word, welfare queen, you probably are not married, your kids don't have daddies, or you have multiple kids by multiple men. What else do they have, right? They can't talk about my hair. I guess they can see it's my hair. That's all they have. Like, what else they have? Welfare queen. It's the same old BS. You've heard it all. We're in 2025. Okay, none of this should upset you or hurt you. You've heard it all. I know I have. It does nothing to me. It's comical. They don't know how to read. They don't know how to throw shade. So when they get butthurt, oh, I'm going to type the N-word. Okay. You feel better? Foolishness. These people are crazy.
I got into this field due to poverty.
How much are you earning at the moment?
About 60 to 70,000 rupees per month, around 750 euros. Apart from me, no one in my family can find work. We were starving. We need a roof over our heads. We need to build a house, and my sister needs to get married.
Do you have any debt?
I paid it all off.
How much was it?
About 11,000 euros.
Oh, that's a lot.
How did you owe all this money? Girl, this is crazy.
Did you pay that back?
Yes, everything.
Within 2 years?
3 years.
Having to borrow money traps many families here in a vicious cycle. Banks do not lend money since they do not consider sex work as work. So these families turn to local lenders who charge exorbitant interest rates, making them even poorer.
And then you're gonna see that other Indian man who had the crazy wedding for his son, just throw all kinds of money for a wedding. I'm like, why don't you just buy your son some like weight loss reduction surgery? Like that's all he really needs. You see, people are wicked, greedy people. Remember that crazy Indian wedding? Remember? Where he was out there throwing all kinds of money for his son? Remember that wedding? Forgot his name. People are so mean. Right? And he flew out Kim Kardashian, Rihanna, Bonnie. Remember their crazy wedding, right? Meanwhile, there are people in their country who have to sell their bodies to eat. They don't care. And all these celebrities who went there, they're also demonic. They're also, how can you go a country full of poverty like this and you act so oblivious to it because you're greedy? These celebrities, they work for Satan. They truly, truly work for the devil. They 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 were wasting so much money on this wedding. I'm like, is this necessary? Damn.
Rachna, we also changed her real name, is the eldest of a total of 7 siblings. Due to high debt, she also has to work as a prostitute like her mother and her aunt.
I was 15 when I understood what it was all about.
Jesus Christ.
And at the same time, it became more and more clear to me how poor we are. So I got in.
What was the situation?
My little siblings always had to beg for food.
But this is cruelty. Yeah, this is real cruelty. You see, greed. And are you surprised too? Not just our caste system, but also having been like colonized by the British. That probably made it even worse. There's enough money in India to feed people. Nobody has to go out here begging for food. They're mean. Caste system. So I'm like, somebody says, oh, the N-word, I'll be quiet. Okay. You probably have caste system PTSD. Go get some therapy. You're in America now. Loosen up. Okay. Like literally. I mean, not literally because not the prostitution with it. I was saying lube up. But no, like seriously, loosen up. Like calm down. Okay. You're safe here. Okay. That's it. People don't feel good about themselves, so they say things because they don't want you to feel good about yourself. No, you're insane. It's very evil. They truly suffer. It's sad. How they treat those dark-skinned people of India is really disgusting.
We have no real house, no land, nothing. At some point, the money that my mother earned here as a sex worker didn't suffice, so she had to go to Mumbai. In hotels, you can earn more.
Hey, even this auntie has to prostitute herself. Nah, this ain't right. This is very evil. Auntie, oh, this is cruelty. Is it? That's what I say. When you're not like, when you're not aware and you live here, you think, oh, whatever. But when you see how other people around the world suffer, it really makes you gain perspective. This woman is too old for this. And I hope that this company, DW, I hope they give them money. Not just exploit them for their stores and just leave them to still sell their bodies. We're all these white women who claim to care about women's rights and things like that. They're a bunch of clams.
She had to leave us alone to do so. It became clear to me that it was the only way to make money and essentially for us to survive. One day I finally said to her, I don't want you to do this. I will take care of this. I am now the breadwinner of the family.
Rachna,
you see? And you see that, you guys? Over there, people are prostituting themselves just to have enough to eat. Over here, they prostitute themselves for Chanel bags, for trips, just frivolous crap that they could truly get a job for. Right? People here sell box for all kinds of foolishness. Over there, it's like for the bare necessities. Here's for Chanel bags, weaves, this, that. It is so sad. But we're all these goofy ass white feminists who always claim to care about woman empowerment, woman's right. They will never go to places like this and help these people. Like, oh, can I bring a camera? Can I bring my makeup artist? Can I bring my hairstylist? Can I bring my Birkin? Right? Greedy, evil people. Okay? They're insane. It's very sad. It really, really is sad.
I went to Mumbai through an agent who recruited her by contacting local pimps in an elaborate sex trade network. There are an estimated 3 million sex workers in India between ages 15 and 35. Sex work is legal in India. Pimping and human trafficking are not. This is a matter of survival for many like Rachna. They are abused in the system but stay for lack of any other avenues of work.
Hey, these girls, they need to be in school. This is sad. You see? But then they want to talk about, we are being cheated. India does not buy enough of our stuff. Shut up. You're the ones that's cheating people. If you weren't cheating people, you didn't import your greed all over the world. You see, your greed and your racism, your foolishness, right? So many people around the world will have a better quality of life, right? You don't think the State Department knows about this? But today, they're not saying anything. America's not saying anything. Tomorrow, when China becomes a superpower, you'll see, they use the untouchables to do prostitution. You see, they know this. They know these things are happening, and they still make their phones in India. They still do this in India, in India, right? Tomorrow, when India, just like China, becomes just as rich as China, or maybe even more, you will see these white Americans start now caring about the cause of the Dalit. They would start doing documentaries on the Dalit. They would start doing documentaries on prostitution and 15 in India, right? But right now, because it's beneficial to work with India and they can still exploit these Indians, they don't talk about it. Okay? They don't talk about that. But in 2015, maybe 2050, 2075, because India is coming. India is coming strong. India is coming. It's real. It really is real. And by 2050 or 2075, you're going to start to see documentaries where now these goofy ass white Americans pretend to care about these poor girls. Did you know about the untouchables? Did you know how they treat black skinned people in India? Do you know that these girls have to sell their bodies to eat? We shouldn't buy from India. You know, they believe in child prostitution. Womp. This is how they are, right? They didn't know that the Chinese used slave labor until yesterday. Do you know that the Chinese use slave labor? You've been buying stuff from these people for 50 years. When did you learn they were using the slaves again? Maybe yesterday? How convenient, right? That's who they are. They don't care. They don't care about human rights violation until you and your economy become too big for their comfort. Okay? That's how they are. They're so evil. They are truly mean.
When I was very young, I had a client in Mumbai who treated me horribly. He wouldn't even pay me. Instead, he beat me black and blue and even stole my clothes.
Oh, my baby, that's so damn evil. That is so evil. Yeah. Where is America now? Where are all these people with these white billionaires and their private jets and their Pilates and stuff? These people they're so fake. They're just so damn fake.
I ran after him, but couldn't take them back. It was extremely humiliating.
There is a stigma attached to these villages, as the people here belong to the bottom of the caste hierarchy. Nuts, Bedia, Banchara, and Kanjar, where these women come from, have traditionally been nomadic tribes.
Oh, that is so mean. That's truly mean. This is really sad. This is mean. You see? And this is why I say, like, when you're a child of God, especially when it comes to money, you should always be mindful how you spend money, because God can use you to really make a difference. You know what I'm saying? People just out here throw money. Like you throw away $20. You don't take $50 seriously. That is somebody's monthly income in a country. Like you give somebody $50 in certain parts of the world, you have saved them from prostitution. You have saved them from slavery. But when you are so consumed in this American mindset, you don't respect money. You don't value money. You don't even see how grateful you are. More, more, more. I need more, more, more. There are people who barely even see $1 every 2 weeks. So this right here is not a good place. It is not a good place. It's not a good place. They are really suffering. They are truly, truly suffering. They're suffering. You know, people are really, really suffering. So it's like when you have money, you got to take money seriously. You got to treat money with respect, because there are people out there who are truly suffering. This is inhumane. This is so inhumane.
They move from place to place. They're scattered all over. But many are in the states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Haryana, and Uttar Pradesh. Before the women were driven into sex work, these ethnic groups worked mainly as performers, dancers, jugglers, acrobats, and magicians.
You know what it's giving, though? It's giving gypsy. I wonder if it's not gypsies who traveled all the way to India. It's giving gypsies, because that's what gypsies do. That's what they do.
Because of their work and way of life, the British colonial power viewed these ethnic groups as a threat.
You see this? You hear this? Let her say it again. What'd you say?
The power viewed these dancers, jugglers, acrobats, and magicians. Because of their work and way of life, the British colonial power viewed these ethnic groups as a threat.
See what they do? British people. That they view them as a threat. How are they a threat? This is what they do. Oh, you seem like a threat. Oh, I don't know, I'm scared. Oh, how can you be scared of a magician? What are you talking about? Jugglers that you're scared? You see how this you guys, when I tell you these Anglo-Saxons are evil people, y'all gonna hear me. They saw them as a threat. How can you see magicians and jugglers and nomads as a threat? So see, the British also played into Indians being even more mean to those people. This is what they do. This is what they do. They teach people how to be cruel to other people.
In 1871, they were criminalized under the Criminal Tribes Act, which was
white people. The Criminal Tribes Act. No, this is crazy. Yeah, everything is a threat to these British people. Yeah. And you see, and the vast majority of white Americans are what? They're Anglo-Saxon. Performers are organized to spread the news. So therefore, they were criminalized by the Criminal Tribes Act. And you know a British man wrote that shit. They are insane. They come into a country where they don't even belong. People have been there before them. And they start saying, well, you're a criminal, and I'm going to write some goofy ass act that says that you're a criminal. And because I'm white and I say so, therefore you're a criminal. You see, like that guy, Michael, who I was taught to respect you N-words, but I was taught, we know damn well they didn't teach you shit. You barely know how to wipe your ass. You barely know how to take a bath. You were not taught anything. Go sit down somewhere. But to criminalize and hurt and bully other people. Go sit down somewhere. Bunch of bullies. They're such bullies.
It was only repealed at the time of India's independence.
But even if you repeal it, the stigma still stays. They stigmatize these people. And then they move on like nothing happened. Do you even know how much money England stole from India? Let me show you. Hold on. How much money did England steal from India? Y'all gonna see. Let me see if I can find this. You see this? You see this? They stole 45 trillion from India. What's the U.S. national debt? 36 trillion. The British stole more than even America's national debt. And you see, and today, look at these people. When I tell you they're so mediocre, you'll think it's a joke. Hold on. England, they're clowns. They're so mediocre. GDP per capita, let's see. Is it this? So just from India alone, they stole 45 trillion. That's not including Australia, South Africa, Nigeria, America, Canada, whatever they were in Latin America, the Caribbean, the West Indies. Just India alone, they stole 45 trillion. An island. They stole 45 trillion. And today, what, 2023, their GDP per capita is less than 50,000. Do you see how they're mediocre? Do you see how whites are mediocre? Do you see how Anglo-Saxons are mediocre? Do you see how these Europeans are mediocre? That's why I tell you, don't ever, ever, ever allow any white person to impress you. They are mediocre. Their ancestors went and stole 46 trillion. Why they broke now? How they broke? Even America's in debt for 36 trillion. I mean, it could have been less than that, but you can kind of see where the money went a little bit. You go to England, where did the money go? Because, and I'm telling you, because they're mediocre. They splurge, they spend the money because it's stolen money. Stolen money. They made poor investments. Their wealth fund made poor investments. They're idiots. They are idiots. Without looting and pillaging and other places to loot and pillage, they don't know how to make money. Have you ever heard of AI coming out of England? Of course not. Have you ever heard of robotics coming out of England? Of course not. Have you ever heard of electric vehicles coming out of England? Of course not. Have you ever heard of any kind of like e-commerce, whatever come out of England? Of course not. They're not an intelligent people. They are a violent people. And that's why when it came to the affairs, okay, we stole this money. What do we do with this money? They didn't know what to do with the money. So now here is their GDP per capita. And mind you, do you know how long ago like Poland became independent? Like in the past 40 years or so? I don't know. When did Poland become independent? I don't know, right? But all these goofy ass USSR countries. You look at the GDP per capita of Poland, it's around $23,000. There's a problem. So even Poland is catching up to Great Britain. And yet they didn't go enslaving people, looting people, stealing from people, plundering countries, criminalizing people for looking different. They're mediocre. They are seriously mediocre. If it wasn't for their ability to keep plunder certain parts of Africa and the vast support of America, where would Great Britain actually be? Where would they be? They don't want to work. They're lazy. They sit at home with their goofy asses, eating chips and fish and chips and vinegar. I don't know. They drink like tea with milk. It's so weird. Okay? That's all they do. They sit at home and watch BBC. They don't want to work. It's lazy people. They do not work. They are so lazy. Bunch of DIs. They do not work. They just sit there and get taken care of. Where did the money go? Like, seriously, where did the money go? How can you steal 45? Just India alone. Okay. How much did they steal overall? Only God knows. And now look at how they're falling behind. They're mediocre, y'all. They are mediocre. And I think America, one reason why America is probably still ahead, because of the diversity here. Like, there's a lot of diversity. It's not just whites. It's a lot of diversity, right? Look, Elon even had to come out of Africa. So there's more diversity here. So I think that kind of helps America also with innovation. But if America was just full of whites also, this thing right here would be way poor than what it really is. The labor from the Mexicans, the free, like the 400 years of black labor to this, even the prison labor from black people. It's a lot of people that play a part in this. It's not just whites. Because by themselves, they can't do it. Stealing is one thing. Raping, plundering, pillaging is one thing, but knowing how to make sound financial investments is another thing, right? It's another thing. And so many of them don't know how to manage money, don't know how to invest the money. Even this whole Wall Street stuff, it's a Ponzi scheme. Social Security, it's a Ponzi scheme. In about 10 years, they won't have a dollar in there, okay? In about 50 years, it might be completely bankrupt, right? They're not good with money. They're just good with violence. And I even feel, I was telling Jimmy, like, even this whole thing about, like, this whole, what's it called? This whole thing about these immigrants, like, the way they're fighting over immigrants, like, Democrats want them to stay, Trump wants them to go. I even feel like they're working together to distract us, to not have to talk about the bad news. You guys, I really think these people are in cahoots. I really do believe that these people are in cahoots. Yeah, I think these people are in cahoots, because as long as you make it about immigration, you're fighting about goofy ass immigration, you don't really have to tell the American people the ugly truth, which is that in June, we might not even have the money for the interest payment. Moving forward, people will have to work longer. Retirement age will have to be extended. Also, Social Security might go bankrupt in the next, like, 20 years. There might not be a dime in there, because we also have a fertility problem. I think you have to be at like 2.5 or like 2.4, 2.5 reproduction rate. I think right now America is like a what is it? Hold on. Let me see. Let me not lie. Current reproduction rate in the US. Let me see. Yeah. Very low. You see? Look at that. The total fertility rate in the United States is currently at 1.62 births per woman, which is below the replacement rate of 2.1 needed to maintain a stable population. This rate has been declining steadily and reaching historic low in 2023. The number of births in 2023 was 591,328 people. A 2% decrease from 2022. Okay. So Trump can deport the migrants. I mean, he should definitely deport the illegal migrants, but they're going to have to import people. Okay. They can sit here and lie about these H-1B1 visas, how they don't want to give them to people, and they don't want to have illegals here. But eventually they will have to import people to come here, because who's going to pay taxes? Who's going to take part in this Ponzi scheme called Social Security or Medicare, Medicaid, or even the stock market, right? Bunch of legal Ponzi schemes that require workers who can be taxed. America's a plantation. Okay, so that is that. Okay, you guys. So my point is, don't ever let anybody get to you. If you allow somebody to make you sad, to hurt you, to trigger you, it's because you don't know enough about that person. Right? Once you know more about whoever is accosting you, attacking you, aggressing you, and trying to disrespect you, it's an easy roast, It's an easy roast. All right. So you guys, I love you. I have to commence my morning shift with Maverick, because the daddy had him for the night, so I could come here and sit here. I'll be back later. I gotta do my meatballs today, but I'll be back later. I hope you enjoyed this live. I hope you learned a lot of things. Okay. I hope you had fun. Okay. But it's me. All right. Love you guys. Love you. Love you. I will see you later. Thank you for being a good Kiki. It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to be outside with y'all. Okay. Love you so much. Yeah, they will have to. Yeah. So they need workers, and they need people to pay taxes. They need people who are going to put money into Social Security and things like that. They need that. They don't have a choice. They can lie as much as they want and act tough. They need people, because everything is a Ponzi scheme. The stock market is a Ponzi scheme that the president or Congress can manipulate as they see fit to enrich themselves, right? Social Security, you need more people to pay into it so you can pay the previous people, right? Medicare, Medicaid, you need people who can pay these kinds of taxes, right? So you need people. And so if the American people are not willing to have kids, they're going to have to import people who are willing to have kids. All right. So that means also, like, when it comes to voting, all that's going to change. Right. So it's a real thing. But I'm like, the 50 years, this country is not going. I think it has probably like a good 30, 50 years left. And that's it. China's taking over. They will not be able to stop China. And after China, like maybe when China is up there, then it's going to be India, right? But power is in the East. Power really is in the East. Power is in the East. It's no longer in the West. It's over. They've squandered everything. They've wasted all this money, all these opportunities. It's a wrap. And then you'll start to see more Middle Eastern countries not even want to sell oil to America. They'll start, and even Europe, they'll start selling more of their oil to India, to China, you know what I mean, over there in the East. Because America has been very, very mean to these people. They've been very, very mean. And they will take their oil to the East. And over here, it's going to be a real, real struggle. It's a real thing, okay? But I love you guys, and I will see you later. Enjoy the replay, okay? Bisous. Gotta go. Bye-bye.